Chapter 61, The Break-In at AID. Eddie and Quinn headed towards the History of Magic classroom to attend another history lecture by Cuthbert Binns, the Professor Ghost of Hogwarts. "What are we going to study?" asked Quinn. "I stopped listening to him months ago." Today we are going to learn about one of the goblin leaders," answered Eddie. "Trying to remember topics for today's lecture, I can't recall the name. It was something followed by a weapon." That brought a chuckled out Quinn. "Isn't that most of them?" "Why does Hogwarts let Professor Binns teach after his death?" wondered Eddie. He clearly had an obsession with goblins. "I mean, look at his classes, he rushes through anything that isn't goblin-related and spends most of his time on the goblin rebellions." Quinn thought about the reasoning and could only come up with reasoning. Hogwarts is a school. Professors are its employees, so maybe they keep letting Binns teach because they don't need to pay him. A ghost doesn't have the use of money. Plus, as far as I know, no law states that ghosts need to be paid. Quinn nodded as he looked at Eddie. "Yeah, I guess that is it." "So, money is the reason, huh?" Eddie held his chin with his hand. "Never thought about that." "Maybe you are right." Quinn bumped Eddie with his shoulder and spoke. "Maybe before we graduate from Hogwarts, we would exorcise Professor Binns and save the future generation from boredom incarnate." Eddie wagged his finger in disagreement, and take away the 1 hour of practically free time from them. "I don't think so." Maybe you are right," laughed Quinn. "After a while, everything Binns speaks turns into white background noise." "Exactly." Eddie and Quinn laughed as they entered the History of Magic classroom. Scene break. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger walked at a fair distance away from Quinn West, following him, tailing their prime suspect. Both girls watched Quinn and his friend laughing and joking around like it was any other day. Ivy grabbed Hermione's arms when they reached the corridor with the History of Magic classroom and hurriedly whispered, "As soon as the class starts, we are going to run to the AID classroom." Hermione nodded and hid behind a pillar, waiting for the class to start so that they could sneak into the AID classroom-turned-office. "Do you know what is behind the glass wall in there?" asked Hermione as they waited. Ivy shook her and replied, "I tried to ask around, but nobody knows what is behind the glass. Everybody has only ever seen the office part." Both she and Hermione had only been to the AID office once, but they clearly remembered the glass wall. The glass was heavily frosted, so not much visible through the wall panel. "Maybe we would find something in there," said Ivy. "There was a door built into the wall, so we know there is something in there." She was anxious about what they were about to do. The Polyjuice plan didn't cause her this much anxiety because they knew Draco was an idiot. But Quinn West. He was an entirely different ballgame. Quinn West was a smart person. Ivy could still remember the first time he had warned them about the stone's defenses or when he refused to admit that he had been in the chambers, even though he clearly knew what was inside. When he caught her, Quinn West exactly knew what he was doing. His words and demeanor reflected his end goal, and that was to bring her under his debt, which he succeeded in doing without breaking a beat. There always had been a sense of mystery around Quinn West, and today would be the day she would remove the curtain of the mystery away from him. "Ivy, let's go," she heard Hermione speak. "The class has started." Hermione's words snapped Ivy out of her thoughts. She looked at the empty corridor and could hear the faint sound of Ben droning about goblins and one of the early rebellions. "Let's go." Scene break. Eddie and Quinn sat side by side, a deck of mini cards spread on the table in front of them. The cards were regularly sized, but Quinn had shrunk them to fit on the somewhat narrow table. The two boys played the game: concentration, matching pairs, match-match, match-up, memory, Pelmanism, Shinkiaisuijaku, Pexiso, or anything you wanted to call the game. The game was simple: all the cards were laid face down on the table, and 2 cards were flipped face up over each turn. The object of the game is to turn over pairs of matching cards. "You know you never win this game," whispered Quinn, "yet, you still challenge me to this every so often. Why is that? You do know that we can play something else instead." He had his cheek resting on his palm, with his elbow on the table, looking like a standard laid-back fellow. "One day, I will win against you," said Eddie, flipping over 2 similar cards, gaining a point for himself, "and when that day comes, victory will be that much sweeter. Oh, Merlin, it will be glorious, and you will rue the day." A low scoff came from Quinn before he spoke. "The only way you can beat me at this to drug me till I am doozy and then challenge me." He turned a pair of similar cards and gained a point, followed by another identical pair. gaining yet another point for himself. Yeah, that is my last option, my plan Z as to speak, spoke Eddie as he hovered his hand over the cards, deciding which one to flip. If I don't win till we are in our 7th year, I am going to hand you the dessert you like with tons of potion mixed in and then challenge you to a game. Quinn stared at his friend with stunned silence. That won't be a genuine victory, you know. So. It is your fault. Who told you to be so good at this game? Scene break. Ivy and Hermione reached the west corner corridor of the 5th floor. This hallway was where the AID office lived, right on the main corridor, so it was easy to find. The two girls stood in front of the door to the classroom-turned-office. They stared at it for a few seconds before Hermione took action. She took out her wand and pointed it at the door lock. Alohomora, the whisper of the incantation left her mouth accompanied by an invisible spell light to the door lock. Hermione's eye twitched when the door didn't unlock. She turned to Ivy and spoke, "He has charmed it against the unlocking spell." She bit her lower lip, just like Professor Flitwick did in the stone's defenses. I thought he might do that, so, the redhead put her hands in her robe pocket and revealed a key in her head. I swiped the key from Filch's key hoop. He has keys to all the rooms in the castle. The redhead, green-eyed Potter looked proud as she inserted the key into the lock hole and turned it to unlock the door. There was a click before the lock released the door from its bindings. She held the doorknob and looked at Hermione before pushing the door to enter inside. Scene break. Inside the History of Magic classroom, Quinn inhaled a deep breath and sat up straight in his chair, his eye wide open as he stared straight ahead. The ward on the front door of his office triggered itself. Someone had just opened the front door and entered his office. It was a simple sensory ward used on doors and entrances that warned the caster if someone opened the door and entered. The ward was simple to cast and had a simple yet elegant function, plus the ward had an added hidden ability which made it moderately problematic to detect. Of course, it did have its disadvantages. The ward once found was easy to dismantle or bypass without the caster's knowledge. But that didn't matter right now because, with a flash of red on his nape, Quinn felt anger building inside him as someone had just broken into his office. Quinn didn't know who it was, but that didn't matter. He hadn't done anything to warrant a spot check from the professors if the intruder was a faculty member. They had no proper justification for going through his stuff. This was the better scenario because he couldn't do anything drastic against the professors. But, if it was not a faculty member, which meant it was a student. And if the intruder was indeed a student, then they didn't know what was good for them. 'Cause there was a ****ing storm going to rain down on their bloody heads. The red on Quinn's deepened as he thought about the intruder in his office. I have to know who it is, fumed Quinn. He needed to get out of here. Neither the office nor the workshop had currently any defenses set up that stopped people from going in if they really tried to break in. He had removed the shock on the doorknob because he was afraid that someone would get shocked while he was not in the office and it might get the professors involved. Even though the AID cards clearly stated if he has in or out of the office, the reality wasn't so ideal and people still showed up when he was not in. And, around a month ago, he was feeling especially sleepy while he working in the workshop, so he just left for the night by locking the door. Ever since then there had been no magical defenses on the workshop door. Plus, this was a first, no one actually tried to break into his workshop since the time he opened shop, so he might have been lax on security. Even though there was nothing in the workshop other than some files, he still wanted to go there right now. He looked to his side at Eddie and whispered, I am not feeling well. I am going to the hospital wing. Now, asked Eddie as they were in the middle of a class. Quinn nodded as he packed his book bag and spoke, yeah, I am going right now. See you later. He stood up and directly spoke to Binns. Professor Binns, I am not feeling well. I am going to the hospital wing. The ghost of a professor looked at Quinn before nodding. No more words were spoken as Quinn briskly walked outside of the classroom. As soon as Quinn was out, he immediately pulled out Recon and activated it while walking. 5th floor, west corner, main corridor. Quinn spoke with raging heat behind his words. Red flashed on his nape. The Hogwarts tracking map immediately obeyed its master's orders, and the ink on the fabric shifted to show the precise location that Quinn had specified. With a look from Quinn, the map zoomed and honed on the AID office, and the second he saw two blue dots on the map in his office, his feet stopped, and he came to a halt. Blue dot meant that the person on the map was a student. Quinn stared at the text tags above the two blue dots, and his gaze turned into a glare, his face twisting into a fierce expression before every expression drained from his face. It wasn't a clemency that took expressions away from his face, the look on Quinn's face was an expression of ice-cold anger. Recon showed two names. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger. Scene break. Ivy and Hermione looked around the office area of the classroom, and the room was dark with no windows to provide light to the room. Hermione looked up at the ceiling with her wand raised but saw that there were no chandeliers with ever-burning candles on the roof. "There are no chandeliers on the roof," she said as her wand tip lit up. "Use the Lumos charm." Ivy took out her wand, and her wand tip lit up after a murmur of the incantation. In the light from the two glowing tips of wands, the room revealed itself in the light. The room had changed from the last time they had been inside. A lot more wall decor on the walls. Odd trinkets that somehow looked right in place in their current arrangements. The door in the glass wall immediately attracted Ivy's attention, as it was the entrance to a place no one had seen. "I will go inside there. You try to find if there is anything in here," Ivy said to Hermione and moved towards the door in the glass wall. She didn't have the key to this door, and the unlocking charm, Alohomora, didn't unlock the door. The only thing that remained was to break the door down. She knelt in front of the door and pointed her wand at the door, and took a deep breath. Diffindo, she spoke the incantation, and the lower half of the wooden door suddenly had a shallow cut on the init. Ivy frowned at the result of her magic. The severing charm, Diffindo, was a charm used to precisely and accurately cut something. Her mastery over the spell wasn't at the level where she could cut through the wood in one fell swoop. She shook her head and cast multiple severing charm to create cuts in the outline of a rectangle. Ugh, she silently cursed that the door didn't cut all the way through. Ivy made a decision and sat down on the floor. With both of her feet in front of her body, she kicked the carved outline. The next second, a rectangular chunk of wood broke with a woody snap. The sudden noise startled Hermione as she snapped her head towards Ivy and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why did you break the door?" "The door wasn't opening, so I kicked it down." Ivy got on all fours and carefully crawled inside. "Are you mad?" screamed Hermione. "West would know someone was here." "No, he won't," came Ivy's voice from the other side of the door. "A simple repairing charm and the door would be back to normal. No one will ever know that the door was broken." "Oh," came out of Hermione, not knowing a retort to that. So, she continued to search in the office. Scene break. Quinn was fuming in rage as he watched Recon and saw Ivy Potter enter his workshop. He was so angry that his fists were shaking with anger as he moved towards his office. "How dare they break into my office," thought Quinn as he stepped on the 5th floor. Every step of Quinn's feet left a patch of ice on the floor, which instantly evaporated into mist by the next second. The red hue on his nape had become deeper than ever before. And his magic was now in control of his magic, accidental magic happening with his every step. "Ivy Potter." Quinn growled in his mind. "I helped her out not too long ago, and this is how she repays me. What gall." Quinn's mind wasn't even considering that he was the one to trap and blackmail her. The help he was talking about was to let her go with her owing a debt to him. The office door finally came into his views, and immediately Recon turned off, folded itself with snappy motions, and flew into Quinn's robes. Quinn cracked his neck for it to create popping noises. And, the second he was in touching distance of the door, the wood on the door parted from the middle, thin slivers of wood continuously moved to the side as the wooden door created a space for Quinn to step inside, showing Quinn's skill in transmutation. All noise disappeared for Quinn as he stepped inside the office through the opening in the door, and the first thing he saw was Hermione looking at the bookshelf behind his desk, reading a book. He saw her ears perk up from the noise of wood moving aside, but the second she saw Quinn step inside and her eyes widen in shock, darkness overtook her. Quinn, in the span of 2 to 3 seconds, had stunned Hermione Granger. He followed by putting her into a full-body bind and conjured ropes to bind her body. The conjured ropes felt a tug as they moved with Quinn's wishes, and by using them, Hermione's unconscious body was lifted into the air and carelessly dumped into one of the client chairs. Quinn's expressionless, angry face turned towards the door in the glass wall which led to his workshop, and he clenched his fist tighter. Scene break. Ivy Potter looked at the darkroom, illuminated by the light from her wand tip with wonder. There were a lot of fascinating things in here that she wasn't expecting. There were a lot of tables, cabinets, and cupboards along the walls. She could see various potion vials behind the glass of the cupboards. There were many potions, and she could see all the rainbow colors. As she moved around the room, she was tools hung on walls. She could see hammers, picks, measures, grip pliers, blades, tri-squares, gloves, goggles, scissors, snips, handsaws, and clamps. When she opened one of the shallow but wide drawers, inside it were large sheets of different fabrics. Another similar drawer had distinct qualities and varieties of papers. She saw tons of different metals and woods in deep drawers. There were in the form of blocks, planks, strips, and even scraps. When she was walking around, she also found what looked like drafts for the notes that Quinn West had made last year, and surprisingly, there was another set for third-year subjects. Ivy decided to hurry and opened what looked like a file cabinet and saw a few manila folders. Each had a title on them. She lifted them each to read the titles. Project, Watch. Project, Vaults, Overview. Project, Fax. Project, Edison. Project, Engraver. Project, Icebox. Project, Noir. Project, Drone Vision. But Ivy couldn't even manage to open the manila folders as they were sealed, and they didn't unseal with the use of finite, so she had to put all of them back into the cabinet with frustration. It was at that point when she heard a thumping on the other side of the door. "Hermione, did you find something?" she said as she looked at more stuff. "There is a lot of weird stuff in here." She froze when she heard the sound of a door opening with a creak. Ivy Potter turned on instinct, and the last thing Ivy saw before darkness took over her was the face of Quinn West staring at her from the door that she had previously broken. Chapter 62, The One with Lambs and the Devil. Ivy Potter groggily opened her eyes and saw herself staring at her lap because her neck wasn't supporting her head. She groaned and tried to lift her head, but maybe because she wasn't completely awake, she ended up throwing her head back and found herself staring straight up. The redhead squinted because of the bright light on the ceiling, and her dilated pupils couldn't let so much light into her eyes, causing her to squint so that her eyes could adjust themselves. Of course, the green-eyed girl wasn't thinking about any of this and just ended up groaning because of the bright light going into her eye. Her head swiveled to the side to remove her line of sight from the direct contact to the bright light, and when her eyes acclimated to the light, she saw her friend Hermione. Ivy's eyes opened wide when she saw Hermione's hands and torso tied to the chair she was sitting in with ropes. "Hermione," she called out and tried to leave her chair to free her friend, but when her hands didn't move, she looked at her own body and saw ropes around her torso, forearms, and she could feel ropes binding her legs together. What in the bloody dash? Shock could be heard from her voice as she struggled against the ropes while simultaneously tried to wake up her friend. "Hermione, wake up. Hermione." Her words seemed to work as the bushy-haired brunette groaned and moved her head, showing signs of regaining consciousness. Hermione went through the same routine as Ivy and panicked a little when she felt her body bound to the chair she was sitting on. She struggled against her bindings until she finally heard Ivy's voice. "Hermione." When she looked to her right, she saw Ivy similarly bound her to a chair, just like her. "Ivy," exclaimed Hermione, immediately feeling a little better to see her friend with her. "What happened? How did this happen?" "I don't know," Ivy replied. She tried to think back to what happened before she was knocked out, and her eyes widened as she remembered. It was West. "You two seem lively." That sentence cut Ivy off, and both girls stilled when they heard the words spoke in a grave tone. The girls finally looked to the front and saw the grand table in front of them. On the table, they saw two hands resting on it. When their eyes looked up, they saw that the rest of the person was hidden in the dark, and they could only make out the person's silhouette. "You two are either really brave or extremely stupid to break into my office," said the person. The two girls immediately knew who the person was, and a moment later, it was confirmed as a light shone from the ceiling, illuminating the person sitting behind the table. Quinn West was staring at them with an apathetic look. If Ivy and Hermione weren't panicking, they would have noticed that the light in the room wasn't yellow but white, and it wasn't coming from a type of everlasting candles like it usually did in magical places. A light bulb in Hogwarts? That question would have been their first thought. But right now, all their attention was on Quinn West staring at them. "It has been maybe 5 minutes since I stunned and bound both of you," started Quinn, placing a pocket watch on the table. It was a silver timepiece with Roman numerals written on black with blue for indicating time. The mechanism was exposed in the center. The hour, minute, and second hand were a similar blue, with the clock mechanism made of a golden material. I gave myself 5 minutes to calm down before I spoke to you two, he continued, but believe me when I say that those 5 minutes didn't help much. I am pretty much at the same level of anger I was before. Ivy and Hermione felt the ropes around them tighten a smidge. Both girls fidgeted in their seats. So, I will give you some free advice that will help you here, he leaned forward. Don't lie, don't bullshit, don't give me some lame excuses. I want to know why did you guys break into my office? After that, he went quiet and simply stared at them like he was waiting for an answer. Ivy and Hermione looked at each other and communicated with their eyes before they came to a decision, which was to remain quiet. But the second they decided to remain silent, Quinn spoke up. Not saying isn't an option. You will be in deep trouble if you don't speak up, Quinn warned. Don't force my hand because it won't end well for both of you. Quinn reached into his robes and took out 2 wands, Ivy's and Hermione's wands. The reverse spell, Prior Incantato, is a charm that forces the wand to create an echo of spells that were performed through it, he explained while he put the wands on the table, and they stood up straight, pointing towards the ceiling. I tried it out and found that both of you used Alohomora recently, which means you tried to open my office door. Quinn stared right into their eyes as he spoke. I have charmed my door against the unlocking charm, which means you most probably have the key, and only Filch has duplicate keys to all rooms. So I am confident to deduce that you girls stole the key from the caretaker. That is 1 strike against you guys. Stealing from the staff, he looked at them and scoffed. And, I thought you would learn your lesson. What would McGonagall think when I reveal these adventures to them? Ivy felt heat rush to her face because of the humiliation she was experiencing. Let's talk about Miss Potter, Quinn continued. You used Diffindo, the cutting spell, for damaging my other door and then forced your way through. Quinn looked at the broken door to his left and spoke, by kicking the weakened wood. That, my pitiful intruders, is what you call the destruction of personal property. I crafted that door by myself, it is not the school's property, Quinn spoke with a leveled voice. The second strike. For the last strike, I am going to use the Polyjuice incident. Ivy's and Hermione's eyes widened with those words. Ms. Granger was stuck in the hospital wing for weeks before the mishap passed, so we clearly established that she brewed the Polyjuice potion. Madame Pomfrey would attest to that. The ingredients stolen from Professor Snape's storage were for multiple doses of the potion. Believe me, I checked, but you already know that, don't you? He scoffed once again. So, if I spin my story right and bring in Draco Malfoy, he will gladly tell that his 2 companions, Crabbe and Goyle, were acting very suspiciously that day. Quinn put his hand on his chest and talked, plus, my own account about catching Ivy Potter as Daphne Greengrass would be very damning. The professors would believe me because first, I am a model student. And second, I have the high ground here. I will bury you guys into the ground. He had one more card, and that was Prefect Percy Weasley meeting the 2 polyjuiced Gryffindor while they were disguised, but because he was busy blackmailing Ivy at that time, he wasn't sure if that event happened. Quinn tapped his table with his right hand index finger and asked, now tell me why you are here, or else I would have you guys in deep trouble. Ivy gritted her teeth in humiliation, frustration, panic, and slight fear. She didn't want to say anything, but when she thought that Ron, Harry, and Hermione would get in trouble because of her, she spat out. I thought you opened the Chamber of Secrets, she sounded defeated. I thought you were the heir of Slytherin. The answer brought the anger in Quinn to a still. He, for a moment, didn't know what to think. Quinn had assumed that the 2 were here to get back at him for blackmailing Ivy. If he wasn't so angry, Quinn would have used legilimency on Hermione to dig out the information, but the red spot on his nape was so dark that Quinn wasn't thinking straight out of rage. But, the bewildered feeling didn't last long before anger returned, and he pounded on the table. Why in the shitty world would you think that? He yelled at the 2 girls, who recoiled because of the loud shout. Ivy, who didn't like the shouting, snapped back with her reasoning. You are famous for staying out after curfew. And no prefect, teacher, ghost, or even portraits have seen you outside after the curfew. Despite that, everyone knows you roam outside, she explained, so, I thought you were looking for the Chamber of Secrets last year and found it. And, this year, you released it upon the school. Oh, come on. Quinn rolled his eyes, so, now anyone who breaks curfew is the heir of Slytherin. I thought you were, I don't know, what is the word, smart. What kind of idiotic reasoning is that? The redhead glared at her capturer and bit back. Then what about our conversation when I was polyjuiced into Daphne? Everything from your first words to me there was a test to see if I was the real deal or not. How did you even assume that I wasn't the real one? I thought that heir of Slytherin could recognize Slytherin students. Quinn made a face that could only be described as, I am looking at stupid. I taught Daphne and Tracy for a week, plus I have known them since last year, and as I told you, my memory is excellent. I knew you weren't Daphne because even though you looked like her, spoke like her, and even your expression was on point, you didn't walk like Daphne. You didn't have the feel of Daphne Greengrass. She has a really refined way of holding herself, and the moment I saw you, I was sure that you weren't the real deal. Even though Quinn was angry, it was righteous anger, so he was able to lie right through his teeth and speak the bullshit about posture and gait, which, even though true, Quinn didn't notice at first glance. Ivy, on the other hand, was feeling angry at being captured. Plus, she just heard Quinn imply she wasn't as refined as Daphne Greengrass. Then what about your expression during the time when Mrs. Norris got petrified? You looked relieved, and I saw it clearly, so don't deny it. Quinn was taken aback at that. He didn't think that someone was paying attention to him when there were more shocking things to see, like words written in blood on the wall and a possibly dead cat. I thought the bloody cat was dead and was relieved that it wasn't a student. Quinn fought back with his reasoning. Come on. He looked at Hermione and asked, don't tell me she convinced you with this kind of clearly idiotic reasoning. I expected better from you, Miss Granger. Ivy felt more pissed from that and yelled, oh yeah. Then what about the ring that you are wearing? What is the deal with that? It is clearly some kind of artifact. It is abnormally eye-catching for a normal ring. I am sure that it controls the Slytherin's monster. Quinn laughed a laugh full of mocking, oh my god, you are clearly dumber than your brother. I can't believe I made a mistake judging a person. Hermione, who was on the side, wasn't sure how to feel. She sat in a chair, bound by ropes, as she looked back and forth between her best friend and her captor. Those two were exchanging words with each other, as she didn't exist at all. Don't get her wrong, she didn't want Quinn West to yell and mock her, but being completely ignored when she sat just an eye glance away was a little bit hurtful. As she looked at the two yelling at each other, and even though their conversation was mainly Quinn shut down Ivy's accusations, Hermione thought they would get along in another setting. Quinn stopped laughing mockingly at Ivy as he raised his left hand with the gold ring on his middle finger and pointed at it with his other hand. This ring you so stupidly think is a monster-controlling artifact isn't actually a ring at all. Ivy and Hermione frowned at those words. Look carefully, as Quinn said that the ring disappeared from his finger. Now, both of you, look at your left hands. The two girls looked at their hands, and two pairs of eyes widened as they saw identical gold rings on their middle fingers. The ring was an illusion made from illusion magic that I have been keeping up the entire year, Quinn explained. And the reason it is so eye-catching is that I made it so it would catch eyes. A/N1. He rubbed his temple as he continued, it is a way for me to practice magic. If the ring was eye-catching and noticeable, then more people would stare at it, and that would increase the difficulty as the eyes stay at the illusion longer and increase the probability of someone figuring out the illusion. Ivy opened her mouth a couple of times, but she couldn't think of anything to say. Plus, when she looked at her finger, she didn't know what to say. She could clearly see the ring, but there was no feeling of metal against her skin. This clearly was the sign that the gold ring was an illusion. Quinn was now feeling too tired to be feeling angry. He was exhausted from all the yelling and feeling furious. Ugh, this a stool, why couldn't it be a chair with a back to it? Quinn sighed as a faint blue color graced his nape. He looked at the two bound girls and thought what to do with them when an intensely deep shade of yellow. Quinn suddenly took a deep breath before his eyes became laser-focused. I will confirm this from my side, Quinn spoke. I am not the heir of Slytherin, and I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. I have no relation to the incidents happening. Plus, if I was the heir of Slytherin, he smirked and slackly pointed at the two girls. You two would be dead by now. Ivy and Hermione felt a chill go down their spines as they thought about the scenario. Quinn had stunned them without breaking a sweat, and if he was the heir of Slytherin, they might not have woken up. If we don't return, you would be in big trouble, Ivy tried to bluff in case Quinn tried something. I have told Harry and Ron that we would be coming here, and if we don't return, they would know where to find us. The bluff didn't even stand up for a single second. No, they don't. Given Harry Potter's and Ronald Weasley's personalities, they would have been jumped me by now. Ivy's lips twitched at the swift reply. I will tell you the thoughts which are in my head right now. Right now, nothing will give me more satisfaction to throw you guys to the wolves and see them chew you out. Believe me, it will make me very, very happy. Red flashed momentarily before the yellow came back. But, that won't do me any good in the long term, and I really like the long-term game. So, I'm going to do you both a favor. He interlocked his fingers and spoke to Ivy. Miss Potter, I will offer the same deal as before. I am willing to forget this slight behavior action of yours if you owe me big time. He glanced at Hermione and added, the same goes for you, Ms. Granger. He turned back to Ivy and continued, before this, I wasn't going to make you do anything uncomfortable when I cash in what you owe me, but this time. Ivy suddenly felt nervous at Quinn's words. With what you just did, be ready for being forced into some really uncomfortable situations in the future because I will not hold back. And, don't even think about getting out of this anytime soon because you messed up big time. Quinn looked at the two and spoke. So, what is your decision? Just know that if you accept now and refuse responsibility later, I would make your lives miserable. He paused for effect before speaking. And, I assure you, you will regret every moment, so think carefully. You can accept my proposition and get a chance to escape the consequences of your actions, or you can go down now as I involve the professors and really stack the cards against you. And even if somehow you got away with a slap on your wrist, I will start a campaign to ruin your reputation among the students. When Quinn was done speaking, he raised the fake wand for the first time since entering the office and waved it so that the two chairs of his captives were close to each other. Quinn was allowing them to have a private conversation by whispering to each other. But he did sneakily send a probe into Hermione's unprotected mind to monitor her thoughts. The thoughts and emotions were pretty standard ones like fear, nervousness, unwillingness, and some hopelessness. But added to that was the quick-thinking nature of Hermione Granger. She was thinking about the pro and cons of the situation, and Quinn was happy to see that she considered taking the deal would be better than to let it go to the professors. After a minute of muffled conversation, Ivy spoke up with unwillingness apparent in his voice. We accept. The answer was brief as she didn't want to speak anything else to Quinn. Quinn nodded and pointed his wand at the broken workshop door. Are you sure? Because the second I repair the door, the deal would be set in stone. The second I release the spell, you both would be under my debt. I will not listen to words like we changed our minds, and if I did hear those words, then the response would be welcome to hell, and I hope you hate your stay. Hermione nodded with a defeated sigh. Yes, we agree. Good, said Quinn as he waved his wand and spoke the incantation. The broken part of the door floated back to the main body, and all three people saw the door repair itself back to its form before it was brutally smashed. The deal is set, smiled Quinn, feeling good about increasing his influence upon the brains of the Golden Squad. Hermione and Ivy looked down at their bodies and watched the ropes loosen before vanishing into the nothingness. You guys are free to go, and please take your wands, said Quinn, once again feeling some mental exhaustion, plus his throat was a little sore. Ivy carefully extended her hand and took hold of hers and Hermione's wand before handing her friend her wand. The two girls looked up before they stood up, ready to leave. As Ivy turned around, she had a random thought and recalled Quinn's words the first time she had come here. Information is always available at the right price. She didn't know what possessed, but she turned back and bluntly asked. What can you tell me about the Slytherin's monster and Chamber of Secrets? Hermione was about to say something, but Ivy clasped her hand to stop her from talking. Quinn made a face and said, didn't we just go through this whole farce? I am not the heir of Slithe Dash. Ivy cut him by asking, I am asking for information about it. She took a breath before saying. I am employing your services. I am willing to pay. Quinn would be lying if he said that this didn't surprise him. He wasn't expecting this question from Ivy at this moment, and he let it show on his face. If Ivy wasn't completely serious, she would have felt the triumph of surprising Quinn, but right now, she wanted an answer. A vain violet flashed, and Quinn decided to go for it, showing that he indeed knew everything. He stared at the redhead girl before saying, give me a minute. He stood up, entered his workshop, and returned with a sheet of paper in his hand. He put the sheet of paper upside down on his office table and gestured them to sit. When the girls sat down, Quinn spoke up, the price for this information is simple. I want you to get me the Marauders map. Ivy's eyes widened when she heard the word marauder came out of Quinn's mouth. Quinn caught the look of recognition in Ivy's expression. You know about them, they are related to you. Yes, Ivy nodded. But, I have no idea what is the Marauder's map. It didn't surprise Quinn that she didn't know about it. The original map was confiscated from the creators years ago. It wasn't exaggerating to say they thought it didn't survive. A/N, too. You will find it with the Weasley twins, informed Quinn. Get it to me before the end of this year. Do you agree? Ivy thought about it before agreeing. I will get it for you. Good, Quinn smiled. Remember, it is the Marauder's map. He opened a drawer in his table and took out a parchment roll, a pot of ink, and a quill. Copy the content in your handwriting. You aren't to tell anyone that you got the information from me, said Quinn. He didn't want any physical connecting it to him. I have written the sources of everything I am giving you. You can find everything in the Hogwarts library. So, nothing comes back to me. Ivy nodded before hurriedly flipping the paper and reading the contents with Hermione. The girls were shocked to see the answer. Basilisk. Aha, spoke Quinn. Salazar Slytherin was a Parseltongue, so I made an assumption that it would be a serpentine creature. Did a little digging, and the basilisk was sitting right there. Plus, all the roosters are dead. Hermione frowned and read the contents. Basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. The students who were targeted aren't dead. None of them saw the basilisk's eyes directly, explained Quinn. Mrs. Norris, the cat, had a puddle of water near where we found it. Colin Creevey saw it through the viewfinder of his camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick's ghost body, and the ghost can't die because he is already dead. And, finally, Susanna Heselden, the latest victim, saw it in the bathroom mirror. So, even though they didn't die, everyone still got petrified. Quinn ominously smiled. So, when you go out, remember to look around the bends through mirrors because petrification is much better than death. Ivy and Hermione felt cold go down their bodies at the words and that scary smile. As Ivy started to write everything down, Hermione asked, "What about the Chamber of Secrets?" Quinn glanced at her and said, "You would have to ask Moaning Myrtle about it. Just ask how she died and lead from there." Quinn had actually talked to the dead girl, so the information really came from her, and it covered him from all bases. After the girls were done with copying the contents, they stood up and proceeding to leave. No goodbyes or even looks were exchanged. The two parties weren't on friendly terms after what happened in the room. When the two girls walked to the door, Quinn waved his finger and made some slight changes. The Gryffindor girls closed the door behind them, and when Ivy looked back at the door, she saw a plaque with the 773H written on it. Ivy frowned as the plaque wasn't there when they entered. Hermione, was this here before? Hermione turned her attention from the paper, thinking that she needed to conjure some mirrors to look around the corners. She looked at the plaque, and it immediately understood the wording. "Read it backward and upside down," said Hermione. Ivy tilted her head and thought about the wording backward and upside down. Hell, she spoke. It was just like their experience just now. It was hell for them, and they only escaped from it by making a deal with the devil. Inside the office, Quinn smiled as if he could see through the door and stare at the two lambs, who just lost their souls to the devil. Chapter 63, Into the Chamber of Secrets. Quinn stayed in his office for a while after Hermione and Ivy left his office, thinking about what had happened in the last few minutes. At first, Quinn was dead set on getting them into trouble. The only motive in his mind was to catch them, force them to reveal what they were doing, and then throw them to the professors. He was ready to throw his family's weight around if Dumbledore tried to pull some favoritism bullshit. But, as he talked to them and Ivy Potter told him she suspected him of being the heir of Slytherin, it stunned Quinn, shocked at the idiocy, and while it didn't extinguish his anger, it did lower it to a level where he didn't want them to get into trouble. So, he decided to suck Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger into the quagmire of debt. He gave them an option to do whatever the hell he wanted from them, with no questions asked. It was always good to have favors saved in the bank for later use. But, the thing that happened next was the most surprising. Ivy Potter asked him for information. It dazed him for a moment. Typically, he wouldn't have given that type of information, but something in him wanted to impress, so he dished out the information. Now that he sat, Ivy Potter's actions impressed. She was resourceful and quick to act, and if forced to admit, quite daring. The last thing at the door was just theatrics to solidify an impression. And a way of warning them not to try something that they would regret. His payment for the information was to get the Marauder's map. He could have gotten the map by himself, but he felt it would be less work for him if he outsourced the acquisition of the map to someone familiar with the current owners. As for what he wanted from the map, he just wanted to check something out, and then the map would be returned back. His recon was better than the Marauder's map. He had no desire to possess the Marauder's map. "All right, let's leave," muttered Quinn, stood up, and after giving the office one last look, Quinn exited the office, looking in behind him, resetting the sensory ward on the door. Quinn had a free hour, so he decided to walk to the kitchen and grab something to eat. He was hungry after all the shouting he did. Quinn walked down the grand staircase and was on a moving staircase climbing down. As he was halfway through the staircase, he saw a fifth-year Slytherin student also coming up the stairs from the ground floor. Terrence Higgins, identified Quinn as he looked at the older student. It made him wonder what Terrence Higgins was doing here, but he had just crossed the entrance to the grand staircase, so Quinn assumed the Slytherin was going there. Ravenclaw and Slytherin met eyes while they were on their respective staircase. Quinn saw an apathetic look from the Slytherin, and Terrence saw the same expression from the Ravenclaw. The two climbed up/down their sets of stairs without a single word to each other. The two did glance at each other from the corner of their eyes. Quinn paused his steps, and he didn't know why, but Terrence Higgins attracted his attention. He turned back to look at the Slytherin student and saw that Terrence was also staring back at him. The two stared at each other, none of the two blinked or removing their eyes from each other, and maintained firm eye contact. Terrence Higgins seemed satisfied with the stare down, turned back, and walked away from Quinn. Quinn's eyes lingered on the Slytherin for a moment longer before he similarly turned away and walked away. Terrence Higgins, thought Quinn. He seemed interesting. Scene break. After having a hearty meal, Quinn neared the Ravenclaw common room. His belly was full and happy, and with a soft smile on his face, he reached near the common room and caught the sight of a prefect standing near the corridor which led to the entrance. Quinn wasn't going to greet the prefect and just walk into the common room, but the prefect called out to him. "West," the prefect called, "there is an emergency curfew until further notice. Professor Flitwick said that no one is to remain outside." Quinn's legs stopped and turned towards the prefect. "Oh? Why is that?" "The Slytherin's monster struck again," he explained. "They found Hermione Granger petrified near the library, and Ivy Potter is missing." She leaned in and whispered, "The heir of Slytherin left another message, right underneath the first one." There was a pause before she spoke the message, "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." The gears in Quinn's mind moved at a rapid speed as he connected the dots. They must have gone to the library to verify the information. Quinn had given references, so it wasn't a wild assumption. And the heir of Slytherin attacked. Quinn looked at the prefect and nodded, "Thanks for the hard work. I will go to the common room right away." The prefect nodded, and Quinn left, but the moment the prefect turned her back, Quinn disappeared out of sight. Quinn, who made himself invisible and silenced his footsteps, looked at the prefect and cast magic. The Ravenclaw prefect was on the guard/guide duty, saw a rubber ball bounce in front of her, and it bounced away to a bend. She furrowed her brows and walked to the bend in the corridor, but when she looked, the ball wasn't anywhere to be seen. She felt something, causing her to turn back. The result was the same, and there was nothing to be seen. And for Quinn, he was already far away from the prefect and was walking towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The magic he used on the prefect was illusion magic. The rubber ball was an auditory and visual illusion to draw the prefect away from the direction he was going. And the slight presence near her back was just a tactile sensation of wind brushing against to make her look towards the common room so she wouldn't notice the invisible Quinn as he was slightly noticeable while walking. Scene break. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was a second-floor girls' lavatory. It was situated right above the Great Hall. Myrtle Warren's death had caused the restroom to be placed out of order, not functioning as a typical restroom since the tragedy. When Quinn entered the lavatory, still invisible and the sound of his clothes and shoes silenced, his eyes shined when he saw the vast hole in one stall. He is already in, thought Quinn. By he, Quinn meant Harry Potter, as he was sure that Voldemort would know more about the chamber and would close the tunnel down. The invisible boy wasted no time and jumped right into the pipe tunnel. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as broad as his, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, and knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. Quinn held himself back from screaming out of part excitement and part fear at the sheer length of the slide ride. The second Quinn exited the tunnel, he came across a nervously fidgeting Ron Weasley in his spot. The redhead Weasley was repeatedly glancing at the path going inside. Seeing that, Quinn frowned and immediately sent a mental probe into Ron's mind and found why he was standing here. The gist of the situation from Ron's mind was that they found the information on Hermione just like the canon. Harry, just like the canon, figured out the location, and he did it in almost instantly. This Harry Potter is smarter, Quinn remarked in his mind. But the part different from canon was that Harry and Ron came down here alone, without Lockhart or any professor at all. He might be smarter, but coming here alone was dumb. Quinn didn't even think that he, too, had come here alone with no assistance. Harry had told Ron to wait here and if he didn't return in an hour, go and call someone. Ron had tried to refuse and accompany him, but Harry had convinced his best mate to stay here. Quinn moved along, leaving behind Ron Weasley, who didn't know that someone had passed by without him knowing. After walking on the path, Quinn reached a bend, and when he turned on it, he saw a solid wall with a circular hole in it. All right, this is it, thought Quinn and just stood there. He stood near the circular hole and tried to listen to any noise coming from inside. Quinn had no intention to go inside till he got some confirmation that it was safe to go inside. Harry Potter might have survived the basilisk without any counter to the basilisk's death gaze, but Quinn West wasn't taking any chances. After a while and a few rumbles and tremors, Quinn finally heard a yell. No. Quinn heard from who he thought was Riddle screaming. Leave the bird. Leave the bird. The boy is behind you. You can still smell him. Kill him. All right, that is the cue, Quinn whispered as he just heard Riddle scream at the basilisk to find Harry by smell, which meant that the basilisk was blind. Good riddance to the death glare. Walking inside, Quinn saw towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents' rows to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. After crossing the hallway slowly, taking his time, not hurrying at all, cruising along the path as he heard more shouts and some phoenix singing, he finally saw the giant face statue, the mouth open. He would have spent time just watching the face statue, but his eyes were stuck on the enormous green-scaled body of the basilisk. As Quinn walked closer, he saw Harry Potter half-sitting, supporting his body with the stone wall behind. But Harry Potter was unconscious. Fawkes the Phoenix cried some tears on Harry Potter's wounds. You're dead, Harry Potter, said Riddle's spectre. Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. Do you see what he's doing, Potter? He's crying. He ignored the spectre for a second and paid attention to Harry Potter. He could see the pained expression on Harry's face ease, but the boy who lived was still unconscious. Fawkes stopped crying, and then there was a bright flash of fire, and the majestic turkey bird turned into ash. Burning day, exclaimed Quinn. From the ashes, a baby phoenix poked its head out. The newly born bird, who was really ugly, and looked like a decrepit-looking, half-plucked turkey, glared at the spectre of Tom Riddle with its young eyes. Burning Day was the name of the day in which a phoenix burst into flame and was reborn from the ashes. What a sucky timing, Quinn shook his head. This event was different from the canon, as Fawkes' Burning Day was much before the current day. I am impressed that you managed to kill the basilisk with the help of the dumb bird. I wasn't expecting to lose the basilisk today, Riddle's spectre smirked and chuckled as he looked at the unconscious body of Harry Potter. But it doesn't matter. In a few minutes, I will return to this world of the living. It is a pity that even with the phoenix's tears, you won't be able to leave here alive. He turned to look at the face statue of Salazar Slytherin. I will make my ancestor proud and return the name of Slytherin back to its intended glory. And it will start with the sacrifice of the boy who lived and his sister. My future self somehow died by his hand, and today I will take revenge. The spectre looked back to the body of Harry Potter, intending to finish the boy, but his brows furrowed when he saw a stone dome over the place where the diminutive phoenix sat. It is really a pity, Spectre Tom heard a voice from his back. He turned back to see a boy standing as he looked down at his host and the petrified body of Ivy Potter. You came really close to coming back to life, you know. Really close. Spectre Tom Riddle clutched Harry Potter's wand in his hand, the wand which was the sister to his own. You. He peered at the boy. You are Quinn West. He knew about the boy, the so-called smartest of his age. And the owner of the weird consultation of his in Hogwarts. Quinn looked down at the host of Tom Riddle's diary Horcrux. Terence Higgins, Quinn spoke. So, I found Tom Riddle possessing you interesting and not the guy itself. I didn't see that coming. Quinn looked at the specter that was a soul split molded into Horcrux. Spectre Riddle saw Quinn raise his hand towards him, and the next second he found the wand flying from his hand into the air before it paused for a second in the air and rushed into Quinn's hand. Wandless magic, Spectre Riddle exclaimed at the magic. Yup, Quinn smiled as he fiddled with the wand. I am pretty good at it. Why am I being modest? You are going to be dead shortly. I am really good at it. Me, dead, Spectre Riddle laughed, but his eyes were eyeing Quinn critically. The boy had come out of nowhere and had just taken the wand from him. Of course, he replied as he moved towards the basilisk head while putting gloves on his hands. A Horcrux doesn't mean immortality, you know. Spectre Riddle's eyes sharply narrowed as he growled, How did you know? Quinn smirked as he put his hand on one of the basilisk fangs and pulled it out in one fell swoop. You have been here for the entire year, Quinn said as he appraised the venomous fang. So, you must have heard about my consultation service. I am an information dealer, so of course, I know what is happening in my territory. Spectre Riddle started to feel nervous as he saw the boy move towards his diary/container with the fang in his hand. What are you doing? Scepter Tom yelled and followed after Quinn, Answer me. Do you know that basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes? It is quite ironic, you know, basilisk and Horcruxes were Herpo the Foul's creations. He stood on top of the diary Horcrux and grinned towards the Horcrux projection. He created magic that wouldn't allow him to die, but at the same time, he created something that could destroy said magic. The projection glared at Quinn, and immediately Quinn felt a mental attack hit against his shields. Red, violet, and green hues switched on Quinn's nape before settling on the green. He pursed his lips before smiling. It won't work, that mental attack. I have shields powerful enough to deflect the attack. But, I have to say, you are better than me at legilimency. I can't induce mental pain with mental attacks yet. I haven't reached that far yet. Spectre Riddle didn't speak and shot out a scarlet jet of magic towards Quinn, but it met an invisible shield before it could reach Quinn. It is useless, Quinn's soft voice reached the spectre. You aren't my match without a wand, and even if you had a wand, I still would have crushed you. A farewell smile graced Quinn's lips as he spoke, so, Tom Riddle, or as you like to be called, Lord Voldemort, it is a farewell. Goodbye. All the while, Spectre Riddle kept shooting low-level spells at Quinn, but Quinn's shield defended against them without taking a major load. Quinn seized the basilisk fang and plunged it straight into the heart of the book. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Quinn's gloved hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then the spectre was gone. Silence except for the steady drip of ink still oozing from the diary. The basilisk venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. Then came a faint moan from the end of the chamber. Quinn looked up to see Terence Higgins stirring up and immediately sent a stunning charm towards the waking up Slytherin, knocking him out. Quinn didn't want anyone else to see him here. I have to move quickly, murmured Quinn and hurried towards the basilisk and took out 6 vials from his robes, and with a twitch of magic, the vials expanded into their original size. The original vials had quite a large volume. One by one, the beaker vials were placed below the fangs. Quinn focused his magic on the muscle that released the venom from the secondary venom ducts in the fangs and exerted a lot of magic to milk out the basilisk venom. He completely filled the 6 big beaker vials with venom, and Quinn was sure that there still was a lot of basilisk venom in the venom sac. Hot damn, Quinn expressed his admiration. Basilisk body sure is magic resistance. Even the inside is quite tough. He had forced a lot of magic on the muscles that pushed the venom out of the fangs. After retrieving the lids for the special beakers, Quinn transmuted the caps on the beaker vials to create 6 closed cylinders. His eyes flashed with delight as he saw the 6 full vials, yellow briefly flashing on his nape. This is more than enough, nodded Quinn. He currently had no plans for the venom other than to use it to destroy the Horcruxes. Even one of these vials was way too much for destroying all the remaining Horcruxes. Quinn stared at the basilisk's smelly mouth. A yellow flashed on his nape, and he broke a dozen fangs from the basilisk, eyeing the fangs with a captivated look. The fangs were wrapped into thick bundles of cloth and then pocketed into Quinn's robes. Looking around, Quinn took in the scene and smiled. Not bad for a day's work. Not bad at all. His eyes saw the petrified ivy potter and muttered, "You better come back to normal. I want that payment paid to me this year." Quinn turned invisible and walked away from the ordeal without looking back, not forgetting to vanish the stone dome from over the ugly baby bird. If he wasn't in stealth mode, Quinn would have hummed a song in joy. Chapter 64, Descent into Madness. The day after Quinn went into the Chamber of Secret and killed the first Tom Riddle/Voldemort's Horcrux, Quinn was sitting in his office, cleaning his tools and other things in his office. Diary Horcrux of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle was destroyed when Quinn stabbed it with basilisk venom while making small talk with the soul split tied into the Horcrux. From that entire ordeal, Quinn took his payment for doing the job. The fee was in the form of liters of basilisk venom and a dozen fangs from the basilisk. Last night, he also made sure that the 4 students out of the Chamber of Secrets by checking their location status on recon. And as he expected, 3 out of the 4 people were in the hospital wing. The 3 being petrified Ivy Potter, basilisk-bit Harry Potter, and Horcrux-possessed Terrence Higgs. Ronald Weasley, who was untouched from the Chamber of Secrets, was back in the Gryffindor dorm, sleeping at night in his own dorm bed. Quinn, who was the invisible participant, was able to enter and exit the Chamber of Secrets without being detected. Reaped some benefits and slew a part of the Dark Lord Voldemort. There was nothing in the entire ordeal that was detrimental to Quinn. The owner of the AID consultation service sat in his workshop, doing spring cleaning of his various tools and utensils in the workshop. It was a good day, followed by a fruitful day. As Quinn worked away in silence, there was a knock on his door, followed by the door chime ringing with the door opening. Quinn set down equipment in his hand on the table and walked to the office to meet the client. Waiting for him in the office was Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' current Defense Against Dark Arts professor. "Ah, good afternoon, Professor," Quinn greeted as he sat behind the table and gestured Lockhart to take a seat. "How may I help you, Professor?" To Quinn, Lockhart was a cash cow he had milked throughout the year, and if that cash cow walked to his doorstep, he won't reject it and welcome it in pleasantly because of its services. Plus, Lockhart had signed an all-year pass to the restricted section of the library, so Lockhart, who Quinn previously considered as an annoying bug, was now his golden egg-laying goose. "Quinn, just the student I was hoping to see," said Lockhart, his every motion brimming with theatrics. He sat down and put on that blinding, million-watt smile. "I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you." "Of course, Professor, do tell," smiled Quinn, being polite to the men who had brought him close to his goal of filling a tub with sickles. The men had single-handedly given Quinn the asset, which allowed Quinn to complete 90% of his aim. According to his estimates, he would reach the target by the end of the school year. "Quinn, I want to talk to you about the fan club," said Lockhart, opening the conversation. "Professor, I am sure that you would be able to gain more by talking to the managers of your club," Quinn put on an apologetic smile. "I am not involved in the daily activities of the fan club." "I am not talking about the club," Lockhart shook his head and explained. "I am talking about the merchandise sold in the club." Quinn's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands in excitement. "Professor, do you have a new product idea?" Quinn took out a sheet of paper and uncapped his pen, ready to take notes. "Do tell." He wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by. "Yes, I am talking about the products you sell. But I am not here to tell you about a new product." Quinn's shoulders slumped as he capped his pen and put it down on the table. His initial excitement, deflating in an instant. "So, what is it do you want to talk about, Professor?" Lockhart cleared his throat and spoke. "Those merchandises that you have been selling through the club are all based on me." Lockhart puffed his chest and bragged. "Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. So, it is normal that you should divide the profits with me." Lockhart's voice was filled with confidence. He spoke like the thing he was saying was obvious. "How about we split up the profits 90-10? Of course, 90 to me and 10 to you." Lockhart looked down on Quinn as he spoke. "Your products only sold because of my reputation. Without me, no one would buy things from a child. Lockhart looked at Quinn as an easy-to-push-around child who would buckle under his words. Quinn tilted his head in confusion, putting on an expression of confusion. All the previous politeness from him draining from his face and eyes. "What are you talking about, Professor?" Quinn opened a drawer on his table and took out a sheet of parchment. "This is not what we discussed." Quinn slid the parchment towards Lockhart so that he could read it. "This document clearly states that you relinquish all earnings of my sales. The profits from anything I sell will go to me and not to you." Lockhart's eyes popped when he saw the signature on the page while Quinn talked. "This," stuttered Lockhart as he looked up from the document. "I have no recollection of this. I don't remember signing this." "I don't know what to say, Professor," said Quinn, putting on an oblivious expression. "You were the one to sign it, it is your sign. You can even have it checked for magic forgery. With this document, you have no right to ask me for even a single canute of what I made from selling the products even though they are based on you." Quinn intertwined his fingers and finished, "Sorry, Professor, but I can't help you in this matter. You are already signed over the rights to me." It stunned Lockhart into silence, which was a lot to say because the man rarely stopped talking. He just kept staring at the document in front of him. "Does anyone else know about this?" asked Lockhart, staring at the document, "and, do you have a copy of this? I want one so that I have a copy. This is a private venture, Professor. I, alone, handle the production and supply of the merchandise." Quinn took the document which Lockhart placed on the table and said, "This is the original. I will make a permanent copy and bring it out to you just in a minute." Lockhart's eyes shined as he immediately took out his wand and pointed it at Quinn. "Then it is settled. I will do you a favor and erase the memory of this document from your mind, and then you will give me the money you made from the sales. Previously, I was going to give you a 10% share, but now, I am going to cut that in half, and you will only get 5%. Lockhart loudly laughed as he watched Quinn. "You might not know this, but the memory charm is my premier skill. It is my bread and butter, as to speak. I built myself on this charm, so don't worry about accidents because I am really good at it." The memory charm, Obliviate, also known as the forgetfulness charm, was a charm used to erase specific memories from an individual's mind. I focused my considerable talents solely on the memory charm until I perfected it, making it the only spell I can perform without fail. Lockhart eyed Quinn with delight in his eyes. "In my pursuit of fame and glory, I utilized the charm extensively on people who performed heroic feats after interviewing them on every detail of their works, so they would not go babbling while I take their credits in the form of my books." He smiled appreciatively at Quinn and spoke, "I am planning to leave Hogwarts tomorrow. This school has dangers lurking in every corner. The monster of Slytherin is still on the loose, and it struck again yesterday. I have to leave this place before it gets to me." No one had told Lockhart that the monster of Slytherin was already taken care of, and the school was safe from further petrification. The fraud author still believed that the horror was still roaming in the castle. "The money I get from you will be more than enough for another expedition to a foreign land to interview another fellow and do research on my EXT book." He pointed his wand at Quinn, ready to cast the charm, and grinned. "Maybe I will thank you in my next books for your help. Not that you will remember it." Quinn stood in his place looking at Lockhart with an expression that showed no fear, horror, or any negative emotion and conversely portrayed boredom. His face screamed, "Why did I expect anything else?" through the expression. He glanced at Lockhart's wand, and the next moment Lockhart's hand was forced open as the wand shot out his hand into Quinn's grasp. "And here I thought you escaped your original fate yesterday," a sigh escaped Quinn. He looked up at the shocked fraud in front of him and spoke. "That is the problems with villains. They spend too much time explaining their plans. You should have straight out erased my memories without the monologue. Not that it would have worked." An alternating yellow and red flashed on Quinn's nape as he used magic, and Lockhart's knees buckled. The blonde pompous fraud fell onto the chair that Quinn expertly positioned just underneath him. Lockhart looked down at his hands and watched as ropes slithered around his hands, legs, and torso. "I accept I didn't use honorable means to get you to sign the document," said Quinn as he walked towards Lockhart. "But neither did you. All your works are based on lies and deceit. So, in this case, I like to think of myself as a thief stealing from a thief. Plus, it is not my fault that people believe in the silly books that you wrote." Putting his hands on Lockhart's shoulder, Quinn leaned in and whispered, "The attempt to erase my memories was a mistake because it got me furious. But the bigger mistake was to try and take my money from me. My family is exceedingly rich, richest in magical Britain. I don't need to care about money as I can use all I want, and I would have more if I ask for it. I don't need to work a single day in my life, and I won't ever run out of riches. He chuckled before continuing. But, there is something special about the money I earned myself. This money results from my hard work and cunning to hoodwink you and then draft interesting products that the students would buy. Lockhart winced when he felt Quinn's grip tighten on his shoulders. You, trying to get your hands on that money, is unacceptable to me. It isn't something I can forgive even though you were a sizable reason that I was able to earn a lot of it. Lockhart heard a throaty chuckle in his ear as Quinn spoke. So, a punishment is in order. Quinn removed his hand from Lockhart's shoulder and stood up straight as he placed his hand on Lockhart's head and swirled it around. You said memory charm is your best charm, correct? So I think it will be fitting that I perform my first memory charm on you. And no, please forgive me, Lockhart stuttered as he begged Quinn to let him go. You can keep the money. I promise I won't come here ever again. Please, let me go. Tut, said Quinn as he shook Lockhart's head from side to side. Too late, I can't let you go anymore. Quinn grinned, and signs of mania were evident in his expression. And no. Please let me go. Magic stimulated in Quinn's magical core as the memory charm got activated. I will erase everything about your job from your memory. Your only accomplishment in your life will be gone, smirked Quinn. He was going to erase knowledge about Lockhart's travel, the people he interviewed, how Lockhart's obliviated them to steal the credit, or that he was an author from Lockhart's memory. But then something happened. A curse triggered inside Hogwarts. An esoteric and abstruse curse placed on defense against dark arts teaching position activated. On the day Tom Marvolo Riddle/Voldemort got turned down the defense against dark arts teaching position by Dumbledore a few years later, he placed a curse on the defense against dark arts position. The curse ensures that no defense against dark arts professor would stay for longer than a year. The curse slightly gave a nudge to Quinn's mind, which was already under the influence of another magic. A smirk so broad that it split Quinn's face appeared as he laughed. Screw it, let's go the canon way. Which we know is all the way. Quinn's magic entered Lockhart's mind, rampaging inside it and erasing everything that made Gilderoy Lockhart, well, Gilderoy Lockhart. In a few seconds, the magic settled, and Quinn removed his hand, and Lockhart's head slumped forward. Quinn frowned and walked to Lockhart's front and lifted the newly obliviated man's head with his chin. Lockhart. Quinn called out. Quinn slapped the man on his cheeks, trying to wake him up. But the only response was some groaning. All right, everything is fine, Quinn beamed, and ropes over ropes covered Lockhart and propped him straight up on his feet. Let's go, Mr. Lockhart, Quinn smiled. Let's get you to your office. I know you will be more comfortable there. Lockhart's body floated up and turned, so it was horizontal to the ground. Another look from Quinn and Lockhart with ropes turned invisible. The boy hummed a happy tune as he skipped his way to Lockhart's office. On his nape, 7 colors oscillated, shining with deep shades, giving the impression of deep entrenchment. Chapter 65, Madness, Chaos, and Silence. Nights at Hogwarts were quiet with comfortable yet eerie silence. Students comfortably slept in their dorms, teachers who were off duty either went out to Hogsmeade to enjoy some nightlife or stayed in for a quiet day. House elves performed tasks in the cover of the night. Portraits also went to sleep in their frames, emulating human behavior. Ghosts who were awake and couldn't sleep were few in numbers to bring life to the castle. In that quiet castle, a boy could be seen dancing in the Hogwarts castle as he moved in the corridors. He was doing nothing but taking a walk in the silent castle, feeling the cool breeze caress his skin. Today had been another good day in series of good days for him. Gilderoy Lockhart, the fraud, the person who had tried to wrong him by trying to erase his memories and take his memory, was stripped of his position as the professor of defense against dark arts. The official reason was that Gilderoy Lockhart had become sick and was quitting his job because of health reasons. But he knew better. Anyway, Gilderoy Lockhart had quit his job, and to soften the blow for his numerous fans, he had announced a sale for the next week, dubbing it the Get Well Soon Sale Week. The Lockhart goods were being sold at never-before-seen prices just so that his fans could show their support in the time of need. Even in his absence, Gilderoy Lockhart was giving him profits. A pity that he had to go. While he was dancing in the corridors, Recon, his trusty map, was floating in front of him, diligently doing its job to show who was present around him. His walks in the night were a private affair, and he preferred them to remain that way. With no people, elves, ghosts in his sight. He would occasionally look at the map, changing his direction if he was moving towards someone or they were moving towards him. It was polite to give people their space. And while they didn't know that he was here, he did know that others were around, so it was only normal to get out of their way so that both he and the other party could enjoy their peaceful night. When he looked at the map, he found someone ahead in his path. It was a blue dot, meaning that the other party was a student. A rare sight this late in the night. He was about to follow the usual protocol and avoid them, but the name tag with the blue dot caused him to still in his path. The map showed that Luna Lovegood was around the corner from him. This puzzled him greatly. Why was Luna here? She didn't stay up this late. It was past her bedtime, she had told him so. Worried about his friend, he moved towards the girl. Softly taking steps as he turned around the corner bend and saw her. She was standing there, at the side of the corner. Looking outside at the bright moon that was illuminating the velvety night sky. She looked like a fairy, admiring natural beauty in a way humans couldn't. But her appearance caused him to frown. She was wearing her Hogwarts robe. But there was nothing on her feet, barefoot were her soles. She looked fine, but that didn't say anything about why she was here so late in the night. So, after some contemplation, he called out. Luna. The younger girl had badgered him to call her by her first name, going as far as not responding to her family name. According to her, it was nice to hear Luna instead of Loony, like everybody had started to call her. The silvery blonde swirled her head towards the voice. There she saw him standing there, looking at her with a worried look on his face. Quinn, she said. Her feet moved, moving her body towards him. What are you doing here, Luna? Quinn, who saw Luna moving towards him, asked. It is past your bedtime. The blonde stopped in front of him and replied with questions of her own. What are you doing here? Why aren't you sleeping? Quinn's reply was a simple one. It is not my bedtime, so I am taking a walk. To Luna Lovegood, the answer was a fitting one. She got answers to both of her questions. So, tell me, young lady. Why are you here and not in your bed, sleeping? Asked Quinn. And, why aren't you wearing anything on your feet? Luna looked down at her feet, her toes moved in nervousness. She spoke softly. I was kicked out of the common room, and now I can't enter the common room. Quinn frowned at the answer. What do you mean you were kicked out of the common room? No person other than the faculty members could kick a student out of the house common room. And he was sure that Flitwick wouldn't kick a student out of the common room this late at night. Some seventh-year girls came to my dorm room and stunned me, Luna answered while clutching the ends of her robe. When I came to be, I only had this robe on me and was in the first-floor girls' lavatory. Quinn's blood went cold as he heard that. She narrated her story straightforwardly with no cracks in her voice, but he could see the signs she displayed. She hadn't looked at his face ever since she walked near him. Her hands had been clutching her robe so hard that her hands were white. When I went to the common room, I couldn't answer the riddle from the eagle, and no one came in or out of the common room, so I was locked out. And, why didn't you go to Professor Flitwick or any other professor? Quinn asked. He successfully hid the anger he was feeling. I don't know Professor Flitwick's bedtime, she answered. Her face still facing downwards. What if I woke him up from sleep? Quinn closed because of the anger he was feeling. His anger rose again because even though Luna's words sounded idiotic, Quinn knew that Luna was scared to even ask for help. She was just saying this to hide the real reason. Luna, he spoke to the young girl in front of her. When she didn't look up, he used her hands to cup her cheeks, lifting her head up to such that she was looking at him. You don't have to be scared to ask for help. You can go to any professor. Even if it is Professor Snape in the middle of the night. You can even knock on the headmaster's door, and it would be fine. Luna stared at Quinn as he spoke. And, you can come to me with any problems you have. He showed a comforting smile and spoke. You are my friend, and I always help my friends out. So, come to me anytime you want, and I would be waiting for you. Really, asked Luna. Her eyes stared at Quinn as if looking for something. Really? Luna's chin quivered a little. She released her robes from her hands and raised them to hug Quinn. Her thin arms grabbed onto Quinn tightly. Quinn, who was surprised for a moment, snapped out of it and hugged back. He could feel her silent sobs and gently stroked her back and let her cry it out. Luna didn't have any friends in Hogwarts. Her quirky personality didn't help her make friends. She was friends with Ginny Weasley, but the Gryffindor girl was in another house and busy with her new friends. The two couldn't meet as frequently as they did before Hogwarts, leaving Luna alone. Quinn was Luna's friend, but he had been too busy himself. Spending his time in the restricted section of library, room of requirements, or the AID office. He was rarely seen in the Ravenclaw common room. Luna would usually spend her time in the gardens exploring the greens by her lonesome. But she could only do it so much, and after that, any child would want someone to play with them. So, when Quinn heard that Luna could come to him anytime and that he was her friend, she broke down. When she woke up in the bathroom, she was scared and alone. It frightened her when she couldn't figure out the puzzle to go inside her common room. She was sure that she would have to spend the night out alone. Quinn waited for Luna to calm down before he spoke. "Are you feeling fine?" The girls in his arms nodded but didn't separate from him. "Good, now let's get you home," said Quinn. It was too late in the night, and it was time to sleep. Even Quinn was feeling sleepy. "It is late, and we should go sleep." Luna finally released him from her hug but grabbed the edge of his sleeve as if scared that Quinn would disappear if she let him go. The two walked in comfortable silence until they reached the common room entrance on the 5th floor. Quinn looked at the bronze eagle knocker and used it to knock on the door. Immediately the eagle spoke the entry riddle. "A container without hinges, lock, or a key. Yet a golden treasure lies inside me. What am I?" The answer from Quinn came immediately. "An egg." Luna, on the side, finally understood the riddle, and her eyes shone when she heard the answer. There was no answer from the eagle, but Quinn and Luna knew the answer was correct when the door opened, allowing them entry to the common room. The two Ravenclaws stepped inside. When the pair reached the stairs to the girls' dormitory, Quinn made Luna face him and looked her into the eye and asked, "Luna, tell me the names of the girls who stunned you." Luna's eyes widened before she shook her head, refusing to answer. "Luna, I can help," Quinn tried to explain. "We will go to Professor Flitwick together, and he will punish those girls. It will be fine." Luna still shook her head. She didn't want to go to the professor. Today terrified her, and she was afraid that if she complained, then the girls would do something terrible again. "All right," sighed Quinn. He tried, but Luna didn't speak a single word. "Now go up and sleep. I will be waiting for you here tomorrow morning. We will go to breakfast together, okay?" Luna showed a sleepy smile and nodded. "Good, now go sleep." "Good night, Luna." "Good night, Quinn." She gave Quinn one final hug before climbing the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Quinn waited for a while before all expression drained from his face. "Sorry, Luna." He apologized. "But, if you don't want to go to the professor's, then I would have to take this matter into my own hands." He already knew the identity of the girls who bullied Luna. He had pulled the knowledge when he looked into the eyes using legilimency. The thing was that the splash of red was present on Quinn's nape from the second Luna told him about what happened to her. It only deepened in color with time, and Quinn only hid the anger because Luna didn't need anger but comfort from him. "Maximum suffering," Quinn spoke in the empty common room. Scene break. The next few days, Quinn stalked the group of 3 7th-year Ravenclaw girls. From his observations, the 3 girls were high up in the Ravenclaw social hierarchy. The 3 were below average on the Ravenclaw exam grading scale, which meant they were above average in the Hogwarts exam grading scale. 2 of them had boyfriends, 3rd had broken up with hers 2 months ago. Not a useful piece of information. But information nevertheless. What Quinn did in the few days was to find their daily routine. Find their usual routes, timings, people they sit and stand with. When they were in the common room. Places they went to in their free time. He found things that would help him track them. This time around, Quinn didn't call in his favors to get some blackmail material because he wasn't looking to blackmail the girls. He was going to hurt them they did to Luna. Tit for tat was the theme. When Quinn thought that he had enough information and familiarity with their daily routine, he decided to strike. On the day he was planning to execute the plan, he went down inside his suitcase and retrieved an object that he would use against them. Quinn looked at the thing in his hand and smiled. Maximum suffering. He pocketed the thing and moved out. After spending the school day attending classes, he was finally free. So were the three girls. It was a Friday, and on Fridays, these three girls would go to one of the many secluded in Hogwarts with a bottle of fire whiskey and drink the fire-inducing booze, alone away from the eyes of anyone who could get them in trouble. Quinn chose this moment because the area they drank was secluded, and no one would be there to see Quinn or the girls. He could work without any witnesses, so no danger of him getting into trouble. The girls arrived in the secluded place full of boulders. Quinn waited behind an enormous boulder till they were settled down, and he was sure no one else was joining them. With his eyes on the girls, Quinn's hand went into his robes, and when it came out, he was holding something. He lifted his hand and pointed at the girls. His face had a savage grin on it. But then something happened, something clicked in Quinn's mind. Quinn looked at the object in his raised hand and stared at it. What, he thought. In his hand was the thing that he hadn't touched for more than 2.5 years, close to 3 years. He had not looked at it for the same amount of time. And, the last time he was near it was before the school year started, but other than that, Quinn had no contact with the object. So, imagine his surprise when he found the object in his hand that he wasn't willing to touch other than the situation where things were on the level of Fubar. This situation was nowhere near the level of Fubar, but Quinn still had it in his hand. This told him one thing. Just having the object in his hand eliminated all other possibilities and left one single possibility. Which was, that something was wrong with him. Why did he come to this conclusion? It was because Quinn was pointing a wand at the girls. Not his fake wand that he made before his first year. The wand in his hand was the real deal. The wand in his hand was an Ollivander piece. Made from the wood of an acacia tree. With a phoenix's feather as the core. 14 inches and rigid flexibility. It was indeed like the calm before the storm. Quinn stayed still for a moment. In that stillness, a clarity befell upon Quinn. A clarity that felt strange to Quinn because he hadn't felt like this in months. It was like something clogging the back of his head was cleaned, and all motors were running smoothly again. Instinctively Quinn dove into his mind, and the first memory that popped into his mind was when he dropped unconscious in the second vault. From there on out, Quinn introspected the entire school term, and it finally became clear what he had done. All the things he did, which he would usually steer clear of. His attitude towards things, slight changes in his personality, and substantially lowered inhibitions. Time passed as Quinn stood in his hiding spot. It was like a basilisk had petrified him as 3 girls he was going to target drank the booze, had a fun time, and left the place. Finally, Quinn reached the part where he obliviated into forgetting everything about his identity, and now, as he looked at the real wand in his hand, Quinn's heart started to beat quicker. What have I done? Quinn's tone was grave and remorseful. What was I going to do with those girls? There was a clear sound of glass shattering in Quinn's mind. The sudden sound startled him, and he turned towards his back. And while there was no one behind him, Quinn's magic moved on its own and froze the rocks behind him. He didn't mean to use ice magic to freeze the rocks. It just happened on its own. Then Quinn heard the sound of sizzling behind him, and turning, he saw that half a boulder had been turned into dust. What? Suddenly, Quinn's hands felt hot, and when he looked down, he saw veins of blood magic on his forearm. At this point, Quinn was experiencing a full-blown panic attack, and with those erratic feelings, the magic around started to become more and more unstable. More and more of the area froze and melted at the same time. Rocks transfigured and transmuted before everything turned into dust or exploded. Lacerations and deep gashes made from destructive and dark magic appeared on the rocks and boulders around him. With labored breathing and sweating from all over Quinn's body, he looked around as his vision blurred and his ears buzzed. SST-op, broken words came out of Quinn's mouth as he clutched his head and attempted to stop his magic from lashing out without his will. It took a while, but the magic stopped, leaving the horrid destruction around him. But the trouble wasn't over as Quinn stood up on his feet and immediately ran inside the castle. He was holding magic, but he was hanging on a thread, and the magic was pushing against his control, rampaging his body, threatening to break out. Quinn somehow got to the 7th floor. His entire journey to the 7th floor had been rough as some of his magic had leaked out, leaving patches of magical damage in his path. A strong room, a strong room, a strong room. Quinn desperately thought about wanting a strong room as he paced up and down to activate the room of requirement. When the door finally appeared, Quinn directly ran into the door, opening it with his body. He stumbled into the room of requirements, falling within a few unstable steps. A scream pierced the room as Quinn finally couldn't stop the bubbling magic inside him, and instantly, the surrounding room shook. Whips of fire, layers of ice, streaks of lightning, quaking floor, lacerations, and cracks appeared along the walls and floor. The room descended into pandemonium as Quinn's magic wreaked chaos in the room while the room of requirement fixed the damages continuously. After an unknown period, Quinn gained some semblance of control. Quinn once again tried to stop his magic, which wasn't following his will and order, but nothing worked. It lashed out without his lead. Quinn had no control over his rampaging magic. Any effort to direct his magic was met with failure. The rapid expulsion of magic started to hurt his body as Quinn felt like his veins were on fire. In that desperate time, an idea struck him, and he reached into his mind. He used the emotional aspect of occlumency to reach out to all his turbulent emotions, and at that moment, he cut all his connections to his emotions. He disconnected his emotions from his body, and instantly his face went blank. Next went the emotional connection to his mind, and everything he was feeling became distant and like a buzzing in his mind, annoying but manageable. Finally, Quinn cut the emotional connection to his magic. His wandless focus ability heavily depended on emotions and his will to perform magic. The lack of magical focus made Quinn's emotions and will crucial to his ability to cast magic. Now, without a single ounce of emotional connection from Quinn, the magic stopped. The room went silent as Quinn sat on his knees, his hands hanging loosely to his sides. There was not an expression on his face or a look in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and words came out in a monotone. I screwed up. I need help. Chapter 66, Grandfather and Grandson Talk. George West looked around the room he was in. It was a plain room that clearly been cleaned recently to make it presentable. Presentable to whom? His best and probably correct guess was for him. He owned the building of which the room was part. Actually, this building was owned by the West family business, and he was the owner of said business, so technically, he owned this building. Back to the room he was in, it had a single wooden table and 2 chairs, sitting opposite to each other on opposite sides of the table. On the table rested a pitcher of water with 2 glasses, courtesy of the manager of the small, West-financed ventures operated in the building. There was no decor on the walls, and the walls were painted in a simple white color that looked dull because of the time it had been since the room was given a coat of paint. Other than the table and the chairs, the room was bare. He got and walked to the window and looked outside the window. Through the glass, he could see the view of the all-wizard Hogsmeade village. People who lived in the settlement went on with their lives as George watched them from above. Not knowing that the richest man in the country was looking at them. George thought of the reason he was here. Quinn, his younger grandchild, had sent him a mail through the machine they were calling Magifax. The Magifax was a big hit in the offices of the West business. In the past year, Magifax was introduced to almost all of the West family offices and ventures. And as it was expected, the addition of the machines was a big hit everywhere. The memos were being sent faster than ever before. Just by employing the instantaneous feature of the Magifax, the business all around the world had gained major profits. The information was being exchanged much faster than their local competitors, that West business was faster and better at everything because they had more time to plan and act. George smiled when he thought about the profits that the Magifax brought them. Soon, the Magifax would be rolled out for all to buy and bring in more profits. His grandson, Quinn, didn't know it, but George had opened an account for him that would hold a part of the profit for every Magifax sold. His grandson didn't know it, but he was about to get very rich in the coming future. George walked back to his chair and sat down. He didn't know why Quinn had called him here at the Scrivenshaft's cool shop at Hogsmeade, but the letter said that he needed to get here as quickly as possible even if it meant to drop everything he was doing. George did what he was asked for and immediately replied that he would meet him the next day, and here he was, sitting in a room in Hogsmeade, waiting for his grandson to arrive. "But today isn't a Hogsmeade weekend," murmured George. He had asked the shop manager, and he was told that today, a Saturday, wasn't marked as a Hogsmeade weekend. I wonder how Quinn will get out of the castle. George didn't know that there were hidden passages to get in and out of the castle, and Quinn knew every one of them. He picked up a glass from the tray and placed it on the table, took out his wand, and cleaned it himself with magic before pouring himself a glass of water. Just as his glass was full, the door to the room opened. George looked up to see his grandson, Quinn, standing at the door. "Grandfather," greeted Quinn. George noticed the flat tone in which Quinn spoke and the slump in Quinn's shoulders, and the tiredness in his posture. "Quinn, you look." George greeted back but couldn't finish his sentence as there was something off about Quinn. George couldn't know what it was, but something about Quinn looked unnatural. Quinn sat down on the opposite chair and looked at George. When the eyes met each other, George's widened when the unnatural feeling disappeared, but what remained wasn't what George was expecting. George saw Quinn's face distort, and gone was the unnatural feeling, and what remained was heavy bags under Quinn's eyes and sickeningly pale skin. His tired face didn't have an expression on it. "Quinn!" George exclaimed in worry as he reached out his hands towards Quinn's face and held it against his cheek. "Oh my dear child, what happened to you?" Quinn stared at George with the same expressionless face he had on since the last 2 days and spoke monotonously. "I got into trouble. I am in big trouble and need help." George frowned in worry as he noticed the monotone in Quinn's voice and no expression. "Quinn, why are you using a clemency to hide your emotions?" After another stare, Quinn spoke. "Please, step back and keep your wand at ready." "What?" George was confused. Quinn's words didn't answer his question. His words only confused him more and caused more worry. "If you push your chair back and make some distance between us, I would be properly able to explain what is happening." The flat tone seemed to be the only tone that Quinn spoke in. "And, please keep your wand ready to protect yourself." He stared into George's eyes and asked, "Do you understand?" George observed Quinn with a critical eye before following his grandson's instruction. He pushed his chair away from the table and readied his wand to defend himself. "I am going to undo my clemency." Quinn's voice cracked a little. "Be ready." George didn't know what to expect, but what happened blew his mind. A pained expression appeared on Quinn's face. It was the first facial expression he had shown since entering the room. Then it all started. The walls of the room changed. Some of the patches of the wall turned into liquid and dripped. Spikes jetted out from other patches. Paint on the wall caught on fire, but at the same time, the walls became whiter than ever. George gripped his wand as he felt the room getting colder and colder, but when he looked up at the ceiling, it was on fire. The table shook violently before floating up in the air. Deep gashes and horrid laceration tortured the floor. George removed his eyes from the bizarreness around, looked at Quinn, and saw multicolored veins all over his face. The rampant magic stopped after 10 seconds, leaving a panting Quinn, who slowly went back to becoming expressionless within the following few seconds. The room, on the other hand, didn't go back to normal. It remained damaged from Quinn's magic. "Please do damage control," came Quinn's request in the same monotone. George didn't respond for several seconds and just stared at Quinn before he finally used magic to extinguish the fires, repairing the destroyed table and fixing the walls to a certain degree. The room didn't go back to before Quinn's magic bruised it, but it was much better than the mess when Quinn cut the emotional connection from his magic. "What happened?" George pulled his chair towards the table and put his hand on Quinn's hand, which was shivering. "What was that?" Quinn held George's hand. George felt the nervousness in the grip. "Then, I should start from the beginning." Quinn pulled his hand back and took out a wooden cuboid from his clothes, and placed it in the middle of the table. The cuboidal box had crude runes carved on its surface. "What is this?" Quinn stared at the box with a blank expression, but no one but him knew what was going inside his mind. "Inside that wooden block is my wand." George frowned as he asked, "Your wand?" He couldn't comprehend why Quinn would keep his wand in a wooden box. He wasn't expecting the answer that Quinn gave him. "Grandfather, I have only held my wand 2 times since the day I bought it." The first time was on the day we bought the day and the second time was before this week. Other than those 2 times, I haven't touched the wand with any part of my body. That doesn't make sense, George spoke, not believing what Quinn said because his situation didn't allow Quinn to leave his wand. Child, you are learning magic, you can't perform magic without a wand. Quinn's hands were palm face down on the table. He slightly raised his index finger on his right hand, and immediately George's wand expelled from his hand and twirled in the air before falling over the table. I don't need a wand to use magic. George looked at his wand on the table, which was snatched from his hands. He couldn't believe that an unarmed child had just disarmed him. Then came the story that explained to George what just happened. Grandfather, if you remember, I showed my first sign of magic when I was 4, there was a pause before Quinn continued again, when I fell from my room's window, and that triggered the accidental magic to save my life. George, of course, remembered the day. All the people had a scare followed by joy because of Quinn's fall. It was exactly 1 year after that I gained deliberate control over my magic. Quinn narrated the event where he first used magic. It was frustration-induced, accidental magic. I sent a rubber ball across the room. That allowed me to control my magic on smaller levels. Quinn remembered the days he would play with glass marbles and rubber balls. I moved small objects by using magic for an entire year before I got my hands on one of Leah's books. If Quinn didn't have a tight grasp on his occlumency, he would have smiled. From that day onwards, I learned about magic theory and how it worked. George recalled the days when Quinn would carry Leah's book with him all around the house. Then came the time when he left for the world tour. That was the start of my magical journey. Leah had given me books of my own as a gift, and I had you buy books from every country we visited. Unlike what everybody thought, I didn't buy them because I enjoyed reading, I bought them because I wanted to learn more about my magic. George's eyes widened at the revelation. He couldn't believe that his grandson had been doing wandless magic since he was 5 years old. I learned on that trip. To this day, I consider those years were the best time of my life. I traveled the world while learning magic. At that time, it was everything I wanted from my life. I never stopped practicing magic after that. Quinn stared at George's face and continued, I have over 8 years, closer to 9 years of experience with wandless magic. I can use magic without a focus with no problems. I don't even notice it anymore. Quinn stopped talking to let George absorb the information. After a while, George put up a question. Why didn't you use your wand after we bought it for you? Memories of the day he bought his wand passed through Quinn's mind. As I said, I had been using magic without a focus since I was 5 years old. That was 6 years of experience of wandless magic. By that time, I had a solid connection to my magic. But when I held the wand, what it did was try to divert the connection between me and my magic through the wand. Meaning that if I kept using my magic, then there would come the point where I would reach a point where I would have to use the wand as a link between me and my magic. Quinn did a robotic shrug as he explained, I didn't want my solid connection to my magic to wither away with time. But the wand made me feel so powerful. Just holding the wand in my hand increased my magical capabilities by several levels. I struggled with the temptation of the power it made me feel, so to escape it, I locked the wand in a woodblock and threw it in one of the rooms in my suitcase. George couldn't understand what Quinn was talking about as magic theory wasn't his forte. But, George did have another question for Quinn. Quinn, he looked at his grandson with a slightly hurt look on his face. Why did you think you needed something like this hidden from me or anyone in the family? Seeing the hurt look on George's face shook Quinn. He almost lost control over his occlumency. The look of vulnerability was not something he had seen on George's face. The older man always had a stern and stoic exterior. Quinn knew that George was a caring person, but the hurt expression on his face something Quinn had never seen before. There was a long pause before Quinn replied. I didn't tell anyone because I thought you would stop me from using magic. Quinn was grateful for the occlumency that kept his magic at bay because it made his voice sound absolutely flat with no emotion in it. If Quinn wasn't using occlumency right now, he wasn't sure if he would have been able to lie to George. It was a complete lie when Quinn said that he thought they would stop him from using magic. The real reason was something entirely different. The 5-year-old Quinn didn't consider the Wests as his family. He didn't trust them even a single bit. He didn't see George West as his grandfather, nor did he see Leah West as his sister. He was dropped in this world with no warning. He had suffered from a panic attack within minutes of coming to this world. Quinn found himself in an unfamiliar body and lived in a house with the original Quinn's family. At that point in time, they were complete strangers to him. And they weren't any strangers, who were family to the original owner of this body, who was now dead. He didn't dare to reveal that he could do magic without a magical focus because it scared him that they would somehow know that he wasn't their family and just somebody possessing their family member's body. If they ever found out, he was sure that he would be dead, with no one ever finding of his death. It was the reason why he acted as the perfect child so that they won't get suspicious. Quinn did what every child would do and behaved as a well-behaved child so that they won't have any reason to become suspicious. For the first 2 years, Quinn wore a permanent mask of a perfectly behaved child. A method actor, as he had once called himself. It was all an act to maintain his life in this world. It took time before Quinn learned to see them as his family. It took spending years with them to finally see them as his family. To finally look at George West as his grandfather, Leah West as his sister, Elliot Dalton and Miss Rosie as his all-but-in-blood family, and Polly as the dependable house elf who completed his family. It took time to finally consider himself as a genuine member of the West family and not some imposter. But by the time he finally accepted them, it was already had been years since he started practicing magic. He felt guilty for not telling them and decided to keep it a secret until he got a good chance to reveal that he could do magic without a wand. Losing control over his magic wasn't the lemon he imagined about, but it was the one that life gave him, so he made lemonade with it. There was a long silence between George and Quinn as they stared at each other. Neither of the two said a single word. "I am sorry," spoke Quinn. He apologized for being so late. "I am sorry for hiding it this long. I will not lie and say that it didn't hurt me to see that you thought I would stop you from doing something you so clearly loved," George spoke, his voice softer than Quinn had ever heard from the man. "But I am glad that you told me about this. And Quinn, I would say this, I would never ever stop you from doing what you love." "Thank you," said Quinn. "But, this still doesn't explain why you are in this condition," asked George. While his talk with his grandson had brought them together, it said nothing about the condition Quinn was currently in. "What happened to you that you lost control of magic?" Quinn poured himself a glass of water from the slightly deformed pitcher before continuing. "There exist a few secret mysteries in Hogwarts that not many know about." Quinn was starting the Cursed Vault's explanation to his grandfather. The castle is 1,000 years old with generations of magical humans starting their magical journey with Hogwarts. So, it is not strange that there are unidentified areas in the castle. I just so happened to come across one of those mysteries. Quinn reminisced about the day he met Friar and how it changed his life in Hogwarts. "In my second year at Hogwarts, I found that there are these 5 vaults hidden across Hogwarts. Only the ghosts remember about them because some of them have been here for centuries. The Hufflepuff ghost, Friar, shared with me the knowledge about these vaults." George listened to Quinn, who spoke with a flat tone and blank expression, but George could see how these vaults would have excited Quinn. "I cleared the first vault last year." There was a pause in which Quinn thought if he should tell George about how he got hospitalized for 10 days because he almost died. Quinn decided that if he was going to tell George about the vaults, then he should just opt for full disclosure, sort of. "I got hospitalized for 10 days, had to grow most of my skin, all of my hair, heal my bones and plenty of organs." "What?" George screamed. "Why wasn't I told about this?" Quinn expected that reaction. He was just glad that he didn't use the words like death or almost died in his sentence. It was nothing to worry about. Quinn lied to lessen his grandfather's worries. "Madame Pomfrey fixed me up in no time. Plus, she is a great company. Moving on, I solved the first vault and found what was behind it. No problems, it just took a lot of time and effort." Quinn looked George in the eyes. "The problem started this year when I found the second vault, and in my first and only exploration of the vault, I fell unconscious." George sharply inhaled. He didn't like where this was going. Quinn took a deep breath before continuing. "Something happened to me that day. And whatever happened was undone before this week because I now have no control over my magic." Quinn's hand shivered as some emotions started leaking. "I went from feeling on the top of my game to having no control over my magic. It actively tries to escape my body and cause rampage." George could feel that Quinn was struggling because he could feel the slight temperature dropping in the room, and there were small glimmers of facial expression on Quinn's face. He took Quinn's hand in his and spoke. "But, you just used magic when you disarmed me." Quinn shook his head and explained. "I can still do minor magic that I find easy. My magic is seriously limited right now. Plus, right now, I feel stifled when I use magic. Using magic without a connection to my will feels extremely wrong." He pointed to the time just a few minutes ago. "You remember when I come into this room, I was hiding my face with magic. That was illusion magic, at least a physical illusion, not a mental illusion. I am not in the condition to perform much mental magic, and your clemency defenses are too much for even the normal me to use a mental illusion." Quinn looked at George's face and realized that he had gotten off the point. Anyway, I saw your face and noticed that you found something wrong. The current me wasn't able to pull off a physical illusion with my magical capabilities. I am not having a good time with my magic. I don't feel good." "It is all right, Quinn," George spoke in a comforting voice. "Everything would be all right. I will find a way to fix whatever is wrong with you. So, don't worry. Everyone in the house would help." George meant it, as he already started to plan to hire the best healers money could buy. He needed to find the best in the fields and provide his grandson with the best healthcare. "Help. Yes, help." Quinn's eyes shined, and he gripped George's hands. "I need help with this, and you can help me with this." "Of course, anything you want, Quinn." George didn't deny any request. While he couldn't see any expression on Quinn's face, he could tell that something was wrong with Quinn. His emotions were all over the place. "I want you to call someone," Quinn said. "I want you to get them to West Manor the day I return home." The request confused George. He didn't know who his grandson wanted to meet so eagerly. "Who is it?" Quinn took another deep breath before speaking in a flat monotone. "I want you to call Alan D. Baddeley." Chapter 67, The Petrified, Unknown Stabber, and Marauder's Map. It was weird to wake up from petrification, thought Ivy Potter as she looked at the hospital wing ward from her bed. One moment she was looking around the corner through mirrors just to make sure there wasn't a gigantic snake waiting for her, but then she saw acid yellow eyes in the mirror, and everything went black. The advice saved her life even though she didn't like the source of the said advice. She was miffed that she was taken out twice in a single day. Once by Quinn West and then by the basilisk later that day. It was a weird thought to have after being petrified and coming as close to death as she had been, but for Ivy, those events were the last memory she had before the petrification. There was no fear or dread when she was petrified, as the petrification from basilisk was instant. It didn't give Ivy a chance to feel anything at all. Sure, she woke up with a slight scream of terror because she could remember the basilisk, but what she saw was her mother standing by her bed, hugging her tightly. She was petrified, were her thoughts. It felt almost anticlimactic, being petrified by the deadliest snake in the world. The only thing she didn't like was the stiffness in her body from no activity for weeks, but Madame Pomfrey cured it in a jiffy. Ivy's first worry came when she remembered Hermione was with her and asked what happened to her best friend. She was told that the students were being released from their petrified state one every half hour so that Madame Pomfrey could have ample time to check if something was wrong before moving on to the next student. Ivy was the second last to be cured, and Hermione was after her, making Hermione the last student to be given the mandrake juice. The bushy-haired witch's first reaction was funny. She woke with a yell of bullocks. That was something Ivy wasn't expecting from a person who always chided Ron for his language. Then Ivy was told that the heir of Slytherin took her into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Ron had gone in there to save her. It made her feel grateful to her brother and childhood friend. The two dummies had ventured into the Chamber of Secrets just for her. There was no way that her heart didn't feel warm for the two. She forgave them for being so annoying all the time. Then came the tough part where the now reinstated headmaster told the students before them that the Slytherin's monster had petrified them for months. It wasn't a nice thing to see when Colin Creevey found he had lost a big chunk of his first year at Hogwarts, or when Susanna Heselden found she missed out on crucial time in school during her OWL year. Justin Finch-Fletchley yelled that they should kick her brother Harry out of Hogwarts. But the headmaster explained to him that Harry wasn't the heir of Slytherin and the whole incident was because of a dark magic artifact that opened the Chamber of Secrets but didn't go into detail. Ivy thought that she and Hermione were lucky because they were only out for a few weeks and didn't lose time on the level as the others did. Scene break. Ivy, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat huddled in Harry's bed in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. The curtains around the poster bed were drawn, providing privacy to the Golden Squad. It was the first time since Ivy and Hermione were waken up from petrification that the four had sat down together to talk about what happened. "Let's start," Ivy spoke to her friends. She was leaning against the headboard of the bed. "Tell us what happened down in the chamber." Harry and Ron looked at each other before Harry started telling the events that transpired. "We found the parchment in Hermione's clutches and immediately found the information about the basilisk in it. Then there was the note on it which said that Moaning Myrtle knew about the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Then it clicked in my head," Harry explained, "that if the basilisk could kill with its gaze, then what if the girl who died the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened never left the place which she died? What if she was there the whole time?" Ivy and Hermione's eyes widened as they understood. Harry, who saw the expression, nodded. Moaning Myrtle was the girl killed by the basilisk last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Harry recalled the conversation he had with the ghost. Ron, who was on the side, nodded. Myrtle said that she was crying in a stall when she heard a boy making strange sounds while Myrtle was in the lavatory, and when Myrtle stepped out, all Myrtle saw were big yellow eyes before she died. Hermione had a strange thought that she decided to put out. "Do you think glasses provide protection against basilisk's glare?" Hermione asked, wondering about the information Quinn had given her and Ivy. "I mean, look at all of us who got petrified, we all saw the basilisk's eyes indirectly. Shouldn't meeting the basilisk's eyes through the glass count as looking at it indirectly?" Ivy shook her head in disapproval. "I don't think so. In every case this time, the basilisk's eyes were seen through reflections. Water, mirrors, and viewfinder, all of which showed reflections of the eyes. And, Creevy saw the basilisk through a ghost. I don't think we can take ghost bodies and glasses as the same thing." She looked at Harry and thought of something. "And, even if glasses do provide protection against death by glare, then I don't think Myrtle was wearing glasses at that time." Hermione frowned and questioned, "Why do you think that?" "Myrtle's ghost always has glasses on, which means she had glasses when she was alive." Harry said that she was crying when she was in the lavatory. Ivy jutted her chin towards Harry and said, "I have seen him cry. He always removes his glasses when he cries." "I mean, doesn't everyone who wears glasses remove their glasses when they cry? So, it is reasonable to think that Myrtle wasn't wearing her glasses at that time." Harry, who was telling them the ordeal he went through, was flabbergasted when the two girls started to talk about him crying. How did they go from Basilisk and Chamber of Secrets to him crying? "All right, stop talking about me crying." "I don't cry," Harry said so that they could move on from the current topic, and spoke the last words with some weight as if insisting on them. "Let's move on." Ivy and Hermione giggled while Ron chuckled as he looked at his best mate. Harry felt heat rush to his cheeks and hurriedly spoke. "So, when we asked about what she saw that day, Myrtle pointed at the sink right in front of the toilet she haunts. And, when we searched the sink, Ron found a tap with a snake on it." Harry gave Ron a thumbs up before turning back to the girls and revealed, "There is something that you don't know about this year, is that I have been hearing voices." Harry winced when he saw Hermione and Ivy glared at him. Ivy massaged her temple and spoke in a voice that clarified that she was holding back her anger. "I have said this a lot through the year, and I can stress this enough, but you are really an idiot. Do you know what you just dash? If you had just told us dash." Ivy and Hermione had gone into Quinn West's office and got caught by him and were blackmailed into being under his debt. Ivy was sure that either she or Hermione would have figured out the monster's identity with that piece of information. And while Ivy didn't know if she would have broken into Quinn West's space, Ivy was sure she wouldn't have asked West for the monster's identity, and that would have saved her from doing a job for him. Harry remained quiet for a while and observed his two female friends. He waited for them to calm down before continuing. "Well, then I spoke to the tap in Parseltongue, and the whole sink came disappeared and left behind a huge hole which was the entrance to a tunnel that I think went down below Hogwarts." He remembered the entire tunnel ride into the Chamber of Secrets, with him trying to stifle his screams and Ron loudly screaming as he slid behind him. "When I reached the Chamber of Secrets, I saw an unconscious student there." Harry stopped to recall his name. "His name is Terrence Higgins, a Slytherin." Ivy and Hermione noticed Harry didn't show his usual reaction when he talked about Slytherin. Harry would show signs like a shallow frown or a wrinkle of his nose. But right now, he didn't show any of those. Even Ron didn't snort in derision or snarl things like bloody snakes. Ivy even saw light sympathy in her twin's eyes. That was new, she thought. So, Terrence Higgins was the heir of Slytherin, Hermione asked the question. Harry shook his head and revealed. No, Higgins wasn't the heir of Slytherin. He looked at the two girls and spoke. Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin. Ivy and Hermione's eyes widened at the revelation. What do you mean Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin? Hermione's voice fully expressed her shock. Terrence Higgins was being controlled by Voldemort. Voldemort possessed him and opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk. Hermione was still frowning as she asked, but, how did he possess Higgins? A haunted look flashed on Harry's face as he explained, he used Tom Riddle's diary to possess Terrence Higgins. What do you mean? Harry got up from his bed and walked to his desk. He picked up a piece of parchment and quill from his table and wrote something on it. After staring at the parchment for a while, he returned to the bed. The parchment went to the middle of the bed. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron leaned forward to look at the parchment. Asterisk. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. Asterisk. Every letter of the first line was connected to the letters of the second line with arrowed lines. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron were shocked to see the words transform into Voldemort's name. An anagram, gasped Hermione. Yes, Tom Riddle was Voldemort. Harry's face was pale as he stared at the parchment. There was a memory of Tom Riddle in that diary which could manipulate people who wrote on it. The other three understood what that meant. Harry had that diary for some time, and in that time, he had become withdrawn and something of a recluse. Harry was under the control of Tom Riddle's diary, and they could see how that knowledge was affecting Harry. A slight change in events, and Harry could have been lying in the chamber instead of Terrence Higgins. Tom Riddle was the one who opened the chamber the last time. Harry told them about the memories that Riddle had shown him. He didn't want Hogwarts to close because of Myrtle's death, so he blamed Hagrid for it, and everyone believed it because of Aragog. Harry then proceeded to tell them about his struggle with the basilisk and how Fawkes, the Phoenix, helped him by blinding the basilisk and how the Sorting Hat gave him the sword of Gryffindor. Fawkes cried on my wound and healed them and then burst into flames. I was so scared that he died, but it turned it was just a burning day. It is normal for phoenixes, and Fawkes had exerted himself enough to trigger a rebirth from ashes. The other three listened with silent attention, taking in every word coming out of Harry's mouth. It wasn't every day when they heard a tale from a person who fought the basilisk and lived to tell the fable. What happened after that? Asked Ron, engrossed in the story. Oh, then I passed out. You passed out. The same sentence came from the mouth of the three listeners. Harry scratched the back of his head and ruffled, well, I had just been bitten by a basilisk after I drove a sword through its head. I think it is normal for anyone to pass out after that. But what happened to the young Voldemort? Did he escape? Asked Ivy. Harry shook his head and revealed something that surprised all. That is the thing. When I woke up to baby Fawkes's loud chirps, I saw that Riddle's diary had a basilisk fang stabbed into the diary. Harry said the sentence like he couldn't figure it out. Riddle said that he was going to use Higgin to come back to life, but when I woke up, he was still alive, and Riddle wasn't anywhere to be seen. But, that doesn't mean that Voldemort is gone. What if he escaped? What if he is out there right now? Exclaimed Ivy. Voldemort being out there scared her a lot. Harry shook his head and refuted Ivy's worries. Professor Dumbledore told me that when the diary was stabbed with the basilisk fang, the memory of Tom Riddle inside was destroyed. He assured me that Tom Riddle didn't return to life. He was destroyed with the diary. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron breathed a sigh of relief at that. Dumbledore's assurance was all they needed to believe that Voldemort wasn't returning as Tom Riddle. What I don't understand is that who stabbed the diary? There wasn't anyone in the chamber other than Riddle and I. Harry glanced at Ron and said. Neither did Ron see anyone entering the chamber. Ivy and Hermione shot quick and discreet glances at each other. Someone entered the chamber, he says. Which meant that someone knew the chamber's location. And, both of them knew someone who fit that description. Scene break. Hey, Ivy, muttered Hermione as the two climbed down the stairs from the boys' dormitory to the common room. Do you think? It might be him, answered Ivy. But we can't be sure. It could be entirely someone else. Both girls knew who they were talking about. The person who had given them the information about the basilisk knew the chamber's location. I am sure that even if we asked him, he would deny everything, added Ivy. Hermione nodded at that. What about the payment? What do we about it? The two girls exited the staircase as Ivy answered. We need to get West what he wanted. I don't know what he will do if we don't get him the Marauder's map. She jutted her chin across the common room and spoke, and we are going to do it now. Hermione looked in the direction Ivy pointed at and saw the Weasley twins huddled together in one corner. The two walked over to the twins, and Ivy spoke. Fred, George, we need to talk. Weasley twins looked up from whatever they were doing and spoke in their usual twin speak. Ivy, Hermione, what can we do for you today? Ivy wasted no time and got to the point. I want you to give me the Marauder's map. The identical twins made identical expressions of surprise. They looked at each other before staring at Ivy and asked. Why do you want the map? No, let us ask, how did you know about the map? Ivy sighed as she answered, my father is part of Marauders. He told me about the map. Now, give it to me. The Weasley twins' jaw dropped as I stunned them at the sudden revelation. James Potter, Senior Auror, is a Marauder. You must be joking. No, he is Prongs. Do you know about that name? She said, giving them proof her father was a part of the Marauders. The twins nodded in unison and perfect coordination. Good, so now give me the map. I really need it. Fred, or maybe it was George, took out a folded parchment from his pocket and handed it to Ivy. The daughter of Prongs took the parchment and awkwardly stared at it as she didn't know what it was. She licked her lips before asking the twins. Dad didn't tell me what it was or how it works, she spoke. Tell me about it. Ah, I should have given this more thought, she thought simultaneously. Fred took the map from Ivy's hands and laid it on the floor. He gestured his twins and the girls to stand facing towards the wall to create a barrier. This, Ivy, is the secret of our success, said Fred, patting the parchment, fondly. It's a wrench, giving it to you, said George, but your father did make it, so we guess it can't be helped. Anyway, we know it by heart, said Fred. We bequeath it to you. We don't really need it anymore. Ivy and Hermione noticed that the twinspeak had gone down. Even though they spoke in turns, they weren't completing each other's sentences. The map must be genuinely important to them, she thought. Ah, we got emotional, said George, wiping an imaginary tear with his finger. Explain, Fred. Well, when we were in our first year, Ivy, young, carefree, and innocent dash. Ivy snorted. She doubted whether Fred and George had ever been innocent. Well, more innocent than we are now, we got into a spot of bother with Filch. We let off a dung bomb in the corridor, and it upset him for some reason dash, so, he hauled us off to his office and started threatening us with the usual dash dot. Detentions, disembowelment. It was then dash, we couldn't help noticing a drawer in one of his filing cabinets marked confiscated and highly dangerous. Don't tell me dash, gasped Hermione. Ivy gave her friend a side look, the rule-abiding which had stolen from Snape. Why was she acting so shocked now? Not that I am the one to talk, thought Ivy, having stolen from Filch. George caused a diversion by dropping another dung bomb. I whipped the drawer open and grabbed this, pointing at the folded parchment. It's not as bad as it sounds, you know, said George. We don't reckon Filch ever found out how to work it. He probably suspected what it was, though, or he wouldn't have confiscated it. And you know how to work it? Asked Ivy, getting curious about the parchment's functionality. Oh yes, said Fred, smirking. This little beauty's taught us more than all the teachers in this school. Get to the point, sighed Ivy. George smiled as he took out his wand, touched the parchment lightly, and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And at once, thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web from the point that George's wand had touched. They joined each other, they crisscrossed, they fanned into every corner of the parchment, then words began to blossom across the top, great, curly words, that proclaimed. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. It was a map showing every detail of the Hogwarts castle and grounds. But the truly remarkable thing was the tiny ink dots moving around it, each labeled with a name in minuscule writing. Astounded, Ivy and Hermione bent over it. A labeled dot in the top left corner showed that Professor Dumbledore was pacing his study, the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, was prowling the second floor, and Peeves, the poltergeist, was currently bouncing around the trophy room. And as Ivy's eyes traveled up and down the familiar corridors, she noticed something else. This map showed a set of passages she had never entered. Hidden passages are littered around Hogwarts, said Fred, and George continued for him, passages that go out to Hogsmeade, or passages that connect different parts of the castle. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, sighed George, patting the heading of the map. We owe them so much. Noblemen, working tirelessly to help a new generation of lawbreakers, said Fred solemnly. Right, said George briskly. Don't forget to wipe it after you've used it, or anyone can read it, Fred said warningly. Just tap it again and say, mischief managed. And it'll go blank. Ivy traced her finger on the map as if trying to find someone, and finally, her finger stopped on the 5th floor, in the west corner. At a certain classroom. Quinn West. George saw Ivy's finger stopping on Quinn's name. Ah, little Lord West the information broker, the all-knowing Ravenclaw, completed Fred. Now that I remember, he knows about the map, doesn't he, my less handsome twin? Yes, he does. It was a big surprise, wasn't it? Ivy looked at them with shock and said, You two know that he knows about the map. Oh, yes. We don't know how West knows about it, but he does. It was a surprise back then, but now it just seems normal given that he seems to know everything. Fred and George had plenty of interaction with the Quinn West. They regularly employed Quinn West for testing out their trick potions. It was a boon for them because they didn't need to check the trick/prank potions on themselves. The twins didn't know how he did it, but Quinn West would modify the potion recipes and return recipes that would be better than before and perfectly safe to consume with no lasting effects. Perfect for prank potions. We occasionally have tried to follow him but he would always slip away from us. He probably knows the castle as well as we do. The twins saluted and said in unison, We can respect that. So, young ladies, said Fred, in an uncanny impersonation of Percy, mind you behave yourself. See you girls later, said George, winking. The twins bounced away, leaving behind Ivy and Hermione with the map with them. It was time to go back to the place they were held captive and talk to the devil. Chapter 68, Payment, Simple, and Returning Home. Even though she had only been to this part of the 5th floor twice, it was one of her least favorite places in Hogwarts. The first time she had been here, Ivy had gotten help, and the host had been pleasant enough, and she had gotten what she wanted with something little extra for a great price. It was just that the parting had been a mixture of shock and surprise. The second time, she had come to do something not so ethical, and the results were not the ones she was expecting. She would still groan and sigh for several minutes after remembering the events that had transpired. And she sincerely considered that it wasn't wholly her fault. Quinn West had shown so many signs of suspicious activity. Yeah, he had brought that on himself. Now, here she was for the third time, standing at the door of the same classroom-turned-office, her hand on the doorknob of the entrance. She genuinely didn't want to enter the room. Ivy could feel the stare of her best friend from her side and muttered, all right, just give me a second. You already had 2 minutes worth of seconds, replied Hermione in a slightly exasperated tone. If you don't want to, I can take the lead. He did ask us both to get the map. Shaking her head, Ivy replied, No, I asked for the information, and the map belongs to my dad. I need to deal with this. You are overthinking it, you know. Think back to the time when we came here for the notes. The exchange at that time was simple. Hermione sighed at her friend's actions. We gave him money and got the notes and the information on the Philosopher's Stone. There was no stunning and being bound to chairs. But, what if tells us to do something? Ivy looked worried. Quinn had said that he might make her do something that she was uncomfortable with. And, we can't really refuse him after all that happened. Again, we can do nothing about it. If West wanted us to do something, he would have found us to collect his favors. Hermione shrugged, and even though she didn't like someone having her under their control, she had given this situation some thought. It is inevitable, he will ask for something one day, might as well worry about it when the problem comes. No reason to waste time by worrying about it right now. Hermione gave Ivy a push and asked Ivy to open the door and enter the door. The redhead pursed her lips before opening the door with determination. Inside the office, the two girls saw Quinn West sitting behind his table. His eyes were closed, and there was no expression on his face. He was sitting so still that they thought he was a statue. But, the door chime on the top of the door alerted Quinn of their presence as he opened his eyes and saw the visitors. He showed no change in expression and just stared at them. No, he was observing them. Yes, he asked with a flat tone. Ivy, who was walking towards the table, frowned when she saw Quinn. She could see the telltale signs that he was using that. "What are you doing?" she asked. The question was vague, and Hermione, who was just behind her, frowned. Is she again going to start something? Hermione's experience while Ivy and Quinn West interacted was full of situations like this. Ivy would act recklessly and ask questions that stumped Hermione. She wanted nothing out of the ordinary to happen this time around and just wanted to quickly complete the transaction and get out of here. "You know what I am doing, exactly." Quinn's reply came in the same flat tone and no expression. Ivy's eyes narrowed, and she asked back, "I know what you are doing." "What I meant was, why now?" "Drop it, it is unsettling." "I am practicing," said Quinn. "Not my fault you find it unsettling. Deal with it." Hermione was part confused, and part irritated. It was always like this. Whenever these two meet, she was sidelined. "What are you two talking about?" "He is using a clemency," came the reply. Hermione didn't know what a clemency was, so it still didn't clear Hermione's confusion. "What is a clemency?" "I will tell you later." She quickly replied before turning back to Quinn and asked, "You are more expressionless than Greengrass." "You know that Daphne's expression is not because she is using a clemency," Quinn replied back. "That is just her resting face. Let's move on." "Why are you two here?" Quinn wasn't having a good time, and right now, he didn't want to deal with anything. Especially with these two. "The card isn't showing that I am in for consults, so why did you two come here?" Ivy frowned before talking out the folded parchment and said, "We bought you the Marauder's map." She was expecting a crack in Quinn's face, but he stayed expressionless. "Ah. I see. So you bought it." "Good job, I guess," replied Quinn. He stood up from his barstool and raised his hand for the map. Ivy didn't immediately hand the map over and asked, "What are you going to do with the map?" "I hope you are not going to keep it." "It is my dad's, and I am not going to let you keep it." "I have no wish or desire to keep the map," Quinn replied. He didn't need it. "I just want it for a couple of minutes, and you will get it back after that." "But, what are you going to do with it?" Ivy pressed on. She didn't care that this could get her in trouble. She wanted to know. "You are smart. You will figure it out after I am done." He once again raised his hand to ask for the map. "Rest assured, I won't damage it." Ivy's eyes wandered between Quinn's hand and face before she handed the map over. "Take care of it," she softly said. "Sure," came Quinn's reply as he stared at the parchment. Ivy sighed because Quinn's flat voice made it impossible to detect any vocal tone clues. It was like she was talking to a robot. "Feel free to sit while I return in a while," Quinn offered without looking at them and entered his workshop leaving the two girls behind. "So, what is a clemency?" Hermione immediately asked. "Sit down," Ivy sighed as she took a seat. "This will take some time to explain." Scene break. On the other side of the glass wall, Quinn stood with both his hands on the table, his head hanging down and eyes closed. The reason he had asked for 10 minutes and not a minute to work on the map because he was busy groaning in his head. Trying to maintain his equanimity because of the stupidity he had done while he was under the influence was threatening to break his already thin-spread emotional equanimity bounds. Why did I have to ask her to get the map? While Quinn's face was calm as a cucumber, inside it was a raging turmoil of emotions and regrets. Why me? His entire interaction with Ivy Potter after he had come out of the second vault had been a series of blunders that had now become a huge mistake. The first and biggest mistake was to confront Ivy Potter while she was polyjuiced into Daphne. This whole mess started at that point. If he was not under the influence at that time, Quinn would have ignored the thing and just turned a blind eye to the entire situation. Getting a Potter under his debt was outstanding in almost every situation. But this situation wasn't one of those. Hell, no. It is the worst situation, cried Quinn. Blackmail. Really, blackmail. What was I thinking? After that came the break-in, which Quinn was fine with. He would have done the same thing even without the influence from the second vault. He would have stunned them and then probably got them to owe him just like he did, but he would have done it much more calmly and did damage control by the time they were done. And then was the bigger deal. Why did I have to tell them about the basilisk? Screamed Quinn internally. It was the mistake that could have and might still backfire. How am I going to answer if somebody asks me why didn't I tell professors? How am I going to answer this? Similarly, he was slumped because he had given them the chamber's location. Just these two things could ruin his peaceful life at Hogwarts. Quinn was snapped out of his self-loathing when he felt something. He looked down and saw that his hands were sinking into the wooden table because the entire tabletop had turned into sand. He clamped down on his acclimacy to cut down his leaking emotions. Quinn raised his hands as the surrounding sand trickled down, and almost in a robotic and inorganic manner, bits and pieces of sand turned back into the wooden table as Quinn used his incomplete magic. After taking in a lot of deep breaths, Quinn calmed down his emotions and decided to end this, and after that, never to talk to anyone in the Golden Squad. He touched the parchment and softly spoke. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The map came to life, and Quinn immediately found his position on the map by browsing through the spread parchment. He put his finger on his position, and within the next few seconds, the footsteps and name tag representing Quinn West on the map lightened until it was no longer visible. Done, said Quinn. Now, I am free from any tracking. This was the only good thing that came from this. If Quinn was under the radar of Ivy Potter, Hermione Granger, and with them the Golden Squad, then erasing himself from Marauder's map allowed him to roam unseen. He had recon, and they had nothing to track him. He could outrun them all day long, and they could never find him. Mischief managed. After he was done, Quinn moved back to his office. Scene break. Here you go. I am done, were Quinn's first words while he returned the map to Ivy Potter. Your payment has been recorded and completed. The deal is finished. Thank you for doing business with me. Quinn skipped the part where he says to the clients to return if they had problems. He didn't want them to ever return. Ivy took the map from Quinn and gave it a close observation. Trying to figure out what Quinn did. You can look at it after you get out of here, said Quinn. Please, leave. Ivy and Hermione raised their heads and stared at Quinn, who stared back. The two parties stared at each other before Ivy nodded and stood up from her seat to leave. Hermione looked at Ivy and then Quinn before fidgeting a little and decided to go for it. Are you selling the notes for this year? Quinn, who wanted them to leave, clenched his hand under the table and nodded. He stood up, went to his workshop, and brought out 2 sets of notes. Quinn placed one set in front of Hermione and then eyed Ivy. Do you want one? Ivy nodded but didn't say a single word. Neither Quinn nor Ivy wanted to speak to each other at this point in time. Same as last year, Quinn quoted the price. He didn't say anything about a discount because right now, it wouldn't even be funny. Hermione put down money for both sets and replied to Ivy, who looked at her with a quirked brow. I was always planning to buy these and well thought it won't harm in carrying money for yours as well. Hermione blushed under the gaze of the other 2 people in the room as she picked up the notes. Let's leave, muttered Ivy as she turned to the door and exited without saying a word. Hermione followed after her friend but not before throwing a quick glance at Quinn. After the door was closed, Quinn suddenly felt very tired. He wanted the school year to end. Scene break. I found it, Ivy yelled. She had the Marauder's map opened on her bed as she touched a spot on the map. What did you find? Asked Hermione. Looking up from the notes she had gotten today. I found what he did to the map, Ivy was frowning. Hermione stood up from her table and walked to Ivy's bed, and asked, what did he do? He erased himself from the map, spoke Ivy. I can't find him anywhere on the map. Yeah, that must be it. Hermione sat down on Ivy's bed and looked at the Marauder's map. She studied the map, which was one of the more fascinating works of magic she had seen. But right now, she had something else on her mind. So, you didn't ask him if he was down in the Chamber of Secrets? Asked Hermione. Ivy stilled at the sudden question before answering the question, but she didn't look at Hermione. It doesn't matter, and I don't care. But Ivy knew why she didn't ask that particular question. The reason was simple. She didn't want it to be true. She didn't want to hear from Quinn's mouth that he was down in the Chamber of Secrets. Ivy Potter didn't want to hear that Quinn West saved her and her twin's life. He had threatened and blackmailed her twice. In both cases, he had implied that he would make her family's life hard. Her image of Quinn was anything but positive. She didn't know how she would feel if she was told from that same person's mouth that he was indeed the one to save her and Harry's life. Things were simple this way. As long as Quinn West was the bad guy in her mind, things would remain simple. And Ivy Potter preferred simple after the events of this year. Scene break. The last few weeks had been tough. Quinn had found that if someone went from happy to the point of extreme giddiness to showing no expression, people would notice something was wrong. To combat that problem, Quinn had to force himself to show fake expressions. Which proved to be mighty difficult when he was so detached from his emotions. He even had to put fake emotions in his voice, which was difficult in its way. Quinn's magic was just too glitchy to keep illusions on his face the entire day. Which made it necessary to fake his expression. To lessen this hardship, Quinn had chosen to spend the entirety of his in hiding. He would spend all his time in the Room of Requirement. Room of Requirements was the reason he had chosen to stay in Hogwarts rather than going home. He didn't know what was happening to him, and while his grandfather contacted Mr. Allen, it could be dangerous for Quinn to stay at home and risk losing control of his magic. His family could get injured by him. And Quinn didn't trust anyone other than Allen with his mind. Every day inside the Room of Requirements, Quinn would undo the bindings on his emotions, letting them and his rampant magic flow out. While letting his magic was painful, it was also stress-relieving. Quinn binding his emotions all day wasn't good for his health. For the few minutes that Quinn let go of his emotions, he felt whole again. While it was painful, and Quinn struggled to force his magic to stay inside the entire time he let loose, it was the only time he felt whole. His exams weren't a problem because even with his current condition, Quinn could still perform magic above the asked level. He made sure that his results would be the same as last year because he didn't want anyone to know that he was suffering from an ailment. All his free time went in researching what had happened to him. But in the few weeks before the term end, he made little progress about his condition. So, when he boarded the Hogwarts Express and saw his grandfather standing there, it was like a beacon of hope in the darkest of nights. "Is he at home?" Quinn skipped the greetings and directly asked. "Yes, he is waiting," answered George. George had sent a Magifax to Quinn, telling him he had agreed to see Quinn and meet him the day Quinn returned home. "Good, let's go home," Quinn said in the flat tone he had for weeks. George had prepared a winged horse-pulled carriage because Quinn didn't trust himself with magical transportations like Floo, Apparition, or Portkey. Scene break. "Where is he?" Quinn asked Elliot just as he entered the manor. His patience had run thin the second he saw the West Manor from the carriage. And usually, this would be considered rude. Elliot knew what was happening to Quinn and answered. "He is sitting in the reinforced training hall." Quinn nodded and beelined his way to the hall, which was reinforced just in case Quinn went ballistics. It was reinforced to withstand strong magic. He opened the door to the hall and saw the old man from which he had learned the magic that kept his magic at bay. The old man turned his face towards the door and then shifted his body when he saw Quinn. "Oh, Quinn. It has been a while, hasn't it?" Alan D. Batley had arrived, Chapter 69, Home, Potion, and Cure. Quinn turned back and closed the door behind him. He nodded to George and Elliot, who were standing there as he closed the door. "I will be back in a few." Turning back towards Alan, Quinn slowly walked to the chair in front of the old man and took a seat. "Hello, Mr. Allen," greeted Quinn. Alan could see the clear signs of acclimacy from Quinn's face. "So, I hear you messed up," Alan spoke, and Quinn just stared at his mind arts teacher's usual, almost ever-present smile. He hadn't changed a single bit in the 3 years. Alan D. Batley was still the joyous old man who had a penchant for peeking into others' mind. "I did. I really did." Quinn nodded in response. Alan was here to help him, so Quinn didn't gain anything from lying or hiding things. And, currently, with his occlumency operating full-time, he had a serious edge of logic in his thoughts. I want you to ready your bracelet and get ready to defend yourself. Quinn got straight to the point. This is what is happening with me. Ah, yes. The rampaging magic I was told about. I think that is a good place to start. Alan brought his hands together and touched his focus bracelet with his other hand. Go ahead. I am ready. The two people in the room didn't waste any time catching up after 3 years of separation. Both knew that they could do it afterward. Quinn desperately wanted to know what was happening to him and solve it to get this crisis behind him. While Alan could see that Quinn wasn't having a good time. Okay, here I go. The next second, Alan immediately pulled up a transparent shield just as a spell was hurled towards him. Oh, that was close. He watched with keen attention as various activities of magic manifested into the room. There was nothing to be observed from the out-of-control magic. As the name suggested, it was out of control. After Alan was satisfied seeing this unusual sight, he turned his eyes to his young student, who had his eyes squeezed shut and struggle on his face. Immediately Alan sent a mental probe into Quinn's mind, and he was a little surprised to see that Quinn's shields were fully down. Right now, he was no different from a person without an occlumency shield. Alan dove into Quinn's mind and saw that the mindscape had changed in the last 3 years. Oh my, now that is a magnificent structure, Alan smiled as he saw the enormous building in front of him. Hogwarts Castle stood in all its magnificent glory. Even the surroundings were changed to look like the surroundings of the real Hogwarts. He built this in 3 years. Impressive. Alan was impressed because of the sheer size of the castle. He could tell that the castle was functioning memory storage and not a work in progress before a memory gateway initiation. But right now, he didn't have time to admire the structure, neither did he need to go through Quinn's memories. Let's go check his emotional status, said Alan, and instantly, he was not in the mindscape with the enormous castle. The space he arrived in was gray, with the color tending towards black rather than white. Inside the gray, there were dark distortion-like vortexes littered around the space. Well, with his magic out of control, it makes sense that his head is not right, noted Alan as he looked around. He loves magic after all. Alan was standing in Quinn's emotional representation. An experienced legilimens or occlumens could access their own or someone else's sentimental representation. You couldn't influence emotions from here, and this was just a place you could judge a person's emotions. Emotions were a complex concept that every mind arts user studied extensively. And if they were serious about learning about mind arts and the mysteries of the mind, then there would come a time in every mind art user when they would have to confront their emotions. The dark grayness in Quinn's emotional representation clearly showed that Quinn was in a darker state of mind, and the darker vortexes that he was struggling with some mental problems. Take Alan for an example. He was an avid advocate of mental health, and if anyone got the almost non-existent opportunity to get a look inside Alan's emotional representation, then they would find that it was a very light color of gray, a color very close to white. The lighter the color of the space, the better mental condition they were in. Alan took care of his mental condition and didn't have any delusions about himself. He confronted almost every issue about himself and got to the root of the problem. In doing that, he would attain closure and help his mental situation. A complete white emotional space was only present in infants, toddlers, or very young children. Any age above that would have different shades of gray because such was life, and they were sentimental beings. No person was perfect. The distortion-like vortexes were the real cause of problems. They were what messed up with Quinn's mind and, in turn, his magic. Removing his eyes from the gray space, Alan gazed at the bright and colorful arrangement in front of him. What Alan was seeing was a vast network of light orbs of various sizes connected to each other. The connections between them were of varying lengths and pulsed from time to time. Alan could think of every color he knew, and he would find it in the bright and colorful network. There were so many connections that, to the naked eye, it was a complex network of lines and orbs. But, to a mind arts specialist like Alan, it was nothing but an open book. No matter how many times I see this, it never ceases to amaze me, murmured Alan as he looked at the complex network. This was the core of Quinn's emotions. Every emotion he had ever felt connected to each other in a complex network. This was a core part of Quinn West's personality. Personality was defined as the character sets of behaviors, cognitions, and emotional patterns that evolve from biological and environmental factors. Emotions heavily influenced a person's personality and attitude toward things. The more you experienced various situations, the more you form opinions, and with those opinions would come emotions regarding those experiences. This isn't out of coordination, noticed Alan. There was nothing wrong with Quinn's emotional network. He isn't feeling unnatural bouts and spurts of emotions or nothing else. Well, Quinn did state that whatever was done to him came undone. Alan remembered the day when George West personally had come to his door to request his help. It was a shock to see the influential man contact him personally and not through someone else. George had told him that Quinn had requested his help. The initial information given to him was that Quinn's magic was out of control, and it was because he was under the influence of some kind of magic. Quinn stated when the magic came undone, his magic went out of control. This enough for now, said Alan. Scene break. When Alan came out of Quinn's mind, he spoke to his student. All right, you can stop, Quinn, spoke Alan. With a sudden, sharp, and erratic intake of air, Quinn clamped down on his occlumency. Immediately, all magic stopped, and Quinn went expressionless. Quinn's eyes remained closed for around a minute before he opened them and flatly asked, "What is wrong with me?" "Other than a darker state of mind, I have found nothing wrong with your mind," replied Alan. "Of course. But a shout from Quinn cut Alan's explanation. "What?" Immediately, Quinn's occlumency cracked slightly under the bout of anger. "Did you just not see the rampant magic? How can you say that nothing is wrong with me?" Rampant magic once again manifested in the room as the temperature rose. Alan sighed before he cast magic, and immediately Quinn's pupils dilated, and he calmed down. "I am using mind magic on you to calm you down," spoke Alan. "How are you feeling now?" "Calmed down." Quinn nodded as he patched up his occlumency and detached his emotions from himself. Alan also retrieved his magic as Quinn brought himself under control. "As I was saying, that there is nothing wrong with your emotions right now. They are functioning like a normal person, albeit a normal person under a lot of stress," Alan spoke in a calming voice, making sure that he didn't agitate Quinn. "But, we have only started. There is a good chance that I might have missed something, so have patience. You have already been like this for a few weeks, you can wait for a little while." Quinn nodded in reply and patiently waited for Alan's instruction. "I will need some memories," Alan said as he crossed his on his lap. "I need to know what actually happened to you." Alan didn't even ask for Quinn's account of the entire situation and went straight for the memories. He was sure that his student would recognize that showing memories would be much more efficient and resourceful than Quinn telling him things using words. "I expected that," replied Quinn. "It took me days under this condition to create a collection of memories that will get you up to speed." "Oh ho ho, you are prepared." "That is nice," Alan remarked at the news from Quinn. "I had weeks to think about this situation. Even though I wasn't able to get myself better, I did make sure that I had everything in hand for you." Alan tilted his head and asked, "What would you have done if I had refused?" Quinn mechanically shrugged, "I wasn't thinking about that. I am sure that if you refused, Grandfather would have brought in someone else. But, if I am being honest, I knew you would come." If Quinn didn't have his occlumency detaching his emotion from him, then he would have been smiling, but he couldn't even do that as his magic would have come alive and shot out fireworks into the air at the very least. Alan laughed at that statement. "Well, it turned out you were right. Here I am sitting in front of you." The old man rubbed his hands before saying, "All right, show me those memories." Scene break. A mental representation of Quinn waited inside his mindscape with a book in hand. He looked up to see Alan manifest into the mindscape. "Let's get started," said the representation of Alan as he walked to Quinn. He looked at the book in Quinn's hand and asked, "Is that the collection?" Quinn nodded as he raised his hand. "Put your hand on it." Alan followed, and without a break, put his hand on Quinn's memory book, and immediately the memories, snippets from the time Friar told him the riddle to the memories of a few days back, greeted Alan. It took Alan just over a minute to go through every single memory present in the compilation. It would have taken Quinn at least a couple of hours to do the same. "Meet me outside," Alan said and promptly disappeared from Quinn's mind. When Quinn opened his eyes to return to the real world because right now, to do anything inside his mind took his entire concentration, and he couldn't operate in the real world and his mindscape at the same time. Alan sat in deep thought about what he had seen. The memories had given him a lot to think about, a lot of information to process. "Well, did you find something?" Quinn asked in impatience. There were a lot of snippets," said Alan as he stood up. Quinn looked up at the standing man, waiting for the mind arts master to tell him some good news. "I have some ideas. Give me some time to analyze." Alan walked to Quinn and put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair. "Until then, sleep." Quinn was confused to hear it, but the next second, darkness took over him. Alan looked at his sleeping student and sighed. There were a lot of things to go over in Quinn's compilation. He needed some time to think those through, and he needed some hours for preparation, so he just put Quinn to sleep until then. Scene break. Quinn opened his eyes with a groan. He sat up on the bed and just stared forward towards the wall. Quinn frowned when the wall ahead wasn't part of his dorm room or his room in the West Manor. "Where am I?" he thought, and immediately he recalled what happened before he went to sleep. He was in the training hall sitting across Alan when he put his hand on his head, and then everything went black. "He put me to sleep, didn't he?" spoke Quinn. He ruefully smiled at the old man's actions. It fit Alan's personality, dropping him without warning. But then immediately, Quinn's eyes widened as he recalled he wasn't using his occlumency. Every morning since the accident, Quinn would wake up, and within a few seconds, he would be assaulted with pain that would function as a reminder to pull up his occlumency. Right now, there was no pain and, more importantly, no outbursts of magic. "Good morning." Quinn moved his head to see Alan sitting in a chair with a book in his hand. A small table with tea and snacks stood beside him as he enjoyed the treats while reading his book. "Did you cure me?" Quinn asked with hope. For the first time in weeks, his voice wasn't flat and had emotion in it. "Of course not, child." Alan smashed the hope within seconds. "You should know better that your condition is much more serious to be cured overnight." Quinn closed his eyes in shattered hope and felt miserable that he wasn't cured but opened his eyes to ask the question. "Then why isn't my magic acting up? What did you do?" Currently, he was feeling as normal as he had ever been. His magic wasn't acting up, his emotions weren't detached, and he felt whole again. Alan sipped some tea from his cup before answering, "I gave you a magic dampening potion 10 minutes before I woke you up." "A magic dampening potion?" Quinn exclaimed. He felt around for his magic and felt that his connection to it was weak. Something like that exists. If he had known that something like this existed, he would have used it a long time ago. "Oh yes, magic dampeners exist." Alan chuckled and took a bit of a scone before continuing. "They aren't used that much, so it is not strange that you haven't heard of them." Quinn didn't care that he wasn't aware of something like a magic dampening potion. He was just glad that something like this existed. Thank magic. At least with this, I won't have to keep using my occlumency to keep my magic under control. About that, Alan closed his book and stared at Quinn. "I am afraid that things aren't that simple." "What do you mean?" Quinn felt dread build up in his ribcage. The reason that the magic dampening potion isn't famous or widely known is that it is harmful to the drinker. Alan dropped a bomb on Quinn. What do you mean it is harmful? If someone is put under the effects of magic dampening potion every day, all day, then their body starts to malfunction. Alan imparted grim knowledge to Quinn, who was under the effects of magic dampening potion. Tumors form in various parts of bodies, the immune system starts to weaken, multiple organ failures, degradation of senses, and overall the body starts to give up. "Then why did you give it to me?" Quinn screamed at his teacher, who just that he had given him a potion that could kill him. "One dose of the potion won't do anything like that. You would need multiple doses every day for a certain period will cause what I was talking about." Alan waved his hand in dismissal as it wasn't a big deal. Then he dropped a bomb. "But yeah, you will be taking it every day." Quinn wanted to shout and scream, but he was just too much in shock to do so. He had just woken up, and this was the first thing he heard. He already knew how this day was framing out to be. "Please, explain." Alan cleared his throat before starting. "You can sense your magic, right? It is not completely cut off from you." Quinn nodded. The connection to his magic was weak, but it was there. "The potion I gave you is a diluted recipe. It just weakens your connection and doesn't hamper it completely." Alan raised one finger in his right hand. This is the first thing that will reduce the negative effects of the potion. He raised another finger and continued, the dose you will be given will only work for maybe 6 to 7 hours. So, the rest of the time, your magic will still be rampant, and well, you will have to use your occlumency. That also reduces the progress of negative effects of the potion. Alan smiled and finished, that way, I can keep giving you the potion for an extended period, and the effects won't creep on you like they are supposed to do when given the full treatment. Alan made air quotes as he said treatment. Wait, Quinn raised his hand to speak up, all the things regarding the potion are fine. Well, no, it is not fine, but let's put that aside for a second. I want to know the cure for this. I can keep taking the potion, but it will not help me cure anything. Alan put down his empty teacup and said, Quinn, there is nothing to cure with you. You are fine. There is nothing wrong with you. Alan enunciated every sentence to stress them. Quinn stared at the mind arts teacher with an expression that was a mix between shock, confusion, and disbelief. What do you mean there is nothing wrong with me? Chapter 70, Aftermath, Questions Answered. What do you mean there is nothing wrong with me? Quinn was stunned to hear Alan's statement. Here he had been having trouble controlling his magic. Whenever he set his magic free, it would go berserk and hurt him in the process. Just so that his magic doesn't go out of control, he had tortured himself and detached his emotions from himself. He had learned the very first day he had read upon the emotional aspect of occlumency that blocking his emotions for long periods was harmful. But, he still did it because it was the only way he could think. Now, the old man in front of him was telling Quinn that he had nothing wrong with him. What the hell do you mean by that? Alan sighed at his student and explained. Quinn, I diagnosed you while you slept. I didn't find anything wrong with you. Alan raised his hand when Quinn tried to speak up. I know your magic isn't under your control. But, that isn't a disease or injury. Then why is acting out and rampaging? Before I answer that, let's go back to the start, Alan suggested and put up his first question. Tell me, what do you think happened to you? I was clearly under the control of magic or curse. It all started when I fell unconscious in the vault. Quinn recalled the time when he returned to his dormitory. It lowered my inhibitions. I did plenty of things that I wouldn't do. Plus, vault made it so that I won't return to it for exploration. I was planning to return to the vault but changed my mind and didn't visit. I was clearly under some kind of mental curse. Quinn trailed off at the end and then raised his voice at Alan. Why in the bloody name of magic didn't occlumency work? I regularly spend time on that damn magic. Why didn't it work for months? Tell me, Quinn, what is your current system of occlumency defense? Alan asked a question from his student. He already knew the answer to the question, but was walking his student through the process so that he would arrive at the answer. It hasn't changed from the time we ended our lesson, said Quinn. He wondered why Alan was asking him the question. A shield layer built under a defense layer, with another set of the same configuration following under the first set. Correct, and I have to say that you have made noteworthy progress in strengthening your shields. They have grown quite a bit since the time I taught you. Alan gave Quinn praise on his progress before asking. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that right now, I am inside your mind? Definitely, Quinn replied almost immediately. He knew his teacher's personality. He had spent a couple of years under his tutelage, and he was sure that Alan was in his mind the entire time. Did you sense me entering? Or can you feel me operating legitimacy right now? No, but where are you going with this? Asked Quinn. He wasn't following whatever Alan was trying to show him. Alan sighed before he said, Quinn, with your current system of occlumency, you won't be able to detect anything as long as they get past your shield. If someone or in this case something passes through your defenses, you will have no idea that they are inside. Your defenses will tell you that there is an incoming attack if they are strong enough, but once the attack is inside, your defenses won't do squat. Alan folded his hands on his lap and continued, Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with the system you are following. You can build your defenses until they are at my level. There is no limit there, but your system of occlumency defenses doesn't have any other feature beyond that. Your defenses won't do something that it wasn't designed for. Alan pointed at himself and said, If someone manages to break past my covering shields, that doesn't mean my defense is over. I have various failsafes present beyond that to protect my mind. He pointed at Quinn and continued, "You, on the other hand, have nothing other than your detection layers and shields. You have the castle and the manor inside, and you have sorted the memories in a way that even if someone gets past your defenses, they would have a mighty difficult time to get to the memory they are looking. And, while I was teaching you, we never went over the possibility of something like this happening. We worked on legilimens breaking into your mind to get access to your memories. We never worked on something like this that would target you in such a way that would alter your personality." Alan paused and stated, "You don't have a way to protect your mind from being manipulated like this." But I worked hard on this." Quinn was shocked to hear that his defenses were useless. He wasn't expecting to hear that after the time and effort he put on his occlumency. "I know you worked hard. Your defense aspect and your efficiency aspect have grown beyond what I had thought you would be able to accomplish at your current age. I can assure you that your progress is quick, and other than myself and some select individuals, your speed of progress is second to none." Then came the "but" of the sentence. "But, your progress in the emotional aspect is lacking. While you are able to detach your emotions so that become nothing but a buzz at the back of your head, and that allowed you to keep your magic in check all this time." Alan had seen the memories, and with his level of legilimency, he didn't just watch the memories like a film and was able to feel what Quinn was feeling during his memories. "You have done nothing to make sure that your emotions won't be manipulated. The one to blame here is time. You just didn't have enough time to devote to the emotional aspect while you learned other magic." When Alan said Quinn's progress was below himself and some other individuals, he didn't consider that Quinn devoted time not just to occlumency but various other fields of magic. Quinn had recovered from the reeling shock that his occlumency had failed him because he hadn't designed it sufficiently. "Shields." Quinn said something that Alan wasn't able to hear, so he leaned forward and asked. "Pardon, I didn't get that." "Shields, you said my shields are strong. Why didn't they stop the magic from entering my mind? Even if my emotional aspect occlumency was lacking, my defense aspect was strong enough to block out an attack." Alan nodded to that question and gathered his thoughts to answer. "Friar. Was that his name?" "Yes, Friar. The ghost who gave you the riddle said that another ghost had ceased to exist because of that vault. What did you think about that? That the vault was harmful to ghosts, what about it?" "I am not a ghost," said Quinn. He would have answered better if he was in another time, but right now, Quinn was defending his occlumency. "All right, what are ghosts?" asked Alan. "A ghost is the imprint of the soul of a once-living magical, and as such, a type of spirit. These fleshless spirits are either afraid of death or have some extremely potent connection to the locations they haunt." Quinn gave him the textbook definition of a ghost. Alan smiled as the words were right there. "Exactly, they are imprints of souls. Imprints of souls have similar properties as actual souls. You get what I am talking, right?" Quinn gave it a thought, and after some time, he exhaled. "The curse was soul-based. Is that what you are talking about?" Alan made a face that said, "Kind of, but not really. The curse was emotion-based, but I can safely conclude that the curse definitely had a soul aspect. It might as well have been the entry point as after that neither your mind nor soul had no defense for your emotions." Alan gazed at Quinn as he thought about how to explain it to his student. Emotions are connected to both mind and soul. Some believe that it might even be connected to the body as negative emotional states can affect physical output. But, emotions are definitely connected to mind and soul. Mind connection, you already know, and the existence of ghosts show conclusive proof of the soul connection. They remained in the mortal world because they had unfinished business, whether in the form of fear, guilt, regrets, or overt attachment to the material world who refused to move on to the next dimension. The choice to come back as a ghost was emotionally based. You never noticed something was wrong with you the entire time the curse was active. You made decisions and acted in ways that you wouldn't have. A lot of things should have triggered some suspicion inside you, but it never did. Not once did you think that there was something wrong with you. All of this was because the curse was acting on your emotions and, in turn, your personality. It attacked from two sources, both closely connected to magic, mind and soul." Quinn just grabbed his head and groaned. He was regretting the decision to dive into the second vault. "What about my magic rampaging out?" Quinn questioned. "How is that connected to my magic? What about the changes the curse brought to my magic before it broke?" "About that, I have no idea. How did the curse, if we can even call it that at this point, increased the capacity of your magic, but I can tell you that the increase in control was because emotion and will is an essential aspect to magic. The curse definitely brought your emotions close to your magic. Your magic responded to your emotions better than ever while you were under its influence. A magical's emotional state can affect their inherent abilities. For instance, an agent of the Statute of Secrecy Task Force was said to have produced better results with their charm after channeling the goodwill they received from innkeepers they met on their travels into their spellcasting. While in service, Gareth Greengrass, a senior researcher in the Department of Mysteries, at one point, documented over 700 instances of spells being cast in anger. He found they were all more powerful than even the casters themselves had thought themselves capable of producing. The curse targeted your emotions with cardinal sins, or the capital vices, or the 7 deadly sins. Quinn collapsed back into his bed, and while gazing at the ceiling, he asked, "To continue." It triggered your emotions when you felt things that were even remotely in connection to the cardinal sins. Alan listed all the 7 sins. Pride. Greed. Envy. Sloth. Wrath. Gluttony. Lust. "Let's talk some examples of how the curse affected you," spoke Alan as he got up from his chair and walked around Quinn's bed. "First, let's take an example of how it amplified your emotions from something small to an exaggerated state. Your first duel in that dueling club of yours." The mention of the event brought Quinn's memory of the duel against Miles Bletchley to the surface. You felt a little insulted by the way he looked at you. "Tell me, what would you have done if you had another chance and weren't influenced by the curse?" Quinn didn't have to think much about it, and he answered, "A single disarming spell and end the duel within seconds." "I would have ended the duel so fast that he wouldn't have a chance to even twitch a muscle, but I wouldn't have humiliated him by not even drawing my wand. That was too flashy for me." Quinn could hear Alan's footsteps as he walked around. That was wrath. He insulted you, and that triggered wrath. Your opponent just looked at you funny, and I think you decided to humiliate him even before the nasty spells he shot. "I guess you are right." Quinn thought about the times he had been angry in the last few months. Some regrettable decisions flashed through his mind. "Next, let's move on to the times where the curse took advantage of your body to take effect," Alan spoke, moving on to the next observation. If Quinn could see his teacher's face, he would have found a huge shit-eating grin on the old man's face. Body. When did the curse affect my body? Quinn wasn't sure there were changes to his body. Quinn was sure that his body wasn't touched by the curse. "I am talking about puberty, Quinn." Quinn froze in his bed, and he immediately knew Alan was talking about lust. "I am sure that you wouldn't have included those memories in the memory package, but you were working with logical thinking that spanned for days on end. So, a lot of those ended up in there." Alan laughed for a while before continuing. "Lust triggered in short, but many bursts, and that was because of your hormones. You were so affected by it because you started to feel attracted to the fairer sex." Alan chuckled at the embarrassment his student was feeling. "Lust just took over from that point on. I really saw youth in there." Quinn had spanked the monkey, Jack the Beanstalk, auditioned with his hand puppet, charmed the snake, took the dog out for a walk, or wanked, twice a day without fail. Now laying in his bed, Quinn remembered the times he had been doing something and just ended up staring at the passing-by girls. Then there was the incident with Daphne. "Damn it, why did I have to say that, Daphne?" Quinn mushed his face into the pillow. Lust might have been the most enjoyable, but just like others. It made him do things he regretted. "Let's move on, please." A muffled shout from Quinn made Alan laugh. "All right, let's move on to the case where curse made sure that you won't go back to the antechamber. Only one sin kept you away from the vault." Quinn gritted his teeth and almost snarled, "Sloth." Yes, sloth. Alan had gone through Quinn's memories, and the one sin that was as far away from Quinn was the sin of sloth. Quinn West was a busy person. He had magic to learn, and Quinn made sure to spend every productive minute of his time learning magic. So, sloth was Quinn's mortal enemy. Surprisingly, it didn't affect you that much, didn't it? Except making sure that you didn't go to the antechamber, skipping your morning runs, and the frequent short flashes of zoning out. All you got was becoming extremely rowdy if you were awake past your bedtime. Quinn didn't say anything because it was true. The reason sloth didn't take root inside Quinn was because greed didn't let me be lazy, said Quinn as he stood up from the bed. The talk about sloth made him want to get away from the bed. Right, about that. I never understood why you spent that much time in the library. I know you like to learn, but the time you spent in the library was unusually lengthy. I, for a fact, know that you like to use magic as much as you like to read about it, asked Alan as he watched Quinn stand up from the bed and stretch. Quinn spoke while he stretched his body. I had tricked a professor into signing a pass to the restricted section of the library. The problem was that there is a curse on the position of the Defense Against Dark Arts position. No professor lasts more than a year. I think it has been going on for decades. The teacher I tricked was the Defense Against Dark Arts professor. A strange flash passed through Alan's eyes as Quinn mentioned the Defense Against Dark Arts professor. I was sure that the professor would be gone by the end of the year, which meant that pass would only last for a year. So, I had to make sure to squeeze the maximum out of the one school year I had. Quinn made eye contact with Alan and continued, my magic was increasing by the day, and my control was getting better, so the decision I made was to spend all my time in the library. Now that you mentioned the sins, I think greed was the most prominent sin out of all 7. It was always present in the back of my head, guiding me to learn more and more. Quinn sighed as he leaned against a wall with his hands behind his back. Sitting in that library made you happy, and that was because greed made it such. Your greed for knowledge was fulfilled while you stayed in the library, and it affected your emotions, making you happy. Alan made some conclusions out from the knowledge he had. Quinn nodded, but then he pushed away from the wall and point-blank asked, enough of this. Tell me what had happened to my magic. Alan stopped his walk and turned to face Quinn. The two stared at each other for a moment before Alan spoke up. Your mind, soul, and magic are fine. They don't have anything wrong with them. The problem is that while the curse was active, it increased your capacity and focus, but the way it was achieved was not natural, or should I say the process was artificial. Quinn felt his heart beat faster as Alan continued to speak. I don't think that curse was supposed to break down. I don't know what it was designed to achieve, but it wasn't meant to break down in the middle like it did in your case. With my knowledge, it was meant to go until the end, whatever the end was. All of this was what Alan had been able to find out from Quinn's memories and an entire night of diagnostics on Quinn while he slept. The curse had total control over your focus abilities as it was raising it artificially. So when it came undone, your bond to your magic which was being raised artificially broke down, and with it everything you had worked hard to establish. Alan pursed his lips when he saw the despair on Quinn's face. He knew that Quinn had worked hard to build his control since he was 5 years old. But now, it was all gone. Oh okay. Mr. Allen, this isn't helping me. Quinn's voice had a shakiness and desperation in his voice. What does this mean? Alan knew what was coming, but he had to continue. Your focus ability is gone completely, Quinn, and the reason your magic is lashing out is that had been artificially raised. You weren't meant to gain that much magic in that short amount of time. Your own magic is rejecting itself and is trying to get out. Chapter 71, Road to Recovery, Lesson, Closure. Your focus ability is completely gone, Quinn, and the reason your magic is lashing out is that it has been artificially raised. You weren't meant to gain that much magic in that short amount of time. Your own magic is rejecting itself and is trying to get out. Quinn, who had his eyes wide open, started to tap a foot against the floor. He didn't blink his eyes, all his attention was on Alan. He was hanging on his every word. The news wasn't getting good, but it was something he needed to hear. If you want to get your magic back, you just need to get it back under your control. The current you doesn't have even a bit of focus ability. You might be the only one at your age who can't keep his magic under wraps even when everything is alright. People don't have magic lashing out against their will. Their magic might not respond to them, but it doesn't act on its own. Alan was as straightforward as he could be and sledgehammered his way to tell Quinn his current situation. Any solution? Asked Quinn. There was a lump in his throat that was threatening to break out. It's simple, Alan smiled. The usual smile that he always had. You need to build it up like you did since you started learning magic. The connection has broken down, and you need to build it back up. You could have started to get your magic back the second it went out of control. I didn't need to come back here to help you out. Alan walked towards Quinn while speaking. The only thing I can actually do to help is to make things easier. With your magic rampaging against you, it will be difficult for you to keep it under control. Alan took out a vial from his robes and showed it to Quinn. So the solution to all that is to numb down the magic. By giving you the magic dampening potion, we can level the field. By numbing your connection to your magic, we can make sure that you can work in a calm sea and not in a storm. Quinn closed his eyes to hide the pain he was feeling. The question came out. I lost all my progress. Alan nodded and confirmed his fears. Yes, you lost all your progress. But, I can regain it back. The question made Alan's eyes sparkle and widen his smile. The old Quinn was coming back, the Quinn who surprised him time after time. He could feel it. Yes, you can. You built a tower, and it broke down. You just need to build it again. Quinn opened his eyes, and there was a glint in his eyes. I will build a damn pyramid this time. Something that can't be broken down. Hell to it all if I am going to let something like this happen again. Excellent, that is the spirit, my child. You did it once, and you can do it again. Alan patted Quinn's shoulders and said, now, go meet your family. They had been worried sick since you came home. Go and assure them that everything is fine. Quinn looked up at Alan and earnestly said, thank you for all of this. Alan smiled but said nothing, prompting Quinn to walk outside the room to meet his family. Just after he closed the door, Quinn looked down at his left hand, and immediately an orb of white light manifested above it. A simple, small, somewhat dim orb of light. In the hallway, with no one else but Quinn. He stared at the dim orb of light, which flickered as if it were almost about to go out. The intensity wavered every second. It would brighten for a moment but dim the next. The light was weak, but it shone brightly in Quinn's eyes. Scene break. Quinn emotionlessly stared at the vial that Alan had handed to him. It had been 3 days since Quinn had returned home, and his daily routine was to wake up, go out for a run, have breakfast, wait for Alan to arrive, and then drink the magic dampening potion to finally free himself from the binds of occlumency. He looked up at Alan, who watched him, before opening the cork on the vial and downing the potion in one gulp. Quinn closed his eyes and felt the potion take its effects. As Quinn felt the magic dim down, his occlumency also weakened till he was no longer able to keep it operational. It was a weird feeling, not having his mind operating with occlumency aid. He couldn't remember what it was like before he got the mind-aiding art. Right now, it just felt like there were drapes over his mind, stopping him from peeking inside. So, what do you want to talk about? Quinn asked as he opened his eyes. He looked at Alan, who sat on a chair in front of him. A table in between them separated the young and the old. I am going to leave today, announced Alan. I have nothing else to offer. Your grandfather has the recipe for the potion, and I am sure that he has potiwanners at his disposal, so I am not really needed. Your magic is your problem, and no one but you can solve it. Quinn crossed his legs before asking, you could always help me out with the emotional aspect of occlumency. I learned the other 2 aspects from you, how about making it a complete set of 3? Alan chuckled as he refused, I think it would be better if you learn it yourself. Your spoon-feeding days have passed. Learn it on your own, you already know how to disconnect emotions on different levels, so you have already started on the path, just keep going. You didn't spoon-feed me anything, Quinn sounded miffed. He surprised Alan quite a bit, so Quinn did anything but being spoon-fed knowledge. Whatever you say, kid, Alan chuckled before continuing on a serious note. Before I go, I think this is the right time to address some issues. Quinn furrowed his brows, uncertain, issues. You said that there was nothing wrong with me other than that I am the worst magic user in the world. For now, that is. Alan gave one of those soft stares that Quinn was not used to when they came from Alan. What? Quinn questioned, eyeing at his teacher. Quinn, we need to talk about the obliviation incident, Alan's voice was soft. He tried to make sure that Quinn was not threatened and felt as comfortable as he could. Quinn froze on his bar stool and stilled as he stared at Alan with vigilant eyes. That incident wasn't in the memories I gave you, Quinn glared at Alan, who showed no reaction at all to the glare. True, but a lot of times, patients hide things from their healers. You especially like to hold your cards close to your chest. Alan pointed at his temple and then pointed at Quinn. You were in a dark state of mind when I first checked. Even though there is nothing physically or magically wrong with you, your mental health is still not at the level I consider healthy. Quinn continued to glare at Alan for a solid minute before softening his glare. All right, let's talk about it. The harshness in the tone was still evident, even if it wasn't as pronounced as before. Let's get this clear, what you did was wrong. Alan came out strong without beating around the bush. This matter wasn't when Alan wanted to dance around the topic and bring Quinn to enlightenment. Of course, I know what I did was wrong, Quinn growled. You don't think I know that? I erased a person's life, leaving them without an identity. It was one of, if not Quinn's biggest, regret out of all the things Quinn did while under the influence of the curse. He was a prick, a fraud, and built his entire life by robbing people of their memories. Quinn clenched his hands and spat. Despite all that, I still feel wrong about erasing his entire identity off of him. He massaged his temples but couldn't meet the eye of his mind arts teacher. Even if the fate of Lockhart was the same as canon, it didn't fit well with Quinn that he was the one to cause that fate. The reason I am bringing this up is that I have experienced something similar, said Alan, shocking and causing Quinn to look up towards his teacher. It was the first time Quinn had seen such a somber expression on Alan's face. There was a haunting reminiscence in the mind arts master. You see, when I was young, I was 40 years old at that time, making way into the field of the mind arts. I was well into my travels when I arrived in a country. I won't name names. Quinn tried to imagine how a young Alan D. Baddeley would look like. It turned out that one of the ministry bigwigs there knew about me. He also held an interest in my work, so he offered me an opportunity. An opportunity that at that time interested me a bit too much. Alan looked Quinn straight in the eye and spoke in a grim voice. He offered me dispensation to experiment on human subjects who were on death row. Quinn sucked in a deep breath at that. There was nothing wrong with human trials if they were conducted properly, but with how the topic started made Quinn feel that this would not end well. It was a rare chance to ethically perform mind magic on humans. At that time, using the killing curse to execute death row subjects was considered a normal practice. So me experimenting on people who were sentenced to death wasn't a moral dilemma either. Alan leaned back into his chair and stated, "So, as you might have guessed, I readily accepted. I took the opportunity to experiment on death row inmates with no restriction on the things I could do. I was given full rein on how to operate. I didn't even have to care about their health or well-beings. So, I got 6 people to work with. Their fates before their death laid in my hands." A faraway look appeared in Alan's eyes as he continued. I was so arrogant and full of myself at that time. I thought I couldn't do anything wrong, so I did whatever I wanted with the patients. I followed the protocol well because I was a professional in how I did things. The experiments went well. The 6 inmates were left all twitchy and with some tics because of the constant experimentation. I might have gone a little overboard, but there wasn't any permanent damage to any of them. But you see, during the experiments, a single thought plagued my mind. Alan's gaze locked on Quinn as a self-mocking smile rose on his face. I thought, I have never actually seen what would happen if I went all out of someone's mind. Alan opened and closed his fist. Mind arts is a controlled art, it needs finesse and subtlety. So I never actually knew what the mind arts could do if someone turned the dial all the way up. It was a professional curiosity that I shouldn't have tried to sate. So after thinking about it, I choose to use the memory charm. I decided to use an unchecked memory charm on one of the 6 people. To see what would happen, what would come out on the other side. There was a long pause as Alan went silent, and Quinn watched without saying a word as the tension in the room built up. The result was that the inmate forgot everything. He forgot every single thing. Alan tilted his head to the side and elaborated. Your guy just lost his identity, but he can still start a new life if he wanted. But, my guy forgot everything. He forgot his identity, his life experiences, and he forgot how to be a human. I ended up making him forget how to function as a human. I erased a human out of existence, and what I left behind was nothing better than a newborn baby. Alan derisively laughed at himself. The jailers thought I drove him mad. But they didn't understand. I hadn't driven him insane. No, I had erased a person out of existence. In a way, I had killed that inmate before the authorities executed him. It hit me a week after I had done it, and it took me time to get over it. Quinn gulped as he heard Alan recount his story. He felt chills go down his spine as he found out the conclusion of the incident. It was laborious to erase procedural memories because they were so deep-seated in a person. Procedural memory was a part of the long-term memory responsible for knowing how to do things, also known as motor skills. As the name implies, procedural memory stores information on performing various procedures, such as walking, talking, and riding a bike. Alan had erased everything that was learned through living. He had reverted the inmate back to a newborn state, who had just entered the world. Quinn, I don't know what you feel about obliviating your professor. I don't know if you feel guilty about it, or if you don't consider it your fault as it was done under the influence of the curse, Alan addressed Quinn after letting the story sink in Quinn's mind. But whatever it is, don't ignore it. Think about the incident and get some closure, whatever, to put this behind. I didn't get closure for a long time, and I don't want you to go through the same. So, just make sure that you have no lingering regrets about it. Alan tapped the table in between them, and Quinn felt the taps on his shoulders. Believe me, it will do you good. Clear things when they are fresh. Don't put out things for later and work while the wound is still ripe. Quinn nodded and got up when he saw Alan get up. Come, let's go out for a walk. The mood is too heavy for my liking, said Alan. His usual smile was back on his face. You should have seen it coming when you brought it up, replied Quinn. Quinn didn't comment on the sudden change in Alan's mood. He was used to it, and he didn't understand how the mind of a person with Alan's level of acclimacy worked. The student and teacher, young and old, walked outside the room towards the garden. So, tell me more about this AID thing of yours. What happened to laying low, not wanting to garner attention and all that jazz you talked about before you started school? Oh, that. That plan went down the drain in a single year. But let's talk about you. What have you been doing for the past 3 years? Well, I met this beautiful lady whom I have been spending time with. Really? You dog. Scene break. Thank you, Polly, I will be fine from here. Quinn looked at the house elf and thanked her. I will call you when I am done. Will little master be all right? Polly, worried that you get all hurt, asked the house elf with worry in her big eyes. She knew what was wrong with Quinn and that he had taken a potion that weakened his magic. Don't worry, Polly. I will be fine. I will go in there, and when I come out, I will call for you. Quinn pointed at the building in front of him and smiled in comfort. Okay, call Polly if in trouble, asserted the motherly house elf before popping away back to the manor. Quinn looked at the building. It was a red-bricked, condemned departmental store called Purge and Dows Limited. The departmental store was the magical gateway to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The place had a shabby, miserable air. The window displays consisted of a few chipped dummies with wigs askew, standing at random and modeling fashions at least 10 years out of date. Large signs on all the dusty doors read, "Closed for refurbishment." The hospital was placed here because no one could find a better place to house it. Everywhere in Diagon Alley was too small, so people came up with ideas to build it underground like the Ministry of Magic, but it was decided that underground was too unhealthy. Eventually, a Muggle building was purchased so that patients could come and go and fit in with the crowds. Quinn walked towards a window displaying nothing but a particularly ugly female dummy whose false eyelashes were hanging off and modeled a green nylon pinafore dress. He leaned close to the glass, looking up at the very ugly dummy and said, "I am here to see Gilderoy Lockhart." The dummy gave a tiny nod and beckoned its jointed finger. Quinn took that as the signal and stepped into the building. Just like the barrier at King's Cross Station to platform 9 3/4, he didn't crash into the building and arrived in a different place. He was in what seemed to be a crowded reception area where rows of men and women sat upon rickety wooden chairs, some looking perfectly normal and perusing out-of-date copies of Witch Weekly. Others sported gruesome disfigurements such as elephant trunks or extra hands sticking out of their chests. The room was scarcely less quiet than the street outside, for many of the patients were making very peculiar noises. People in lime green robes were walking up and down the rows, asking questions and making notes on clipboards. Quinn noticed the emblem embroidered on their chests, a wand and bone, crossed. Quinn ignored all the hustle and bustle of the area and just made his way into the hospital. He found the floor guide on a wall and found the place he was looking for. Spell damage. 4th floor. Unliftable jinxes, hexes, and incorrectly applied charms, etc. He found the stairs and made his way to the 4th floor. It took some asking around, but he was able to find the right place. He stared at the double doors that marked the start of a corridor signposted. Spell damage. He entered the corridor and looked around to find the ward, Janice Thickey Ward, Janice Thicky, Janice, found it. It was the ward for permanent spell damage. The door was locked. Quinn took a deep breath, and with a shaking hand, channeled all the bits and pieces of magic that he could muster and unlocked the locked door. Gilderoy Lockhart sat in his bed. He had a quill in his hand and parchment in front of him. The man was scribbling on it with his tongue sticking out. He knocked on the door, and Lockhart looked up. "Yes?" asked the man in hospital clothing. Quinn walked towards the bed and sat on the armchair beside it. "Good afternoon. My name is Quinn West." Lockhart smiled and introduced himself. "A wonderful afternoon to you as well. My name is Gilderoy L. Lockhart. Do you want an autograph?" Quinn smiled and nodded. "I would love to have an autograph." "All right, wait a minute. I am going to write up a good one. I am getting better at this." "Sure, I will wait." Quinn watched as the man drew on the parchment with his quill. He didn't feel much guilt about erasing Lockhart's memories. The man would have continued to steal credit from people if he got out of Hogwarts unharmed. Then the time would come when Lockhart wouldn't be satisfied with his current level of fame, and it was inevitable with his personality that he would end up doing things much worse than what he did before. So, in Quinn's mind, what happened was better for all because from what he remembered, Gilderoy was able to continue his work as an author, after a fashion, getting someone to help him write the book. Who am I? Quinn felt Lockhart got what he deserved. The only thing that irked Quinn was that he was the one to deliver that fate. "Here you go, one autograph," said Lockhart, handing Quinn the parchment. "From me to Quinn West." Quinn took the parchment and saw one decent-looking piece of calligraphy. He could see the flashes of Lockhart in there. His hand went to the satchel he was carrying and took out a box and set it on the bed-top table in front of Lockhart. "What is this?" asked Lockhart, excitement flashing in his eyes. "A gift, Mr. Lockhart," replied Quinn, as he got up from his chair. "Please open it. It is all yours." The man ripped open the box and took out a figurine. "Oh! Isn't this me? How handsome am I?" Lockhart was so engrossed in the stuff in the box that he didn't notice that Quinn had left him long ago. Chapter 72, Family Time and Conversations. The calm and serene lake was a beautiful sight to experience. The steady, undisturbed water of the lake's surface reflected the sky above and the lake's surrounding scenery. The scenic beauty was enhanced as the lake was surrounded by lush green. The current location was as described. Quinn and Leah were sitting at the lakeside with fishing rods set up in front of them. "Neither of us knows how to fish," Quinn said as his other sibling stared at the lake. One could only watch the reflection in the lake for so long before it got boring. "This is a bad idea. We just need to give it time. Fishing is all about patience, my little brother," pointed out Leah. She then raised her wand to send a pinching hex on Quinn's upper arm. "Ow. Why would you do that?" glared Quinn at his sister as he rubbed the hurting spot. "I am spending my precious free time with you." Leah took out a bottle of beer from the cooler beside her and popped the cap off with magic. "Be grateful." Yeah. "I am Leah West, look at me, I am a big business lady," Quinn mocked his sister. He rubbed the red spot on his arm and whined. "Damn it, this still hurts. Couldn't you have been gentler? Like you are any better. I am Quinn West, look at me. I will be the big magic guy in the future," Leah imitated Quinn, her voice filled with sarcasm. "But I am stupid enough to lose all control over my magic, so maybe I won't be the big magic guy. I am going to be the big magic guy. This is just part of my glorious journey to the top," said Quinn, and gave his sister a sideways glance. Their grandfather had been caring and supportive throughout the ordeal. He just wanted Quinn to be safe and didn't care about anything else. Elliot had been supportive in the same way and always spent time with Quinn when he wasn't under the magic dampening potion. Ms. Rosie had scolded him some before taking care of him in her own way. Leah, on the other hand, showed a different reaction. Quinn's elder sister hadn't known about the entire ordeal until she returned from spending a month in Barcelona for work. The first thing Leah had done after she was told of the situation was giving Quinn a tight slap. If you asked Quinn, it was a really tight slap. Quinn, who hadn't been hit in this manner, was shocked. He had been hit with magic during his duels with Elliot. Sure, he had been hurt by backlashes while he learned and experimented, but he hadn't been slapped on the face in this life. After slapping him, Leah had made him sit in front of her and recount the story in detail. She had listened with a stoic face that closely resembled George when he was in his serious mode. Leah's momentum swept Quinn, who was in shock after being slapped, and he retold everything that happened. She was the only one to actually scold him for being careless. And after screaming and yelling at Quinn, she hugged him tightly. Quinn could still clearly remember her tears on his shoulders as she hugged him. Before she went back to work, Leah freed herself up for a weekend, and here they were, West siblings camping overnight at a lakeside. "Do we have food in case we don't catch any fish?" asked Quinn. He wasn't optimistic about the prospects of catching fish for their meal. "Unlike you, I make sure to prepare for things," quipped Leah at Quinn's recent screw-up. Quinn winced and sighed, but the younger sibling couldn't say anything in reply because what she said was true, and the whole ordeal was rather recent. "Excellent, what are we eating tonight?" asked Quinn. He was getting hungry as they had skipped lunch. "If, and only if we don't catch any fish," Leah stressed her words because she really wanted to fish. "Then we are going to eat beef stroganoff." Quinn liked the sound of that. "Nice, that sounds perfect." He looked at his sister and said, "You know you can just cast a bubblehead charm around your face and go into the lake to catch some fish." Leah finished her beer before replying, "I want to catch fish with the rod. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rented them. And, I know what you are thinking, but no, I am not going to cast one on you so that you can go diving." "Oh, come on, why not? I know how to swim." "You are going to sit here and relax," said the overprotective hen. "Buzzkill," grumbled Quinn. "I am in my early 20s. I travel all the time. Between you, who is stuck in a castle for the most part of the year, and me, who do you think has more fun?" said Leah as she chewed on some jerky. "You travel for work," countered Quinn. "Ha!" Leah laughed, "I don't work all day long. My nights are free for me to do whatever I want. My nightlife is much more colorful than yours." "Don't you feel embarrassed when you compare yourself with a teenager?" asked Quinn because Leah's nightlife was indeed more colorful than Quinn's. He would usually spend his nighttime in the room of requirements repeatedly practicing spells, manning potion cauldrons, or hunching over different materials, trying to find what worked for them. While it may be fun for Quinn, it wasn't what you usually considered fun. "Nope, no embarrassment here," came Leah's joyful reply. She looked at her brother before saying, "But Quinn, you should really spend some time on things other than magic. Get a hobby or something. I have my piano and violin." "Playing instruments is a hobby," said Quinn as he got up from his seat and stretched. "Magic is my hobby and passion. Doing magic is all the fun I need," Quinn said as he looked at the blue sky. "That is probably true," said Leah. She could still remember how her dear brother had become so attached to her first-year magic theory book. "You did a terrific job on Magifax, Quinn," Leah praised Quinn. The invention of Magifax was the thing that really opened her eyes to Quinn's passion for magic. "Oh, that. Thanks. I actually have some design improvements for it. Even though Magifax hasn't been launched, when it does, I'm sure it will gain traction at a professional level. I have a few designs for models for personal home use. Remind me to give you those when we get home." Magifax was set to launch in a few weeks, and the first motive for it was to set its feet in the professional environment. If Magifax was a hit in the professional market, then the personal home use market would open up. By using the reputation from the professional model launch, they could launch models suited for home use. Leah remembered something and shared it with Quinn because she knew he would love to hear about it. "Quinn, do you remember the pitch meeting you did for Magifax?" Yeah, what about it?" asked Quinn as he looked for jerky in a bag. "Where is that jerky?" "I just saw it." "Well, you said that it would probably take a year for someone to figure out how to make Magifax, but no one is anywhere near to figuring it out." That caught Quinn's attention. He got up from squatting near a bag and turned to face Leah. "How do you know Northwest One has gotten close to figuring out the design?" "No, wait, did anyone get their hands on a Magifax unit? There's still a few days until the release, right? Did you disconnect it from the network?" No, nothing like that," laughed Leah. "I actually set up 2 separate groups of researchers in order to make them figure out how Magifax works. I gave them a year's worth of time to work out how Magifax was designed because you gave us that estimated time. But neither group is nowhere near figuring out how it works. Leah's motive for setting up research groups was to get a proven estimate of the time taken to figure out the design of Magifax. Even though Quinn had said 1 year, she couldn't just take his word for it, so she set up 2 separate groups to research the design of Magifax. Her doubts turned out to be correct, as Quinn was wrong in his estimate, but she wasn't expecting the result she saw. She was expecting them to figure it out quicker, but almost a year had passed, and both teams were not even close to figuring out how it worked. Really? I really thought it would take at most a year. Quinn thought his estimate was a pretty accurate one as he hadn't actually invented something new to make the Magifax. All the magic used was already discovered, he just found new practical ways to use it. Are you sure you hired the right people? Did they have adequate qualifications? Quinn asked to confirm. Leah widely smiled. Yes, all of them are learned, magic researchers. They might not be good ones, thought Quinn but didn't say it aloud. Come on, let's make that beef stroganoff, already. We are not going to catch any fish, said Quinn. He was really getting hungry and the jerky had gone missing. All right, get all the stuff ready. We will start then. Leah didn't want to get up, so she instructed her little brother without making a move. Roger saluted Quinn and ran off to prepare the food. After Quinn was done setting things up, he smiled and finally hoped that he could get something to eat. Just as he was about to call out to Leah that the meal was ready to be prepared, he heard. Quinn. Quinn. I think I caught something huge. Come help me out. Quinn's jaw dropped before he gritted his teeth as he ran towards Leah. Damn it. I am hungry. This better be worth it. Scene break. It was after dinner, and Quinn was sitting with George in the parlor. The grandson and grandfather pair were playing chess as an after-dinner activity. Quinn was expressionless, as the magic dampening potion's effects were already over, and the limit was a single dose a day. Currently, he was clamping on his acclimacy to detach his emotions from himself. All his emotions were like a buzz in the back of his head, he could still feel them, but they were at a distance. How are you feeling? Any problems? Asked George as he made his move on the chessboard. Quinn stared at the chessboard and the pieces at the middle of the squares. I haven't felt any problems with my body yet, no weakness, loss of appetite, or anything else. Everything seems fine right now, Quinn answered as he moved his bishop 4 spots diagonally. What about your magic? Any improvements on that front? How is it coming along? Asked George as he took one of Quinn's pawns. Quinn stayed silent. He had no expression on his face, so George had no idea what his grandson was thinking about. Quinn spoke after they had exchanged a few moves between them. It hasn't been going well, at least not at a level I want it to go. Quinn's voice was quieter than before. It was the only difference George could discern in the voice of his grandson. My connection to the magic is weak when I take the potion, it gets difficult to draw out the magic under that condition. On the other hand, my magic is just too turbulent for me to even get started when I am not under the effects of the potion. Quinn massaged his temple as he spoke after a pause. I am struggling between 2 extremities. Too less or too much. But are you making progress? George didn't mind if Quinn wasn't making substantial progress with his magic as long as he made some progress. The magic dampening potion was harmful to the body. As such, George wanted Quinn off the potion as soon as possible. Some progress, sure, answered Quinn as he moved his queen to a more offensive position. Things are trudging along. I see. George wanted to say something but trailed off at the end, opting to not say whatever was on his mind. But Quinn noticed his grandfather wanted to say something. What is it? George leaned back into his chair and took a drink from his whiskey glass. He made up his mind before speaking. Do you think you'll be able to go back to school at the end of your break? Quinn's hand, which was just above his rook, stilled. He stayed in that position for a second before pulling his hand back and setting it on the armrest. At my current progress, I think I will be barely able to get myself to the level required for my 4th-year classes at Hogwarts. I will definitely struggle, but I'll manage. But, I don't know when my magic will calm down. The amount of magic inside my core was raised unnaturally. I don't know how long it will be before it settles down. Quinn's hand clenched as his acclimacy slipped a bit and some of the magic leaked outside, rocking the chessboard. Quinn had to take deep breaths to get his emotions back in his control. I don't know how much longer I have to stay like this, Quinn pointed at his face. His expressionless face, the distant state of emotion he had to keep for a part of his day, every day. It wasn't something Quinn enjoyed but had to do it for his own safety. If you want to rest for a year, you can take an off year and join back next year, George suggested even though he already knew the answer. Quinn raised his head to look at George and gave a tight shake of his head. I am not skipping a year. I will be going back after the break. George nodded before speaking about something he didn't completely understand, but maybe Quinn did. Quinn, I am a businessman. I don't use lots of kinds of magic daily, just some magic that makes my daily life easier. Quinn felt confused at George's words. He couldn't connect the conversation with them. I've read a lot about the magic that there is being in products. Especially, on what is being used by our competitors in their products. I have to keep myself updated on different fields because it helps me be a better leader, said George. Take the Magifax for an example. I read how Magifax works. I know that the protean charm is used in it, and the other magic used to create it, but I just understand things on a surface level. I don't understand the finer details that you explained, the details that even Leah's teams of researchers failed to deduce. Quinn was getting more confused by the minute. He didn't understand where this was going. George looked at Quinn and pointed out, I don't know how wandless magic works. I tried to read about it when you told me about it, but I couldn't comprehend much of it. I don't know the mechanics behind using magic with an external focus. Just that it is difficult to learn. You have been using magic without focus your entire life. You use magic in a different way than I do, but now this situation has come along. You have lost all your progress, and now you are struggling to get your magic back. George paused just a second before asking, do you think you will try using your wand if you aren't able to get back your magic to the level you were before? Quinn would have frowned if he didn't have his occlumency up. Are you telling me to start using a wand? George shook his head and explained, not at all. I am fine with your decisions as long as you are healthy. I don't care if you take time off to build your magic to its previous level. But, what if your magic takes time to get back to its previous level and clearly this is bothering you? Do you think you will switch to using a wand? Because from what I understand, a wand helps you focus your magic, and that is exactly what you need right now. George really wanted Quinn to stop taking the magic dampening potion, so even though he knew Quinn wouldn't like his suggestion, he still had to try. Quinn didn't know what to say or think at this point. He hadn't thought of using a wand to get his magic under control. A wand was never part of his magic, so it didn't enter his mind to use a focus to get his magic. And if I used a wand right now, wouldn't all my hard work would have gone to waste? Channeling magic without a focus was something Quinn prided himself in. He felt different from others around him. It made him feel unique. Quinn would be lying if he said he hadn't considered using a wand. During the time he had been under the influence of the sin curse, Quinn had felt envious of the entire school population because by using wands, their magic came easier to them. The only reason he hadn't used his wand at that time was that pride overpowered envy. I don't know, answered Quinn. He didn't know the future of his magic. He looked at George and asked to be excused. George nodded, and Quinn got up and left by wishing George a good night. As Quinn walked back to the training hall where he was living since he came back from Hogwarts, he only had one thought. Things need to change. Chapter 73, Wise Words, Mix of Light and Dark, and he is back. Are you going to that place today as well? Asked Ms. Rosie as she saw Quinn off at the gate of the West Manor. You have been going there daily. Quinn tied his shoes and replied with a single word, yes. It was 5:30 in the morning, and Quinn was dressed in a tracksuit, ready to go out. He hadn't taken the magic dampening potion because he liked to take it sometime around noon, and that would last him till dinner time. Is fighting that much fun? Ms. Rosie asked. She didn't like the prospect of Quinn participating in something so inelegant. It isn't the fighting I like, Ms. Rosie. Well, I don't dislike it, but I like the physical exertion that comes with it. I like my body responding swiftly to my commands when I am sparring against someone else. It gives me a sense of control. Quinn answered as he got up and spoke out, Polly, let's go. When he opened the door, he found the house elf was standing there as if waiting for Quinn to get ready. He turned back towards Miss Rosie and informed her, I will be back before lunchtime. Polly raised her hand, and Quinn held it. The next second, both the house elf and human disappeared with a pop. Scene break. Polly and Quinn appeared in a deserted alleyway, appearing with the distinct pop of elf apparition. "Thank you, Polly," said Quinn, letting go of the hand of the West family house elf. "I will call you when I'm ready to leave." Polly nodded and popped away, leaving Quinn in the alleyway. The Ravenhead boy exited the alley, crossed the road, and walked for half a minute, and reached the destination he visited every day at the same time. Keupadong Gym. It was one of the few Muay Thai gyms in Britain. Quinn had been coming here in the summer break since he had started Hogwarts. At first, it was just for fun, and didn't take things too seriously, and just did it to remain fit because he thought that he had been spending too much time sitting. But, this year, he had been going there every day and had been spending many hours in that place before returning home. Muay Thai was developed centuries ago as a form of close combat that utilizes the entire body as a weapon. Referred to as the art of 8 limbs, Muay Thai uses 8 points of contact that mimic the weapons of war. The hands become the swords and dagger. Shins and forearms hardened in training transform into armor. Fighters used the elbow as a mace or hammer. Legs and knees became the axe and staff. The body acted altogether as one unit. He entered the gym and shouted, "Good morning," as he walked inside. "Morning. West. Kid. Good morning." "Morning." Multiple shouts greeted him back as he entered the gym. He went to the back, deposited his duffel bag, and walked back out. "When are we starting?" asked Quinn as he walked to the group of young adults and adults. One of the guys in the group ruffled Quinn's hair and said, "You should smile more, kid." Quinn sighed and swatted away the hand on his head. He had learned to portray fabricated expressions while under emotional inclemency. But even then, Quinn came out as a quiet boy. "I will smile when I find something funny," said Quinn as he stretched as he waited for the instructor to arrive so that they could start. Suddenly a rather loud yell greeted the people present. "Good morning." Instinctively, everyone responded back in unison. "Good morning." The people who were sitting down or talking in separate groups gathered around as the men walked towards them. "How is everyone today? I presume all of you are feeling well." There were lots of eyes and "yes" in response, which made the men smile. The man standing in front of the group of 10 was Sken Keupadong. He was a British-based Thai Muay Thai trainer, fight choreographer, and fighter promoter. Sken decided to learn Muay Thai to avenge his father's murder, but in the end, was dissuaded from such a path to devote his life to teaching Muay Thai to anyone who wished to learn. Sken Keupadong was the only person largely credited with bringing Muay Thai to the United Kingdom. "Let's get started with a 5-kilometer run to warm ourselves up," said Sken as everybody nodded. As everyone there was an adult, Quinn trailed behind the group and arrived a couple of minutes after them. "All right, 15 minutes, skip rope, 3 sets of 5, shouted Sken as he moved around the gym, instructing everybody. "Boxer step, high knee, crisscross, and show me some speed." The repetitive motions of skipping rope while staying light on their feet helped the fighter become fast on their feet when moving around an opponent in the ring. It improved coordination and timing. To jump a rope for a sustained period required coordination and timing, or you would keep snatching the rope with your ankles. Jumping rope was a highly energetic cardiovascular exercise that made it great for conditioning training for boxers and other striking styles. And finally, it was a great way to build stamina, keeping the intensity high during skipping. After everyone was done skipping, it was time to do rounds of shadowboxing. Quinn started his own drills of jab, cross, hook, followed by a knee. But just as he was about to get into it, he heard a shout. "Quinn! Move after a rep, you don't want to stay in the same position after striking. Move to a different position," Sken shouted from a distance. "Build that into your muscle memory. I don't want to see you standing still. Move. Plus, give me a double teep double check after this. You are ignoring the legs." "Yes, sir," Quinn replied. "Louder," shouted Sken. "Yes, sir." "Excellent." They ended the shadowboxing session with burnouts and push-ups. After that was time on the bag. It was just more striking but against a heavy bag. Quinn repeated the same drills he did during shadowboxing. Shadowboxing and bag work complemented each other. The heavy bag was great for developing power and explosive endurance. You were essentially punching the bag with a very high degree of force you can exert over time. but there were limitations to overworking the heavy bag. Generally, people tended to stand way too close to the heavy bag, at a distance where you would not stand in a real fight situation. This was okay when strictly working for power. But if overused, it could inhibit the perception of proper distance and striking ability at full reach of the fighter. Shadowboxing helped with that as it forced you to focus on your own body movements and proprioception, awareness of your body with its environment, without looking for the satisfying feel or sound of striking. This was a good thing because people often strayed into poor techniques to hit harder or hear what they thought sounded impressive. Heavy bags were for working more on the form while hitting a moving target. Fighters had to focus on speed, coordination, and power while also having to move to hit the target they wished to strike. Shadowboxing allowed total freedom of footwork as you didn't have to position yourself relative to an apparatus like a punching bag. Plus, it also allowed unrestricted body methods as strikes weren't unimpeded by the unhuman-like dimensions of the heavy bag. Pad work is arguably the most representative and important part of training in Muay Thai. Unlike many gyms in the West, pad holding is a task that is more commonly performed by a trainer and not a gym partner. It is a role that is taken seriously by the Thai trainers. Pad work was one of the most intimate moments in training, where an instructor got to shape and sharpen the style of a fighter. Something that couldn't be achieved by only training with a partner. Sken and other trainers made sure to point out things during pad work. Besides, pad work at Sken's gym was intense as the gym's standard practice was to mimic ring action with 3 to 5 rounds of 3 to 8 minutes. Quinn did 4 rounds of 3 minutes in one stretch of pad work. After that came the part of training that Quinn hated, clinch wrestling. The clinch was defined as stand-up close-quarters grappling. This is a position where both competitors are fighting for control to gain a dominant position. What made the Muay Thai clinch so different from clinching in other striking combat sports like boxing or kickboxing was that the referee would not immediately break the clinch up. Clinch was allowed as long as there was action going on in the clinch. Which meant that as long as either fighter was in a fighting position to get in strikes, the clinch was allowed to continue. Unlike some other Muay Thai gyms in the west part of the world, Sken paid extra attention to teach clinching just as it was done in the combat sports homeland, Thailand. Afterwards, all the people in the group ended their session with warm-up and stretches. All either had work or college, so they needed to go home to get prepared. Quinn, who didn't have anything to do, just continued with his shadowboxing and heavy bag. He didn't have anywhere to go and liked to spend his time there because there was nothing much to do at home. "Quinn, come, let's do some light pad work," said Sken as he was free around this time. He would do with Quinn another session of pad work. Quinn walked over and did pad work with Sken. "No, not like that. You need to plant your other foot firmly on the ground to create ample force for a knee strike. Do it again. Don't flap your foot while kicking. Bring your knee up fully before extending it. You want to kick like you are stabbing something. Good, that's it. Keep your hands up and try to grab some kicks to counter. You need to take advantage of the openings." Quinn kept on doing whatever Sken was throwing at him. "So, Quinn, why did you join the gym?" asked Sken as Quinn continued to kick and punch. "For fun, I guess," replied Quinn between moves. He had other motives, but those motives were for the future. "Why do you only come in the summer?" "I attend a boarding school in Scotland," replied Quinn. He wasn't lying as Hogwarts was a boarding school in Scotland. "So I am not at home for most of the year." "Oh, why did your parents send you off to a boarding school? Have you caused trouble?" Quinn fakely chuckled and denied it. "No, my grandfather attended the school, so I also went there. It is quite fun, actually." Sken hit Quinn with his shin, who wasn't able to dodge, and asked as Quinn punched in retaliation. "But, you have been coming here daily this summer, and you have been working hard as well. Is it just for fun?" Quinn didn't know where Sken was going. "Yeah, why? Even though you don't show it in your expression or words, your strikes show great anger and frustration. So I'm sorry, but I can't believe that you are still doing it for fun." The student was surprised to hear that, and it showed when he was flipped over by Sken. Quinn went down with an oof. "So, tell me, what angers you so much?" He just laid down there, and while staring at the gym ceiling, Quinn didn't know what came over him, but he spoke. "I was good at it, you know. I didn't consider myself a genius or something. Even when everybody praised me for being so great, I didn't think I was some kind of prodigy. I thought of myself as a normal bloke who just worked hard at what I loved. Sken listened to Quinn. He didn't know what it meant. But he just listened as the boy vented. I spent all my time on it. I barely had a life out of it. Now, when all my hard work has broken down into shambles because I've made a mistake, I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to fix this. It's just so frustrating when all the work I put in crumbled, when I was just trying to gain more, just trying to get better at it. Quinn's detached emotions felt numb. It had been a month and a half since he lost his magic. He had already spent a little less than half of his summer break doing what felt like pushing against a wall, trying to make it move. It is just so damn frustrating. Sken sat down beside Quinn and spoke. You know, I trained in the art of Muay Thai because I wanted to avenge my father who was killed by some bastard back in Thailand. I thought that if I became strong enough, I would be able to kill that man, Sken said, not considering the fact he was talking to a nearly 14-year-old teenager. I was so focused on to achieve that goal that I lost sight of everything else. Just like you, I had no life outside of fighting. Just going into fights to hone my skills and earn money to live another day. Quinn turned his head and stared at Sken as he spoke. But, one day, I found out that, without knowing it, that bastard had already died. There I was, having trained all my life, without knowing what to do. All of a sudden, I had no aim in life. Nothing to focus upon. All I was left with was skills in fighting. Quinn opened his mouth to ask, so, what did you do? Sken glanced at Quinn and smiled. Negative emotions like rage, fear, loneliness, or anything that isn't considered positive have an important role to play in a happy life. They are big, flashing signs that announce that something needs to change. He looked around the gym and motioned at it. I left the country because it brought me so many bad emotions within myself. I needed a change, so I traveled here and opened this gym, as teaching was the only thing I knew to do. Sken took a deep breath and spoke. When something bad happens, you have 3 choices. One by one, Sken counted the things on his fingers. You can either let it define you. Let it destroy you. Or, you can let it strengthen you. Quinn's pupils dilated in surprise. It just clicked in his mind. It was sitting there, and he didn't see it. Ah, maybe this would work, Quinn thought as he looked at Sken. He got up and spoke, thank you, let's continue. Sken nodded and set up his pads for Quinn to strike against. After some strikes, Sken smiled. He felt it, something that had changed, as Quinn's strikes were no longer of anger but of hope and determination. Scene break. Time passed and August 31st, 1993, arrived. It was just one day before Quinn had to leave for Hogwarts. So, where is he? Asked Alan. The old mind arts master had come to get one final look at Quinn. He is in the garden. He's been outside for quite some time this past week, replied George. George had called Alan in order to have him take a look at Quinn. He feared that Quinn wasn't ready to go back to Hogwarts. It worried him that Quinn would force himself to go to Hogwarts and keep on taking on the magic dampening potion. How long do you think it will take for the potion to show a negative effect? Asked George. Quinn hadn't been showing any negative effect, but George wanted to know if something could go wrong. From my estimates, I think he could take it for another month before his physical condition starts to deteriorate, answered Alan. The potion is a modified version. The effects are diluted, and the doses are regulated so that it isn't active around the clock. It isn't strange that Quinn hasn't shown any symptoms. I'm worried that he will become dependent on the potion. George sighed. He knew his grandson's personality. Quinn loved magic more than anything else and would do anything to be near magic. Well, let's see how has he been doing. Do you know what his progress with magic is lately? Alan asked. Quinn's progress with his magic would be the deciding factor. He would look at Quinn's condition before making any suggestion. Has he been doing magic while under the potion? I don't know, actually, answered George, causing Alan to frown. What do you mean? Quinn spends a lot of his time running in the backyard, doing exercises. While he is in the house, he plays his instruments or silently reads a book. When he is not under the potion, he either goes to the gym he has been going to or locks himself in his room to only come out for meals. At first, George thought Quinn was distracting himself, but after a month of Quinn not speaking much at all, he started to get worried. Plus, George had been told that sometimes Quinn would spend hours intensely thinking about something. "I see," murmured Alan. He couldn't think of a reason why Quinn would behave as he did. But he was about to meet Quinn, so maybe he would get some answers. The two adults arrived at the West Estate garden, and in the lush green of a well-maintained garden, they saw Quinn standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from them. George was about to call Quinn when Alan raised his hand and quietly asked, "Is Quinn under the potion right now?" "Yes, why do you ask?" questioned George. Quinn had been taking the potion at the same time every day, so today shouldn't be different. "Quinn's shields are operating in full effect," Alan replied, and for once, he didn't sneak into Quinn's mind. He was confused. "Let's go talk to him." The two adults walked towards Quinn, and the sound of their footsteps in the grass caught Quinn's attention, as the boy turned around. They saw Quinn had a smile on his face. "Mr. Allen, what a surprise. Not that it is not good to see you." "What are you doing here?" asked Quinn. He wasn't expecting to see Alan today. Alan eyed Quinn before asking, "I'm here to see if you're doing okay." He took a pause before continuing. "And to see if you are set to go back to school." Quinn laughed in response. He guessed the motive of Alan's visit and George tagging along with him. It was just a day before he had to leave. "You two don't have to worry. I am fine now." Quinn looked at his hands and spoke. "I'm back to my full capabilities and healthy as ever." "What about your magic?" asked Alan. George looked curious about the question, too. Quinn stared at the two older men and grinned. Immediately, flowers sprouted out of the ground. Rainbow-colored flowers littered around the green of the ground. The two men's eyes widened as they saw the flowers growing, and the next thing they knew, bees, butterflies, and beetles started to flutter around the flowers as if to collect pollen from the newly grown flowers. "My magic is back under my control," Quinn smiled when a butterfly on his finger. "I haven't felt better in such a long time." "How? How did you regain your magic so quickly?" asked Alan, bewildered at the scene. He could only explain the rapidly growing flowers with magic, as the tiny butterflies fluttering around them weren't indigenous to the region. George chimed in and asked a question of his own, "But you said that you were having trouble with progressing your magic." "That was a month ago, grandfather," replied Quinn as he stretched his arms. "I have made a steady and fast recovery since then." "How? How did you regain your control so fast?" questioned Alan, genuinely curious. "I always thought that I understood the place of emotion and will in magic," Quinn spoke as he walked towards the two. "But it turned out I was wrong. I was so wrong. The past me knew nothing about the place of emotion in magic." A cool breeze of wind swept through the area as Quinn continued spoke. "I thought about it, you know. If the curse increased my control by utilizing the emotional connection between me and my magic, why couldn't I use the same method? I could use my emotions to strengthen and build up the focus I lost." Suddenly the three watched as a deer hopped into the garden before stopping to nibble on some grass. "I drew on all my emotions to increase my connection to my magic. Steadily, I used my emotions to emulate the same thing that the sin curse did to me. And, you know what? It worked," Quinn laughed as he joined his hands. When he separated them, tiny orbs of light flew out of his hands. "The curse forced my connection to my magic by manipulating my magic. It wasn't me who was in control. This time around, I was the one who felt my emotions on a deeper level and actively tried to connect them to my magic." Alan frowned. He knew about emotions, and this wasn't how emotions and magic worked together. "Quinn, that is not how things are supposed to go. You couldn't have gained your focus back so fast. You lost years' worth of progress." He stepped forward. "How about you let me check if there is something wrong?" Quinn chuckled. "Of course, you can check. But you are wrong. The thing about magic is that there is no dark or light magic. We, humans, categorize magic as such. I always subscribed to this school of thought. And then I thought, why aren't emotions subjected to the same way of thinking? Why are emotions like fear, anger, hate, and suffering termed as negative emotions? Love is said to be the strongest emotion of all, but I think every emotion can be just as strong if utilized properly." Quinn stared at George and Alan and revealed, I used the so-called dark emotions to regain my focus. Alan's eyes widened at the statement. Quinn, you know that the negative emotions could consume you. Rage, resentment, failure, sadness can consume magic users. Especially someone with a deep connection to magic as yourself. He was getting worried about Quinn. If Quinn utilized the darker emotions, then it could become a problem later. The darker emotions had a seductive charm that had ruined a lot of people. Quinn quickly stepped forward and spoke. True, they have a certain quality to them, don't they? But, they will only consume you if you aren't true to yourself. He quoted what Sken had told him. I could have let them define me, I could have let them destroy me, or I could use them to strengthen myself. I felt frustrated that I was not able to use magic. I feared that I would never be able to get my magic back. I hated myself for not having thought it through. I was miserable because I had nothing other than magic going for me. I was drowning in feelings like those. Quinn looked at his two hands, bending his fingers into claw shapes. I had all these emotions that I was trying to run away from. I had them in such abundance. Now, wouldn't it be a waste to let them go unused? Quinn had a sad smile on his face which then turned into the brightest of smiles as he said, so I tapped into every single type of emotion I was capable of feeling, it didn't matter if it was good or bad. I opened every door, turned every stone, and plundered everything I could get my hands on. I used the frustration I felt, as I wasn't able to use magic, to push myself towards, in the hope of, one day, regain my magic back. I hated my previous self, so I strived to be better than him. The determination that this wasn't my ceiling overcame the fear of never getting back my magic. I didn't believe that this was the end of my magic. He stared Alan right into the eye and laughed, don't you get it? I used both sides of the spectrum to progress my magic. I didn't struggle by using the only side which is seen as proper. No matter what I am feeling, be it joy or misery, turmoil or serenity, all the emotions are mine. I had to accept that I was feeling down and the emotions that went along of it. A mix of emotions coming together to create a magnificent symphony. When you mix that blend with magic, magic would reward you, it would dance at your fingertips, move at a single thought of your mind. You just need to feel. Quinn turned to George and beamed. Adversity is what builds character and strength. I was at rock bottom, and you know what? After hitting rock bottom, there is nowhere else but to go up. I used adversity to regain whatever I lost in just a month. I used everything that I had, every resource I had available, to claw my way out of the pit. Quinn's voice gained some solemnity as he continued, humans need adversity to grow. They need hardship to appreciate the good times. Without it, we become lazy and stale. Adversity to gain happiness keeps us moving. Being happy all the time is not at all bad. Everyone should aim for happiness, but without knowing what is on the other side, how would you learn to understand yourself? Do you know that I haven't taken the potion in close to 3 weeks, and even before that I was skimming on doses? Quinn softly smiled as he looked at the two older men, who were stunned at the sudden piece of information. I stopped taking it because it was dulling my connection to magic as it was supposed to do. I shouldn't have run away from my magic in the first place. I should have faced it head on. But let's not talk about the past. I let my magic flow. It was painful, oh so painful. I hated every second of that time, but I had to continue because it was helping me, sighed Quinn as he remembered those times. Pain is a powerful motivator, so I endured it. Slowly but surely, under the pressure to reduce the pain and solve the consequences, I was able to stop my rampaging magic by getting all of it under control. Negative thoughts combined with the positivity I was feeling from seeing progress, so I combined it together to boost my progress. It helped that I was rebuilding something that I had lost, so my progress was so fast. The time I spent feeling all these emotions, even those I didn't want to feel, made me learn a lot about myself and my magic. I felt free. I actually feel much better from before the sin curse got a hold on. Quinn stretched his hands above his head and stated, my magic, which was made to grow artificially, is now under my control. Do you know that I gained an extra 1.5 years of progress? My artificially expanded magical core has now become a natural part of my magical physiology. My control might not have gotten the same boost because I had to rebuild it in such a small amount of time, but I learned a lot about emotion and will, and that will help me in the long run. By the time Quinn stopped speaking, the garden was full of short shrubs and beautiful flowers. Squirrels, butterflies, 3 deers, 1 peacock graced the transformed landscape. Do you know how difficult it is to fool the senses of 2 practiced accoutrements? It gets more difficult when one of them is literally on the top of the mind arts field. Quinn waved his hand over the colorful scene and said, "This much amount of work is required. I wouldn't have been able to do it before, but now I've been able to pull it off." "What do you mean?" asked a frowning George. Quinn raised his hand and snapped his finger. Instantly, half of the flowers and shrubs vanished like they were a mirage. The larger animals like deers and peacocks ceased to exist. "I did not conjure those things or transfigure those animals. They were the work of an elaborate illusion," Quinn stated in a quiet voice. He pointed at the butterflies and bees and said, "Only a quarter of these flying insects are conjured, the rest of them aren't real. A huge share of the flowers and shrubs weren't even corporeal and were just accompanying the small amount of transfigured flora. They gave an illusion that they were real. I used small details so you wouldn't look at the bigger picture." He turned to face Alan and said, "I distracted you with the buzzing of bees, the chirping of crickets, so you would believe that all of this was real. My words kept most of your focus on me as I continued to add more illusions. None of them were mental illusions because you would catch them instantly, so I used physical light manipulation. I faked sounds, created light gusts of wind to immerse you in the scene. A lot of delicate illusion work combined with a small amount of corporal mixed together to form something you thought was completely real." Quinn gave a beaming chuckle. "Fooling a master of mind arts, who has complete control over his mind, is great for a day's work, don't you think?" Quinn closed his eyes and yelled at the sky, "I am back. Quinn West is back. Woohoo!" End of Volume 4, Hogwarts, Year 3. Chapter 74, Another Year, Another Train Journey. In northwestern London lay King's Cross Station, a Muggle railway station that was one of the busiest in the city. It was a perfectly ordinary station, with big plastic numbers over each track and guards who had never heard of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, every September 1st, as the clock overhead approached 11 o'clock, the Intercity 125 was pulled into Platform 9. A strange crowd turned the occasional people's heads. The pack was wizarding children, bearing enormous trunks and caged owls and other unusual pets, making their way toward, and then through, the solid metal barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Through this barrier, of course, lay Platform 9 3/4, home of the famous Hogwarts Express. A look back at the barrier revealed it was a wrought iron archway with the words, Platform 9 3/4, Platform 9 3/4, on it. Over the scarlet steam train's billowing smoke was a signboard that said the Hogwarts Express would depart at 11 o'clock. Though the platform was only used 6 days a year, a round trip for the beginning and end of term. One on Christmas and Easter holidays each, the platform on those days was awash with activity. Steam from the scarlet engine flooded the platform as cats wound their way around the wizard's legs and owls hooted to each other, as hordes of students and parents moved around through the steam like dark ghosts, their voices carrying through the mist. Near one of the pillars inside Platform 9 3/4, stood Quinn with Leah talking with each other until the time for Hogwarts Express to leave. "So what do you think about the Azkaban breakout?" Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed the Potters, asked Quinn, having idle talk with his sister. I would say that he chose the right time to break out. A lot of Aurors are busy right now," replied Leah, thinking about the recent events that had been going on the front page of every magical newspaper and magazine. Quinn nodded in agreement. "What do they call themselves?" Yes, Novellus Actionites. They have been targeting no-mages and first-generation magicals in Voldemort's name. Not sure if Novellus Actionites is a good name, though." "Why not?" questioned Leah. She knew about the origins of the group's name. Weren't the Actionites a group of anti-no-mage magicals? That seems a good name for their group, it goes well with their current agenda. "Maybe you are right. People don't know the complete history of the group," conceded Quinn. Then he proceeded to tell Leah the history of the original group. The thing about original Actionites is that their leader was dumb, really dumb. First, he tried to steal from the goblins by summoning gold from the Gringotts. He got away with a mere lifetime ban. In that time, goblins executed anyone who tried to steal from them. After all that, he died when he summoned a large barn over his head. Quinn laughed as he snorted, "So dumb. I can't take those guys seriously knowing what I know." "Quinn," called out a voice. Leah turned her head to see who was calling her brother to see two girls walking towards them. One of them was waving her hand with a beaming smile on her face while the other girl followed her with a bland expression on her face. Now, who are these two girls, she thought as a mischievous light flashed in her eyes. Hey, you two. How have you been, said Quinn, greeting his two favorite Slytherins. He had avoided everyone he knew as much as he could. He completely avoided Tracy and Daphne because, first, they were in a different house, and second, they were not in the same year as him. So it was fairly easy to avoid them. Tracy was about to continue speaking when she met the person Quinn was standing with. The bubbly brunette peered at the woman and observed her. She was beautiful. Tracy would describe her as one of those girls who often caused double takes as she passed by and looked good no matter the occasion. Her first impression was that she was someone confident and outgoing. Daphne also looked at the women with some curiosity. Given that the unknown person was talking to Quinn, it was clear that Quinn knew her. And after a second look, Daphne noticed the black hair and stone-gray eyes. Same as Quinn, the blonde thought, noticing the similarities between Quinn and the woman. Why don't you introduce her to us, Quinn? Asked Tracy, curious about the woman. Oh, right, Quinn turned and introduced the two parties. This is Leah West, my sister, said Quinn, gesturing at Leah. Then the younger West child turned his face to his two friends and spoke, and these two are Tracy Davis Dash, pointing at the brunette. And Daphne Greengrass, pointing at the blonde. They are my friends. Leah pushed herself off the wall, put a hand on Quinn's shoulder, and asked, so which one do you like? Tracy and even Daphne blushed at the sudden question. Tracy looked at Quinn and found that her male friend had changed in the break. For one, Quinn had grown a few inches. Overall, his jaw and face was now sharper as he had lost the baby fat. Tracy felt his shoulders had widened a little. Even his arms looked a little bigger overall, and Quinn was more filled out than before. He was much more handsome than last year. Daphne, on the other hand, recalled the memory of Quinn holding her close. She remembered him saying that he would have invited her to Hogsmeade if she wasn't a second year. She was a third year now and was allowed to go to Hogsmeade this year onwards. Would he invite her this year, were Daphne Greengrass thoughts as she stared at the boy in front of her. Quinn closed his eyes as he held the bridge of his nose. He was really feeling embarrassed and was trying to hide it. You know, I wondered whether you would do anything to embarrass me if we met my friends. I really thought you wouldn't do it, but it turned out I was wrong. Why did you have to do that? Quinn deadpanned towards his sister. A smile bloomed on Leah's face as she gave her explanation, because it's so much fun. Quinn was about to say something, but his eyes caught sight of something. He spoke to the three girls, I will be back in a minute. You guys talk to each other. He turned to Leah and warned her, and you, behave. Quinn ran off somewhere, leaving Tracy, Daphne and Leah behind. So how did you two meet my baby brother? Asked Leah with a friendly smile on her face. We met Quinn in our first year. In fact, we met today, 2 years ago in the Hogwarts Express, answered Tracy. She giggled and recalled, oh, that day was fun. What is Quinn like at home? It was Tracy's turn to ask a question. And she really wanted to know if Quinn was the same as he was outside. He is annoyingly put together all the time. She pointed at Daphne behind her. Along with this girl, the two dress so perfectly that it makes me feel quite annoyed. I mean, not a single hair out of place. Leah turned her eyes to the one called Daphne Greengrass and observed the blonde. And she could see what Tracy Davis was talking about. Well, Quinn was raised by Ms. Rosie, and she is very particular about caring for one's appearance at every time, so being well put together is ingrained into Quinn's bones. Leah chuckled as she remembered the times Ms. Rosie yelled at Quinn for having an untucked shirt or messy hair. Given that it is Quinn, I am sure that he uses magic to fix his appearance every hour or so. Tracy's eyes widened, and a smile appeared on her face. She grabbed Daphne's arm and laughed. She does it too. Every hour, she waves her wand and fixes her appearance. Like clockwork. Leah began to like Tracy. The brunette seemed to be a fun girl. Additionally, Leah was interested in Daphne even though she hadn't said a single word since their meeting. What interested Leah was that when she asked Quinn the question, she saw Daphne's eyes blur as if she remembered something, and then the girl had looked at Quinn with a blush on her face. She wanted to know if Daphne liked her brother. Daphne Greengrass, was it? Dealey dash. But before she could complete her sentence, a joyous shout cut her off. Leah. The three girls turned to see Quinn walking towards them, a grin on his face. They saw Quinn pulling a girl with him. Quinn stopped near them, brought the girl in front of him, and then slipped his hands under the girl's shoulder and lifted her up as if showing her off. The girl that Quinn brought and lifted had waist-length, straggly, dirty blonde hair. Interestingly or weirdly, the girl was wearing dirigible plum-shaped earrings on her ears. Leah found herself looking at the girl as the girl stared back at her with her silvery eyes. Meet Luna Lovegood, Quinn introduced the young girl with a bright smile on his face. She's my junior in Ravenclaw. Absolutely adorable, isn't she? Quinn put the now-named Luna Lovegood down and spoke to the young Ravenclaw. Luna, this is my sister, Leah. Luna's eyes shined as she moved towards Leah and observed her by orbiting around her. Then she sized Leah up, sweeping her eyes up and down before saying, "You look like Quinn." "That I do," replied Leah. Sure, Leah found Luna Lovegood cute to look at, but she wasn't sure who she was looking at. "I'm his sister, after all." Luna nodded before turning her back to Leah. She walked back to Quinn's side, who gave her chocolate, patted her head, and told her, "Good work." "So what did you three talk about?" Quinn asked after giving Luna chocolate. "Oh, Tracy was telling me about the first time you guys met," replied Leah. "Ah, it was today, wasn't it? You two weren't able to find a compartment, so you guys came into my compartment." Quinn chuckled as he recalled that day and said, "That was a fun day. Did you know I guessed the houses of almost all first years being sorted that year? Yeah, that was fun." Quinn looked at the clock that was hanging on a pillar and said, "Okay, we should get moving if we want to get a compartment." He turned to Tracy and Daphne and asked, "Do you want to join Luna and I? We're sharing a compartment." Tracy looked at Daphne, who nodded. "Sure, we will join you," replied Tracy. "Can we bring another person?" asked Daphne, staring at Quinn. Quinn looked at Luna to see if she was all right with another person, but his eccentric junior seemed really interested in the wrapper of the chocolate he gave her. "I don't see why not." "The more, the merrier," replied Quinn. "All right, we'll say goodbye to our parents and then meet you on the train," said Tracy. Daphne also needed to find the person she wanted to bring along, so she nodded. "Excellent, I'm going to choose a compartment somewhere along the middle of the train, so start somewhere there," said Quinn before he turned his face to Luna and shook her to get her attention. "Luna, go ahead and say goodbye to your father. We will get going then." The three girls went back to their respective families, leaving Leah and Quinn alone. "Do you have any male friends, or are all your friends girls?" smirked Leah. She put a hand on her cheek. "My baby brother sure is popular." "Are you planning to become a ladies' man?" "There is nothing wrong with being a little bit of a ladies' man," snorted Quinn at her comment, which was another attempt to make him feel embarrassed. "And I do have male friends." He looked around the platform. "But I just can't seem to find Eddie and Marcus at the platform or on the train. It will be the 4th straight year if I don't see them today." When Quinn returned his eyes to Leah, he found her looking at him with slight worry in her eyes. "What is it?" sighed Quinn. He knew that look. It was the same George had given him as they were leaving home before in the morning. "Promise me you won't do something reckless and dangerous." She held Quinn's face and forced him to look at her. "I'll try," said Quinn. He couldn't claim he wouldn't get into trouble. He would surely try not to get into trouble as he didn't want to seek trouble. "I will try my best to stay safe. Despite my track record, I don't enjoy getting into trouble." Leah scrutinized Quinn for a while before she sighed. "Why couldn't you just say that you won't get into trouble?" She squished Quinn's face and blamed him. "You like to cause me worry, don't you?" "Oh, nothing like that," replied Quinn, smiling as he looked at his sister. She was always the one who got worried about him the most. "I just do it so you won't forget me." Leah's hands left Quinn's face and wrapped around him to pull him into a hug. "Why do you have to say such silly things? I will never forget you. You are my precious baby brother." "Will I ever be elevated from baby brother to little brother?" smiled Quinn, hugging Leah back. "I have been working hard. I deserve a promotion. Maybe a pay raise to accompany it, and if you are feeling generous, some benefits. I'm sorry to inform you you have reached the peak of your career in this field." Leah giggled and joked back, "You would still be my baby brother even if we were oldies full of white hair." "Hey, you might get old and wrinkly, but I'll never grow old," declared Quinn, scoffing. The West siblings separated, and Leah sighed. "Send me plenty of magi facts. You remember my WMFID, right?" "I decided on all our family's WMFIDs." "Of course I remember them," answered Quinn, and with a final sigh, he added, "Take care of yourself and don't overwork. Remember to have fun and keep sending me souvenirs." "You bet," promised Leah and stroked Quinn's cheek one last time. "Now, leave. I don't want to see you cry." "Of course," smiled Quinn. He picked up his suitcase, turned back towards the Hogwarts Express, and walked away. He waved to Leah as he walked away. Scene break. Quinn threaded his way through the narrow corridors of the train, weaving through the students standing in the corridors. He made his way to the middle of the train, looking for an empty compartment. After a minute or two, Quinn found an empty compartment and immediately laid his claim on it. "Conquest completed," declared Victory Quinn as he sent his suitcase to the top rack and shot multiple cleaning and scouring charms to make everything spotless. After half a minute, Luna entered the compartment, and Quinn helped transfer all her stuff to the racks above. "Looking forward to this year, Luna?" asked Quinn as he took a seat next to the window. Luna sat down beside Quinn and nodded. "I'm hoping to see a lot of magical creatures this year. Maybe even find a crumplehorn snorkack, but Daddy said it can only be found in the Netherlands. So maybe I won't find it at Hogwarts. Who knows, maybe you will, or maybe you won't. The only way to find out is to look for it," answered Quinn. He didn't know if the crumplehorn snorkack was a real creature or a figment of Xenophilius Lovegood's imagination. But he wasn't outright going to deny the existence of the said creature. He lived in a magical world. Maybe the mysterious creature was real. "I heard that Rubius Hagrid is going to teach care of magical creatures subject this year," informed Quinn. "He spends a lot of time in the Forbidden Forest, and I have heard he knows a lot about magical creatures. So we may learn about a lot of new creatures. That'll be fun, don't you think?" Luna's eyes shined, and she looked up at Quinn. "Really? Hagrid is nice. I'm looking forward to learning from him. He's very tall, though. My neck hurts when I look up at him." Quinn grinned at the last part. Luna was a small girl, and the half-giant was very tall. "Ah, found them." Quinn and Luna turned their heads towards the door of the compartment and saw Tracy. She was looking to her right and called out, "They are here, come on." Quinn stood up and helped Tracy with her luggage but stayed away from her cat because he thought the feline was glaring at him. That was the cat whose hair went into Hermione's polyjuice potion. After Quinn set up Tracy's luggage, he turned to the door and blinked when he saw two girls standing there. One taller than the other. One had blonde hair, and the other one had black hair. Both girls had blue eyes. Quinn could immediately see the similarities between the two girls. Daphne Greengrass, the taller of the two girls, spoke up and introduced the black-haired girl to Quinn. "This is Astoria. My sister." Chapter 75, Dementors, Patronus, and Chocolate West. The black-haired, round-faced with baby-fat mini-version of Daphne Greengrass stepped forward and introduced herself. "My name is Astoria Greengrass. Nice to meet you." The little Greengrass raised her hand, presenting it to Quinn. Quinn took it because of his etiquette education, kissed her knuckles, and introduced himself. "Quinn West. Pleased to meet you, too." Tracy, who was on the side, chimed in with a bright tone. "My name is Tracy Davis." Luna thought that everyone was introducing themselves and took part in joining the foray. "I'm Luna Lovegood." Tracy giggled and looked at Daphne. The blonde Greengrass looked back at her best friend and looked in confusion. "You are the only one who hasn't said your name," explained Tracy with a beaming grin on her face. Daphne rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to participate in the childishness. But then she noted that everyone in the compartment was staring at her. "Fine," she sighed exasperatedly and returned, "My name is Daphne Greengrass." "Happy." Everybody repeatedly nodded in unison. After everyone was introduced to each other and their luggage was in place, they took a seat. Quinn sat near the window, Luna sat beside him. On the other side, Astoria sat across Quinn, Daphne sat beside her sister, and Tracy sat next to Daphne. "So you are that Quinn West?" "I've heard about you," said Astoria as soon as everyone got settled. "I have heard a lot about you." "You have?" Quinn inquired. "From whom?" He gave a quick glance to the side. "From my sister, of course. And some from Tracy. But mostly from Daphne," disclosed Astoria. "Tori." Daphne hissed at her sister. Quinn moved his eyes on Astoria while moving his head towards Tracy before looking at her. He commented, this one talks." "She does." "It can get quite fun," admitted Tracy. "Yeah, really fun." Quinn gave an excited grin as he turned back to Astoria and met Daphne's as he did. "So, Astoria, tell me, which house do you want to join? Are you going to follow in your sister's footsteps? And what does Daphne say about me?" Astoria hummed in thought and responded, "Well, I want to be in Slytherin, but not because Daphne is in there. I want to join Slytherin because Daddy was in Slytherin. And Daphne told me that you are smart, intelligent, and funny, but she says that you joke a little too much. She also said that she felt hurt, oomph." Daphne clamped her sister's mouth with her hand to stop her from talking. Astoria was starting to talk about things she didn't want anyone to know, especially not Quinn. "Ma. So, I was saying, ouch." Astoria freed herself from Daphne's grasp and tried to continue, but she was again interrupted when Daphne pinched and twisted her waist. Not a single word, Daphne Greengrass glared at her sister. Quinn pulled out an AID card from his robes and presented it to Astoria. "Please, visit me when you have free time. I believe we'll get along splendidly." Daphne tried to take the card, but Astoria got to it first and examined it with interest. "I've heard of this, too. Mum really liked the idea when Daphne told us about it." Quinn shifted in his seat and asked, "Really, Mrs. Greengrass said that? Tell me more." He earned a glare from Daphne and a giggle from Tracy. The Hogwarts Express moved steadily to the north, and the scenery outside the window became wilder and darker while the clouds overhead thickened. People were running backward and forward past the door of their compartment. Time passed as the group continued to talk. Quinn was having a lot of fun talking to the younger Greengrass and her stories about the usually unflappable Daphne. The rain thickened as the train sped yet farther north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. The train rattled, the rain hammered, and the wind roared. "We must be nearly there," said Tracy, leaning forward to look past Daphne and Astoria at the now completely black window. "We can't be there yet," said Daphne, checking her watch. The words had hardly left her when the train started to slow down. "Why are we stopping?" The train was getting slower and slower. As the noise of the pistons died away, the wind and rain sounded louder than ever against the windows. Quinn looked at the dark outside, and his pupils shrunk and his eyes narrowed. He remembered what was about to happen and knew the reason behind the train's unusual stop. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told them that some other people's luggage had fallen out of the racks. Then, without warning, all the lamps went out, which plunged the train into total darkness. "What's going on?" asked Lunas from beside Quinn. She tugged on his clothes to ascertain his position in the dark. Quinn turned his face towards Luna's position and assured her, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." "Do you think we've broken down?" said Astoria as she tried to peer out what was going on from the compartment door, but there was barely any light for anything to be visible. "I don't know," whispered Tracy, pulling her cat into her lap. There was a squeaking sound, and Quinn saw the dim black outline of Astoria, wiping a patch clean on the window and peering out. "There's something moving out there," Astoria said. "I think people are coming aboard." "Does this happen every year?" "No, it doesn't. The train doesn't stop at all during the journey," answered Daphne's voice. Quinn knew who was coming aboard and silently pulled out his fake wand. There was a soft hum before 3 orbs manifested on the compartment ceiling, lighting the room in soft yet illuminating light. All 4 girls looked up at the 3 orbs of light at the ceiling before looking at each other. "Stay where you are," instructed Quinn as he sat in attention. He slightly cracked the window so his hand could go outside. He got up and moved towards the door. And just as he was expecting, the door to the compartment opened up. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the light orbs on the ceiling, was a cloaked figure that reached up to the roof. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. Quinn's eyes darted downward, and what he saw made his stomach contract slightly. There was a hand protruding from the cloak, and it was glistening, grayish, slimy-looking, and scabbed, like something dead that had decayed in water. But it was visible only for a split second. As though the creature beneath the cloak sensed Quinn's gaze, it suddenly withdrew the hand into the folds of its black shroud. And then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. An intense cold swept over them all, causing all to shiver. Quinn also felt the cold. He found it as equally bone-chilling as in the icy vault. The current cold had a soul-numbing chill. Quinn opened his mouth and spoke up in a clear voice, "Back off at once. Leave, or you will regret it." The hooded figure looked down at the room's occupants and sensed deep fear and the promise of positive feelings that it could feed off of. The hooded figure gave into temptation and moved forward. "Bad move," whispered Quinn in the cold. A blinding silver light blasted the hooded figure at a point-blank range. There was no noise, no shrieking from the hooded figure of darkness. The figure just suddenly retreated from the light and crashed into the opposing compartment's door, before flying away in what seemed fear and loathing. The blinding silver light didn't stop and immediately darted across the train. Quinn, too, didn't stop and immediately turned back and cracked the window of his compartment open, letting in a chilly breeze. He looked around the train's roof and saw more of those hooded figures floating above the train. Quinn pointed out his fake wand-holding hand and shot out another burst of silver light that had the shape of an avian animal. The silvery avian zoomed forward, letting out waves of silver energy. The swarm of hooded figures felt the silver energy hit them and immediately scattered away from the train as the silvery guardian cruised around the train, dutifully providing protection against the creatures of darkness. An avian guardian stood above the train, emitting massive waves of positive silver energy, and repelling every foul creature in the vicinity. And as the hooded figures escaped and moved away from the train, a spot opened up between the clouds and the dark sky, allowing light to fall over the silver guardian. It was as if the vast sky itself was supporting the spirit guardian. The caster of the silver entity ducked his head back inside the train. From his robes, he took out chocolate spheres, magically unwrapping the silver wrapping, and made them hover in front of his companions, who were all shivering and shaking. "Eat the chocolates," he spoke in a calming voice, smiling as they looked at him. "It will help." The girls grabbed the floating chocolates that were in front of them and popped them into their mouths, and actually felt the shivering decrease as the chocolate's taste covered their palates. "Good. Do you guys feel better?" asked Quinn, shooting diagnostic looks at each of the 4 girls and getting affirmative nods in return. "Excellent, sit tight." "I'll be back," answered Quinn and, as he was turning back, he felt a tug on his clothes. When he looked back, Tracy was holding his robe. "Where are you going?" questioned Tracy, her voice filled with worry. Quinn grinned in reply. "I've always wondered, what is the reason for my birth? And today, after this happened, I finally know it." The girls watched as Quinn took his hands out of his pockets. Between all his fingers, Quinn held the same type of chocolate spheres they had just eaten. "I'm going on a chocolate route. I was born for this." Quinn was grinning so hard that his face was almost split in half. "I'll see you 4 in a while." He exited the compartment and moved towards the front of the train. He then opened every single door with magic and shot out chocolate spheres inside the compartments, and made them hover in front of the passengers while shouting, "Eat chocolate. It will make you feel better. I'm raining chocolate today." Pumping his fists into the air, Quinn declared, "Chocolate West is back." Quinn's cavalier attitude didn't match the dark vibe in the train. But something about his shouting and shooting chocolate while making pew-pew noises brought people out of dark thoughts. The floating chocolate, and Quinn, who celebrated his return, almost made people forget the dread-inducing hooded figures of grim and bleakness. Some Chocolate West skidded in front of another compartment, and this one's door was already open. Indulge in the sweet dash, but Quinn stopped talking after he found that the compartment he was standing in was occupied by the Golden Squad. Inside the compartment, Harry Potter, the Golden Boy, or better known as the Boy Who Lived, was unconscious in his seat while the other 3 of the group were around him. Ivy Potter, the Potter twin, was shaking her brother, trying to get him to wake up. Quinn sighed and entered the compartment and spoke, "Get away from him. You are overwhelming him." Let the bloke breathe. The second Quinn stepped inside the compartment, the lanterns came back to life, and the Hogwarts Express resumed its way with a jolt. Ivy, who was worried about her brother, followed the instructions on instinct, but when she looked at the person who gave the instructions, her eyes contracted. What are you doing here? Quinn internally groaned but decided to ignore Ivy and Hermione's suspicious looks and asked, did he come into contact with a Dementor? Dementor? Do you mean that foul, hooded creature? Asked Ron. He didn't notice the suspicious and cautious looks his two friends were giving the black-haired boy. Oh, so you guys had a chance to get acquainted with the Dementors, Quinn conversed as he checked on Harry Potter. Bad luck, I guess. All right, he is breathing, so a Dementor's kiss is out of the question, diagnosed Quinn. He moved Harry's face around to check him out and silently funneled some magic to check the status of the boy who lived. He doesn't seem that pale, and I'm not getting any serious hits. Quinn stood straight and announced, he is all right. This sudden close contact with the Dementor knocked him out. How do you know that? Questioned Ivy. She was still giving a cautious look, but Quinn could see her gaze shifting to Harry, worry flashing in her eyes every time she did so. Quinn sighed, turned to the unconscious Harry Potter, and gave him a tight slap. Pa. The sound of slap reverberated in the compartment as Harry Potter woke up with an abrupt and deep inhale of breath and looked around wildly. What? Harry opened his eyes to see West, or whatever was his name, standing over him. The lanterns above him were back on, the floor was shaking, the Hogwarts Express was moving again. Harry felt very sick. When he put up his hand to push his glasses back on, he felt cold sweat on his face. And his left cheek was stinging. Dip or pour? Asked West. He still couldn't recall the guy's first name. Pour, he answered on instinct. Harry could feel his heart racing. Quinn clicked his tongue, looked at Ivy, and shrugged with his arms up. I take it back. There is something definitely wrong with him. I mean, who pours instead of dipping? Hermione rolled her eyes at Quinn's eccentricity. Even Ivy wasn't sure what to do, so she just stared at Quinn. Quinn, on the other hand, was unwrapping a chocolate sphere. He leaned down towards Harry. Here, eat the chocolate. It will make you feel better. What was that thing? Asked Hermione. A Dementor, answered Quinn, who was now giving chocolate to the other three. One of the Dementors from Azkaban, I presume. What is a Dementor? Hermione asked, bewildered. The hooded creature was something out of a horror story. Dementors are one nasty piece of work. They infest the darkest, filthiest places, they glory in decay and despair, they drain peace, hope, and happiness out of the surrounding air. Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory, will be sucked out of you. If it can, the Dementor will feed on you long enough to reduce you to something like itself, soulless and corrupt. You will be left with nothing but the worst experiences of your life. Quinn looked at the Golden Squad, who didn't look too well. He also noticed that none of them had eaten the chocolate. Eat the damn chocolates. It'll help. He turned to Hermione and offered her something that would satisfy her. Chocolate is one of the remedies to Dementor exposure. You can read it in one of the Dark Against Dark Arts remedy books. Just go to the Dark Creatures section of the library and pick the book on Dementors. Hermione looked back and forth between the chocolate and Quinn before taking the risk and popping the chocolate into her mouth. Immediately, to her great surprise, she felt a warmth spread suddenly to the tips of his fingers and toes. Quinn caught the look on Hermione's face and knew that his work was done here, so he just turned and walked out of their compartment. I need to cover more area, so I'll excuse myself. With that, he was gone, leaving the Golden Squad alone. Are you sure you're okay, Harry? Said Ivy, looking at Harry anxiously. I don't understand. What happened? Groaned Harry. He was sweating, and his left cheek was still hurting. Well, that thing, the Dementor, stood there and looked around, said Ivy. She then mumbled, I think it did, I couldn't see its face. She shook her head and said clearly this time, and you dash. I thought you went into shock or something, said Ron, who still looked scared. You became sort of rigid and fell out of your seat and started twitching dash. Then suddenly a bright silver light appeared and slammed into the Dementor, continued Hermione. She could recall the feeling of relief she felt when the Dementor ran away from the silver light. I couldn't see it clearly, but it was some sort of bird. I definitely saw wings. It was horrible, said Ron, in a higher voice than usual. Did you feel how cold it got when it came in? I felt weird, commented Hermione, shifting her shoulders uncomfortably. Like I would never be happy again. Scene break. They were already near Hogwarts when Quinn returned, and the girls had already changed into their uniforms. They stepped out to give Quinn room to change. They didn't talk much during the remainder of the journey. And Quinn didn't force them to speak up and talk. The Dementor was a dreadful creature, even Quinn felt some despair when it came near. He had been reminded of the days when he had lost his magic and didn't know what to do. It was after Quinn conjured his Patronus that the effects disappeared. He actively concentrated on his happy thoughts. Quinn dispelled his Patronus when they were within sight of Hogsmeade. At long last the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and there was a great scramble to get outside. Some owls hooted, some other cats meowed. It was freezing on the tiny platform, rain was falling down as an icy sheet. I swear it rains every time, grumbled Quinn as he walked on the slippery platform. However, the ice beneath his steps melted away, leaving not a single trace of unsafe ice or water. Quinn got on the moldy carriages with Luna, Tracy, and Daphne after wishing good luck and saying goodbye to Astoria, who went to the boats with her would-be classmates. After entering the castle, Quinn and Luna got separated from Tracy and Daphne and joined the crowd that was swarming up the steps. They then went through the giant oak front doors and set their feet into the cavernous entrance hall that was lit with flaming torches, and housed a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper floors. The door into the great hall stood open at the right. Quinn followed the crowd toward it and had barely glimpsed the enchanted ceiling, which was black and cloudy tonight, when a voice called, "Mr. West, I want to see you in my office." Quinn turned his head to see Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration teacher, head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, calling out to him. She was a stern-looking witch who wore her hair in a tight bun, her sharp eyes were framed with square spectacles. Quinn sighed and shouted back, "Professor, can't we do this after the feast? I don't want to miss dinner. It won't take much time. I just want a brief word in my office," assured the Scottish witch. "You shall have plenty of time to eat at the feast." Quinn sighed once more before following his professor to her office. Chapter 76, Quinn's Trust in Magic. Quinn sat in the deputy headmistress' office, waiting for McGonagall to return. The Transfiguration professor had told him to stay inside her office while she was out. He took out his pocket watch, watched the time, and grumbled, "One more minute and I'm leaving." Quinn snapped shut his pocket watch and got up from his chair. The office hadn't changed since the last time he had been here. It was still the same small study with a big fireplace and a window that overlooked the Quidditch field. Walking up to McGonagall's desk, Quinn raised his head to look at what was above her desk. This was the same place where McGonagall had conjured the giant chunk of ice and showed him sublimation, which had been a paradigm-shifting moment for his exploration of the icy vault. Quinn blinked at the place above McGonagall's desk, and a knob of ice manifested. The tiny ice knob started to rotate as more and more ice appeared around the initial knob, increasing the size of the ice above the desk. Within seconds, Quinn had created a hunk of ice comparable to the one McGonagall did 2 years ago. She was definitely showing off at that time, thought Quinn as he swept his eyes over the ice. The sound of the door opening alerted Quinn as he brought his hands in front of him, and his fake wand was shot out of the holster into his right hand. His robes hid his wand coming out of its holster, and the ice was eye-catching enough that no one noticed Quinn moving his hand to his front. "Mr. West, what are you doing?" McGonagall announced herself in her office. She eyed the ice floating above her desk. Quinn turned towards McGonagall. "I was remembering the good old days, Professor." He smiled and waved his wand at the ice. Instantly, the ice poofed into vapor. He also contained it so it wouldn't leak around the room. Recognition flashed in McGonagall's eyes. "Oh, the self-recovering ice that we discussed in your second year." "Yes, I remember that." A ghost of a smile appeared on her face as she noted the ice. "You have grasped the concept quite well, Mr. West." Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, who stood behind McGonagall, stared at the contained mist of vapor hanging in the air. Their head of the house had pulled them away from the crowd, and now they were standing in her office watching Quinn West and McGonagall talking about something. "Why did you call me, Professor?" asked Quinn as he dispelled the vapor and returned to his chair. He glanced at Harry and Granger and guessed, "This is about what happened on the train, isn't it?" Professor McGonagall motioned Harry and Hermione to sit down. She settled herself behind her desk and abruptly said, "The train driver sent an all ahead to say that you were feeling a bit under the weather on the train, Mr. Potter." Before Harry could reply, there was a soft knock on the door and Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, bustled in. Harry felt a blush coming to his face. It was bad enough that he had passed out, or whatever he had done, without everyone making all this fuss. "I'm fine," he said, "I don't need anything dash." "Oh, it's you, isn't it?" scoffed Madame Pomfrey, ignoring this and bending down to stare closely at him. "I suppose you've been doing something dangerous again." "It was a Dementor, Poppy," said Professor McGonagall. They exchanged a dark look, and Madame Pomfrey clucked disapprovingly. "Setting Dementors around a school," she muttered, pushing back Harry's hair to touch his forehead. "He won't be the last one who collapses." "Yes, he is all clammy. Terrible things, Dementors, and the effect they have on people who are already delicate dash." "I'm not delicate," sputtered Harry crossly. Of course," said Madame Pomfrey absent-mindedly, now taking his pulse. "What does he need?" asked Professor McGonagall crisply. "Bed rest. Should he perhaps spend tonight in the hospital wing?" "I'm fine," ranted Harry, jumping up. The thought of what Draco Malfoy would say if he had to go to the hospital wing was torture. "Well, he should have some chocolate, at the very least," said Madame Pomfrey, who was now examining Harry's eyes. "I've already had some," said Harry. He pointed at Quinn and said, West, gave me some. He gave chocolate to everyone on the train." Pomfrey turned her head towards Quinn, who waved at her with a beaming smile. "Hello, Madame Pomfrey. May I say you look absolutely glowing today." "Good work, West," praised Madame Pomfrey approvingly. "Excellent response by distributing chocolate." Quinn smiled before looking at McGonagall and notified, "I'll be sending you a bill for reimbursement, as I went through a couple of months' worth of chocolate." McGonagall sighed and nodded before looking at Harry and asked, "Are you sure you feel all right, Mr. Potter?" "Yes," Harry insisted, stubbornly. "Very well," she accepted and turned to Quinn. "Now, Mr. West, was the Patronus in the train you're doing?" The driver said that he saw some kind of bird-shaped Patronus. "Yes, Professor," Quinn raised his wand and whispered for show. "Expecto Patronum." Intense waves of silver energy filled with positivity escaped his wand tip and hovered like mist before him. Harry, Hermione, and Pomfrey stared at the silver waves coming out of Quinn's wand with wide eyes. Quinn didn't expel a corporeal Patronus because he wasn't feeling like showing his Patronus form. Anyone who could properly witness his Patronus knew it was some kind of bird, and he decided to keep it like that. "I see," McGonagall nodded and smiled in gratitude. "Between the Patronus and the chocolate, you did a great service to our school, Mr. West. I sincerely thank you on behalf of Hogwarts." "It was the least I could do, Professor," said Quinn humbly before campaigning. "That's part of the full-service commitment you can expect if you do business with me, so if you want a problem solved, AID will dash." "Thank you, Mr. West," McGonagall cut off Quinn's attempt at self-advertisement and said, "Please wait outside while I have a quick word with Miss Granger about her course schedule. We shall go down to the feast together then." Quinn raised a finger before veering it down and nodding. Harry and Quinn went back to the corridor with Madame Pomfrey, who left for the hospital wing, muttering some indecipherable words to herself. Just as Quinn and Harry came out of McGonagall's office, they saw Lily Potter running towards them, and the second she reached Harry, the worried mother hugged her son. "Oh, Harry. Are you all right? Oh, my dear boy." She had come running to see if her son, making sure that her daughter was not injured by the vile Dementors. And while Ivy had assured that Harry was fine, she needed to see it on her own. Only after seeing that both her children were okay would a mother's heart would calm down. Quinn, on the other hand, stepped away from the mother-son pair and stood as still as possible to reduce his physical presence to the point he was invisible. He didn't want to disturb them and give them some space. "Let's just hope that I can leave here as soon as possible," he thought, eyeing McGonagall's office door, hoping the Transfiguration professor would come out with Hermione Granger and he could go to the feast. He had to wait only a few minutes, and it seemed like Lily didn't notice him and Harry had seemingly forgotten that he was here. Then, followed by Professor McGonagall, Hermione emerged looking thrilled about something, and the three of them made their way back down the marble staircase to the Great Hall. There was a sea of pointy black hats, Each of the long house tables was lined with students, their faces glimmering by the light of thousands of candles which hovered above the tables in the air. Professor Flitwick was carrying an ancient-looking hat and a four-legged stool out of the hall. "Oh," said Hermione softly, "we've missed the sorting." "That we did," remarked Quinn, looking at the Slytherin table. There he saw Astoria sitting in her new green trims with Daphne and Tracy. The hat sorted her in Slytherin, huh? Professor McGonagall and Lily Potter strode off towards her empty seat at the staff table, and Harry and Hermione set off in the other direction, as quietly as possible, toward the Gryffindor table. Quinn cast a surveying glance to Hermione and thought, she got the permission to use the time turner, didn't she? He walked to the empty spot between Marcus and Luna, and took his place between his two friends. "So where were you?" asked Marcus, who was sitting across from them. Quinn started to explain what happened in a whisper. But at that moment, the headmaster stood up to speak, so he was cut off. Dumbledore, despite being well over a century old, always gave an impression of great energy. He had long white hair and a beard that was at least 2 feet long, he wore half-moon glasses and had a slightly crooked nose. Quinn looked around and saw the eyes of all the students focused on the headmaster. He had to admit that Dumbledore had cemented his position in the hearts of the general student populace. The kind of reputation that was on the verge of being unshakable. "Welcome," said Dumbledore, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say. And as one of them is quite serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before we become befuddled by our excellent feast." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, "As you may be aware, our school is presently hosting some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here under the order of the Ministry of Magic." Quinn noticed a barely visible look of displeasure passing in Dumbledore's eyes. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's territory, he didn't like the Ministry intruding on it, much less with Dementors. "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds," Dumbledore continued, "and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave the school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks," he added blandly. "It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I, therefore, warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects, and our new head boy and girl, to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors," he said. On a happier note, he continued, "I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the vacancy there was in Defense Against the Dark Arts." There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic applause. No one was expecting this fellow to last more than a year, and the recent record of the teachers didn't inspire confidence that he would be any better than the previous 2 professors. Quinn observed Remus John Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts, the marauder afflicted with lycanthropy and cursed to turn into a werewolf at every full moon. He noticed that this version of Lupin was dressed appropriately and not shabby at all. In the books, Lupin was always in financial trouble. The werewolf wasn't able to get a stable job because of his condition. Must be because of his friends, hypothesized Quinn. This Lupin didn't lose all of his friends in a single night. They must have helped him get a stable job or something. Quinn caught another thing at the staff table that made him chuckle. Severus Snape, the potions master, was staring along the staff table at Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. It didn't help his mood that the job he coveted went to a marauder, one of his school bullies. The expression on Snape's face was beyond anger, there was pure and unfiltered loathing. "As to our second new appointment," Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away. "I am sorry to tell you that Professor Ketlaban, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. Quinn made an ooh expression and vocalized, burn. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching post in addition to his gamekeeping duties." The student body clapped for the promoted gamekeeper. The Gryffindor table's applause was tumultuous in particular. "Well, I think that's everything of importance," said Dumbledore. "Let the feast begin." The golden plates and goblets before them were filled suddenly with food and drink. Quinn, who was already ravenous, helped himself to some food and began eating. It was a delicious feast, and the hall echoed with talk, laughter, and the clatter of knives and forks. "I didn't see you on the train," said Quinn, taking a bite from his bowl of Cranachan. And I traveled through the train distributing chocolate. Where the hell were you two? You did pass by our compartment, answered Eddie from Quinn's side. Our compartment door snapped open, and chocolate flew in as you walked away while shouting at everybody to eat chocolate. Damn it, cursed Quinn. Once again, he wasn't able to find his two roommates on the Hogwarts Express. This makes it 4 years in a row. Next year, we will board the train together. What do you think about the new professor? Asked Marcus, turning his head to look at Lupin. Do you think he will be any good? I don't think so. I think this one will also be a bust, guessed Eddie, showing little confidence in Remus Lupin. Quinn put his chin on his palm and hummed, I don't know. He might be bad or unexpectedly good. Let's hope for something more reasonable and say that he will be decent. How about that? Luna decided to chime in, Daddy says the middle is boring. I say that he will be good. I see. That makes it 3 people and 3 different opinions. Marcus compiled the results and chuckled. It seems Professor Lupin is already doing fairly well on the opinion poll. Meh, we will know when he actually teaches, Quinn said and continued with an example. Lockhart had an overwhelmingly positive reception. Look how he turned out. He ended up in the hospital without memories, he added in his head as some things were better unspoken. Quinn looked around the Great Hall and noticed Friar floating above the Hufflepuff table, chatting with the new Hufflepuff inductees. Yeah, thought Quinn. Scene break. It was the night after Quinn had come back to Hogwarts, and now he was making his way to the astronomy tower. As he climbed the stairs to the tower, Quinn thought about the upcoming conversation with the ghost he had most contact with. He didn't blame Friar for the things that had happened to him in the last few months. Oh, no, the Hufflepuff ghost couldn't be blamed at all. Friar had warned him about the vaults and the danger that was within them. Sure, Quinn had cursed Friar a lot while he was suffering from his ailment, but after thinking about it a lot and accepting the situation, he realized that Friar had given him plenty of warnings. Quinn sighed as he finally reached the top of the astronomy tower, and there stood the ghost of the religious monk, looking at the stars like he did every so often. After taking a deep breath, Quinn alerted the ghost of his presence. Friar. The translucent ghost turned around mid-hover and greeted Quinn on seeing his favorite Ravenclaw. Quinn, it's nice to you after this time. Friar hovered near Quinn and smiled. How have you been? I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Friar. Quinn walked towards the edge of the tower and looked at the waning moon shining in the sky. I'm better now than I was a few months ago. A few months ago? Friar asked as he floated close to Quinn. Did something happen? Yes. Something happened, Friar. Quinn clenched his fists behind his back. I underestimated the second vault and lost my magic. Why, you lost your magic? Friar wasn't expecting to hear this piece of information. I'm fine, Friar. Deep patterns suddenly etched on the floor of the tower, glowing with a fiery light. Showing Friar that his magic was fine, Quinn calmed the ghost down. My magic is fine now. I have it under control. What did the vault do to you? What was in there? Friar asked with curiosity. I can't be sure, Friar, replied Quinn truthfully. He turned to face the ghost and continued, I asked someone who knows about all this better than me. Quinn was talking about Alan. The two had discussed the true nature of the vault. The conclusion that we came up with was that the vault was an experiment to see if it was possible to artificially increase the magic of a human by tapping into the emotional connection and strengthening it to gain more magic. But why would something like that be Hogwarts? Asked Friar, confused in disbelief. That is the thing, Friar. Quinn looked at the ghost and spread his hand to point at Hogwarts. What better place to set up an experiment like this than a school full of adolescent children? Do you know why Hogwarts has become such a mystical place? Quinn asked Friar a question about the nature of Hogwarts. The ghost shook his head. He always assumed that Hogwarts was great because the founders built it, but he felt that wasn't the answer Quinn was looking for. The magic grows at an accelerated rate between the ages 11 to 18, the 7 years of magical development that comes once in a lifetime. Children go through this change and development of magic, and it might not be the correct way to explain it, but the magic during this age is unstable. Quinn held his chin and thought for a second. If I were to give a better word, then it would be in flux. And that state of flux is in children who experience extreme emotions, both positive and negative. Magic behaves abnormally when mixed with extreme emotion. He looked at the Hogwarts castle and continued. The magic influx combined with extreme emotions is the reason Hogwarts is so mystical and magical. A millennium of hundreds of adolescent children staying in the castle for most of the year would change even the most normal places into a magical place. Hogwarts, even when it was newly built, was anything but normal. Friar listened to Quinn, who continued to speak. Children with unstable magic were the best test subjects for an experiment that targeted emotion. Maybe it was one of the headmasters that dabbled in the art of emotions and didn't mind using the children as test subjects. Quinn pointed at Friar and revealed. The reason that Ghost disappeared was maybe that the magic inside the vault has a soul aspect. The magic in the vault wasn't meant for ghosts, and it caused the ghost to cease to exist. Ghosts have strong emotional ties to the place they haunt. So when you go near the vault, your emotions are affected. Your ghostly instincts tell you that if you go near the vault, you will cease to exist. A twisted smile of self-derision appeared on Friar's as he completed what Quinn was speaking. And ghosts don't want to pass on. Even though we know it is wrong to remain in the mortal world, we continue to exist. The vault is a threat to our existence, and thus we feel dread and fear from it. Yes, that is the conclusion I have come up with. It is up to you if you want to accept it, Quinn told his understanding of the second vault. There were a few minutes of silence in the astronomy tower before Friar spoke up. Will you go inside the second vault? No, came Quinn's response. It was so quick and firm that Friar was taken aback. I'm not going back there. The only way I go in there is if my life depends on it. It was unusual to see such a serious expression in Quinn's eyes and voice. Even though Quinn had regained his magic and had a better understanding of what emotions were, this didn't mean he wasn't afraid of the second vault. The second vault exploration had become a frightful experience for him, and nothing about it would change that opinion. One visit and he was under the influence of magic for months. There was once again a period of silence before Friar broke it. Do you want to continue exploring the third vault? Friar wasn't sure if Quinn would want to continue after what had happened to him. Quinn focused on the ghost. I had a lot of time to think in the absence of magic, Friar. At that time, I thought about the possibility of what would happen if I didn't get my magic. I thought of what would I do if I didn't regain the control of my magic and somehow could lock it away to live a magic-less life. What would be my future? What route would my life go? Friar stared Quinn with slightly wide eyes as a twisted and contorted smile marred Quinn's face. Do you know what I found? I realized I didn't want a life without magic. I had devoted years of this life and being to this one thing, and if you took it away, I would be left with nothing, nothing at all. Quinn West is nothing without magic. Quinn broke into laughter for a stretch before proclaiming. Oh, Friar. I don't love magic. Oh, no, love isn't the correct emotion that I feel for magic. No, the correct emotion would be. The twisted smile split Quinn's face as he revealed. Obsession. Quinn's glimmered at the stars as he went on. The cursed vaults are a way for me to learn about magic. I only have a few more years in this castle, and after that, I will be gone. Before that happens, I want to go into all the vaults and find the secrets. So my answer is yes, Friar, I want to continue. Quinn turned his eyes back to Friar and said. There is just one teeny tiny problem that I need to take care of before I continue on the quest of the cursed vaults and my life in general. Quinn slowly walked backward while facing Friar. The thing is, I have this small irrational fear that has taken root inside of me. I lost control of my magic, and I fear that it would happen again. Quinn no longer had that contorted smile on his face, but instead, a sad smile took its place. Gosh, it is an irrational fear. I can feel my magic under my firm control, but you see, I can't just get rid of the thought that one day it will once again rampage. Friar frowned when he saw that Quinn was inching towards the edge of the tower roof. Quinn, what are you doing? I thought about it, and the only way for me to get rid of this fear is if I can completely trust my magic once more. Quinn finally reached the edge of the astronomy tower and held onto the railing with his back to the tower's railings. My magic must not betray me at the one moment I need it, Quinn smiled and stated. And that moment is when my life is in danger. I need to confirm the bottom line. I need to make sure my magic won't leave me when I am about to die. He turned his head to see the distance between him and the ground below before turning back to Friar, who was staring at Quinn with a worried gaze. My meeting with you here at the astronomy tower started all this, and if things are going to end, then I want it to end here and with you present. Quinn chuckled and added, it is fitting in a way. Q Quinn, what are you doing? Friar hovered closer and quavered. Please step away from the railing and walk my way. Your words won't have the effect you are hoping, Friar, Quinn sighed as he looked at the ghost. And you, a ghost, can't interact with material things, so you can't stop me. He looked at the bright half-moon and smiled, it is a clear night today. Suitable if I am to die. He turned to face Friar and spoke, see you in a bit, Friar. Friar's ghostly eyes widened in horror as he saw Quinn shifting his weight over the railings and falling off Hogwarts' tallest tower. Quinn, who was off the roof's floor and in this air, shifted himself while falling to face the ground below. There were no unnecessary thoughts in Quinn's mind as he fell. No revolving lantern, showing him his life flashing by. No thoughts about his family or friends. Quinn's mind was focusing on his magic. Every fiber of his being was calling on his magic as he rushed closer to the ground. In this life-threatening moment, Quinn felt the wind flapping against his face and body, his beating heart, the pulsating magic inside his body, and the friar's faint shouts from above him. He locked his eyes on the approaching ground, and even though he never did it, Quinn felt that the moment was appropriate, and so he closed his eyes and whispered. Arresto momentum. A bright blue flashed just moments before Quinn was about to hit the ground and turned into a bloody mess. There was no collision with the ground, no breaking of bones, no splatter of blood, no exploding skulls, or gore of any kind. Quinn opened his and saw that he was floating above the ground. He grinned and released the magic and fell to the ground with his elbows and knees supporting his body on the ground. The boy pushed himself off the ground so that he was on his knees. He looked up at the sky and roared in laughter. Ha 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 ha. His magic hadn't betrayed him. It was there with him at the moment he was about to die. The irrational fear in Quinn's heart vanished as magic amplified his laughter, carrying it all over the castle. Every single resident of Hogwarts heard a roaring, joyful laughter that night. No one ever found where the laughter came from or who was laughing, but in the years to come, it would be talked about it. Only one person knew the meaning of the laughter. And it was. Quinn West was finally and truly back, Chapter 77, Tempered Glass Wall, New Door, and Lock System. Quinn started the first weekend of his 4th year at Hogwarts by visiting the Room of Requirements to begin the first motive of the year. Oh boy, it's been a while, Quinn rubbed his hands together as he looked around the Room of Requirement with delight in his eyes. Now, let's start immediately. He took out a small glass pane from his robes and gently set it down on the floor before walking a few strides away from it. As soon as Quinn was at an appropriate distance away from the glass expanded till it was back to full size. The glass pane lying on the floor was the glass wall from the AID office. He had brought it to the Room of Requirements to make some changes to it. One of the main objectives for his 4th year was to fortify the AID workshop, and the first step to achieving that was to strengthen the glass wall that separated the office from the workshop. Okay, let's create tempered glass, Quinn said as he squatted at the edge of the glass pane and looked at the surface and the thickness of the glass. First, I have to thicken the glass. This one is a bit thin, I think. Quinn took out a cloth pouch bag from his robes. He opened the string binding the bag and scattered shards of glass all over the glass pane, expanding the glass shards back to their original size. Wisps of wavy magic flowed from Quinn to the glass, and the glass turned into a state of transformation and then a liquid. All the liquid glass mixed with each other to form a giant blob of liquid glass. Quinn applied transmutation magic to reform the glass into one uniform pane of glass and molded it to appropriate shapes and dimensions. Tempered or toughened glass was a type of safety glass processed by controlled thermal or chemical treatments to increase its strength compared with traditional glass. Tempering sets the outer surfaces into compression and the interior into tension. Tempered glass was about 4 times stronger than conventional glass. The higher contraction of the inner layer during manufacturing induced compressive stresses in the glass's surface balanced by tensile stresses in the glass's body. The result of tempering the glass was that it had 4 times the strength and durability of the previous one. I have to make cuts and mold the glass into shape, Quinn said as a tape measure came out of his robes and started to measure the glass. A felt tip pen also came out from his robes and made markings and shapes to help the cutting that would be done afterwards. The tempered glass had to be cut to the appropriate size or pressed to shape prior to tempering. Besides, it couldn't be reworked once tempered. Polishing the edges or drilling holes in the glass had to be carried out before the tempering process started. Due to the balanced stresses in the tempered glass, damage to any portion would eventually result in the glass shattering into thumbnail-sized pieces. Of course, magic could overcome that problem, but Quinn wanted to do it the traditional way and prepare the shape and layout of the glass wall before tempering the glass. He hadn't done this before, so Quinn wanted to do the tried and tested way. Okay, let's do this. Quinn put on his trusty leather gloves and levitated the glass that had been cut, polished, frosted, and molded in a uniform shape. First step of tempering a glass. Heat it to a temperature of 683 degrees Celsius, read Quinn from the small notepad in his hand. Quinn's approach for tempering the glass was the thermal approach. He would heat the glass to compress it and form an interlayer of tension between two compressions. The only good thing that had come out of the sin curse was the time Quinn had spent in the library. He spent hours every day voraciously reading books, and a topic of study that he had covered during his readings was fire, or more specifically, the concept of heat. Taking a deep breath, Quinn channeled his magic into the glass and flooded the entire thick pane of glass. Closing his eyes, Quinn triggered a change in his magic and heated up the glass. Quinn needed a fast, uniform thermal temperature throughout the glass. After the temperature reached 683 degrees Celsius, Quinn opened his eyes and immediately changed the magic from hot to cold. The glass immediately went from molten to frozen, but it promptly shattered. Quinn didn't look discouraged and walked to the shattered glass, which was still levitating in the air, and observed what had happened. After a minute of studying the failed result, Quinn judged. I need to heat it faster. Again. The shattered glass returned to its unbroken state through transmutation, and the process repeated over again. This time, Quinn raised the temperature of the glass faster. He channeled magic and used a different heating spell designed to increase the heat more quickly and with higher efficiency for heating glass. Shifting to cold, Quinn murmured. The heat switched off, and cold reigned supreme in the glass, quenching the glass uniformly. Asterisk crunch. Asterisk. The glass cracked into rough shards, and countless glass pieces floated in the air. I can try to keep the same heat and cool it slower, speculated Quinn and hypothesized, before saying, again. There was a smile on Quinn's face the entire time as he heated the glass and cooled it down. The smile even remained when the glass deformed, shattered, or didn't come out tempered. Ah, this feels nice, that thought encompassed Quinn's state of mind. Doing magic that he found compelling felt nice to Quinn. It didn't have the exhilarating feeling of blasting objects with destructive magic that he felt last year. This was different. Watching how the wisps of flame danced on the glass's surface or when the ice relaxed down the glass and sizzled brought joy to Quinn. Changing the temperatures, heat, cold, the timing of heating and cooling, small changes that just made sense. All of it was mesmerizing to Quinn. It was fun, it was calm. It was magic. After an hour and a half of shattering glass, making changes to the process, and trying dozens of times, Quinn finally produced a perfect pane of tempered glass. Done, Quinn raised his hands and admired his new glass wall that would be in his office. He shrunk the glass wall down to a pocket-sized version, put it inside his robes, and exited the room of requirements to have lunch before going to the AID classroom and set up the wall. Scene break. A well-fed Quinn entered the empty AID classroom with his suitcase in hand. He turned the key twice in the keyhole and opened the door. The classroom was bare and empty. Not a sign of the room being ever occupied. After last year, he had taken every single thing inside the office and the workshop. After losing control of his magic, Quinn wasn't in any shape to fortify his workshop, so he just packed up everything home with him. Tables, workstations, desks, cupboards, cabinets, raw material, tools, and everything there was in the classroom went home with Quinn. Quinn set down the suitcase on the floor, and opened it with a couple of clicks. The owner descended into the expanded suitcase and entered the room with all the stuff from the AID classroom. A powerful wave of magic slammed into every single object in the room, and the entire inventory shrunk down for Quinn to levitate and bring out of the suitcase. After thoroughly cleaning the room, Quinn set up everything where it belonged and got back to setting up the wall. First, Quinn widened the wall-to-wall indent in the roof and floor to accommodate the increased thickness of the glass wall. He then pulled out the shrunken glass wall and expanded it slowly so he could line it into the indents that were on the top and at the bottom. The wall fitted snugly into the indents at its regular size. A moment later, the wall and the floor were transmuted to grip the surface of the glass wall, and the building material Quinn had taken out to increase the size of the indents also went to the roof and floor to create more support for the glass wall. Quinn stepped back and admired the glass wall and double-checked if it was firmly in its place before making a beckoning gesture and pulling a bar stool for him to sit on. He touched the wall with his right hand, resting his palm and fingers snug against the cool glass. After eyeing the wall for a moment, Quinn injected magic into the glass wall. Purple waves of magic went through the glass every few seconds, reaching every corner of the wall. The purple waves of magic were the unbreakable charms being imbibed into the glass. Unbreakable charm wasn't the correct name for the spell because it didn't make an object unbreakable. No, it only strengthened objects so that they would become more resilient to external forces. Quinn was increasing the resilience of the glass so that it would become difficult to break. Why not do this to a regular pane of glass instead of a tempered pane of glass? Well, the stronger the base material, the stronger result after placing the unbreakable charm. Tempered glass was naturally tougher than regular glass. So if you put unbreakable charms on it, the result would be much better. Quinn sat there for 5 minutes channeling magic into the glass before the charm saturated the glass and could no longer make it any stronger. The next step of fortifying the glass wall was to make it resistant to transfiguration and transmutation. The strengthened glass would be useless if you could just create a hole in it through transfiguration and pass through it. There wasn't a way to fully disable transfiguration and transmutation as it was not feasible to isolate every single spell type and individually disable them one by one. So the next best thing Quinn could do was to make it resistant to magical changes. The concept behind achieving something like that was easy. Using transfiguration and transmutation to defend against transfiguration and transmutation, smiled Quinn, in thought. Pushing more magic into the wall, Quinn commanded his magic to transfigure the glass that made up the wall to stay the same. Quinn was forcing glass matter to stay as glass. He was making his magic to freeze/jam the state of matter so that when someone tried magic against the glass, it would be difficult to budge as Quinn's magic was forcing the glass to stay the way it was currently. Scene break. After the wall was done came the turn for the door. The thing about doors in walls was that people went for the door when trying to break in. No one tried to break the actual wall when you had a door in it. The doors were thinner than the walls they were fitted in and were made from a relatively weaker material. Quinn's wooden door was no different, and it clearly showed when Ivy Potter kicked the door down to enter the workshop. So to make sure his door wouldn't be the hole in his defense, Quinn decided to make sure it would be a hassle to break. Quinn started with the door's wood. He used the hardest wood available to him and bought a few logs of Australian bioak wood. This wood had a very strength-toughness level on a pound-4 scale. "I have to stain it in a hardening solution," uttered Quinn as he took out a bucket of a red potion solution that he had finished brewing yesterday. He looked at the viscous red liquid and chuckled, "This baby took 3 days to brew. Oh, this is going to be good. The red solution would strengthen the wood fibers when absorbed into the material. Plus, it will give the wood a nice red sheen." Quinn looked at the Australian bioak wood logs and levitated them over the center island. Slowly, he turned the wood into sawdust by breaking down the wooden logs into a coarse powder. He made sure that the wood powder didn't fly over the room. He separated the sawdust into multiple trays and poured the red hardening solution into the trays. As he poured the liquid over the sawdust started to move and mix with the red potion liquid. Quinn had converted the wood into sawdust so that every fiber would get exposed to the potion, strengthening the wood at a deeper level. Okay, done. Quinn finished pouring the liquid over the multiple trays. Now, he just needed to give it time for the solution to get mixed and get completely absorbed into the wood. Quinn continued mixing the wood using magic and moved along. Now, where is that high-carbon steel plate? Quinn looked around the workshop and found a sheet of high-carbon steel. All right, this will do. This will do very well. Quinn laid the metal sheet on the floor and punched 10 holes in the sheet, 2 rows of 4 holes and 1 row of 2 holes. The metal sheet was going inside the door, and the holes were there so the wood could go through them and really bind the metal with the wood. The next part of the door was the lock. Quinn used the same high-carbon steel to craft a lock system with a regular lock opened with a key. The other part of the lock was a system of 13 steel cylinders that would enter the door from the frame around the door. And these cylinders couldn't be released from the door with the key. They had to be released by magic, and if no one knew about the cylinders, no one would figure out how to disable the cylinder system. 10 minutes of unbreakable charms into the metal finally saturated the metal with magic. It couldn't be made any stronger by the use of the unbreakable charm. By the time Quinn was done, the wood was prepared. It was ready to be turned into a wooden door with a metal plate inside. The punched high-carbon steel sheet along with the lock system floated in the air as Quinn directed it with his left hand. He pointed his right hand towards sawdust trays, and around 3/4 of treated sawdust flew towards the metal sheet. The wood fibers gathered around the metal and formed a red door made from treated Australian beeloak wood and a high-carbon steel core and locks. The completed door also went through the same treatment of transfiguration and transmutation resistance. The remaining quarter of the treated sawdust flew towards the rectangular opening in the glass wall and formed a wooden frame for the door to fit in. The rectangular opening in the glass wall had notches around it for the wooden frame to fit on the glass wall. Quinn fitted the door in the frame and entered the 13 cylinders into the wooden frame, 5 on both lengths of the door and 3 on the top breadth of the door. "Done," celebrated Quinn as he opened the door and went back and forth. When he closed the door, the steel cylinders were inserted into the door in such a way that the cylinders were door and frame at the same time, jamming the door with the frame. "Now, let's put some charms to punish anyone who touches the door." Quinn shot spells at the door that would shock and burn anyone who would touch the door and an anti-unlocking charm on the regular lock. "Yeah, try to break this door, Ivy Potter," smirked Chapter 78, Third Riddle, Novellus Actionites, and Hothoof. Now that the AID office and workshop were fortified, Quinn sat at his office desk and read the sheet of paper on the desk. Asterisk. You can swallow it. Deep in the bane of Neptune's home. Find the forgotten dome. It can devour you. Beware the force or it will crush you. Life is something you cherish. If not careful, you will perish. Yet, it is the source. Asterisk. The riddle to the third vault was written in the paper. Fryer had given him the riddle after his stunt at the astronomy tower. The Hufflepuff ghost had lectured him a lot before handing over the starting clue. And Fryer's worries were reflected in the riddle. Life is something you cherish. Quinn sighed and shook his head at the religious ghost's attempt to make sure he didn't repeat things like jumping off the astronomy tower. He should know better than anyone that the cursed vaults are more dangerous than a bungee jump without a rope. Quinn tapped his finger on the paper and read through the riddle over and over again. Bane of Neptune, now that is definitely some mythological stuff, Quinn murmured, studying the riddle. That will need some research. He took out a small notepad out of his robes, uncapped his pen, wrote Neptune's bane, circled it a couple of times, made an arrow extending outside, and finished it with the word research. Next, beware of some kind of force. Quinn felt that this was the dangerous part of the third vault because it was followed by, if not careful, I will perish. Now, that just screams danger. Quinn nodded appreciatively and praised Fryer. Props to Fryer for making it clear. This is what I like. Danger clearly specified. The word force went on the notepad, another set of circles, and an arrow pointing to danger. Quinn frowned and sighed. Life is something you cherish. This is useless. Quinn copied the phrase on the notepad, put a line through it and a small cross next to the sentence. Fryer's drabble, wrote Quinn with an arrow coming out of the crossed sentence. Come on, Fryer. Show some professionalism, Quinn complained to the ghost who wasn't there. Has he learned anything in his long ghostly life? Well, Myrtle hasn't grown up from her Hogwarts days, so maybe ghosts are incapable of growth. In the end, Quinn reached the 3 individual phrases of the riddle and felt some connection existed between the separate lines. You can swallow it. It can devour you. Yet, it is the source. The 3 lines were the remaining lines from the riddle, and all of them had something in common between them. What is the it mentioned here? Quinn asked himself, hoping to get some random epiphany. It. What is it? Writing the sentences on a fresh notepad page, Quinn put a circle on all 3 its and connected them with lines. I think I will target this from the bane of Neptune's angle to get the things rolling. Quinn closed his notepad with a snap and put it back into his robes along with his pen. Hogwarts taught the subject history of magic, and such the Hogwarts library was equipped with books about history. Not that Binns taught the subject properly, but Hogwarts library would definitely hold texts on different parts of the history of the magical world. And the myths of the non-magical world tended to be magical anomalies of the magical world. It was a start. Scene break. Quinn was pleased to get out of the castle after lunch. Yesterday's rain had cleared, the sky was a clear, pale gray, and the grass was springy and damp underfoot as he set off to his first Care of Magical Creatures class. Eddie and Marcus walked by his side, talking about the new terrorist group Novellis Actionites. This time, they targeted 3 muggles. Aren't they scared of the Aurors? Marcus spoke about the latest news that had been circulating across the country. They have been really aggressive in their approach. At least, they are targeting people at night, Eddie commented about the actions of Novellis Actionites. The only reason the Aurors knew about the muggle attacks is because of the clear traces of magic there are on the muggles. What do you think, Quinn? Marcus asked for his other friend's opinion. If they continue to attack, I think the Aurors will set up a task force against them, affirmed Quinn on the new and upcoming terrorist group. As Eddie said, they only strike at night, so the Muggle authorities are still treating their few attacks as Muggle matters. If they increase their attacks and act in daylight, the Ministry will start a task force of Aurors and hit wizards. The Ministry will only move when the pressure from the non-magical world grows, Quinn sighed and finished his opinion on the new terrorist group. But why? Eddie frowned in question. He couldn't understand why the Ministry had only issued a lookout notice for such a clear threat. I mean, what was it called? Manifest, Marcus offered the word Eddie was looking for. Yes, the manifest. The manifest clearly stated that the Novellis Actionites were the supporters of you-know-who. Eddie shuddered in the thought of the Dark Lord. He frowned in disbelief. Why isn't the Ministry being more vigilant against these terrorists? Quinn patted Eddie's shoulder and explained to his friend the world of politics. The war had brought influence on the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Former head Bartmios Crouch Sr. utilized his powers to permit the usage of the unforgivable curses against enemies, among other law changes that seemed atrocious under times of peace. Crouch Sr. was so incredibly popular that he was slated to become the next Minister for Magic. If not for his son, Crouch Jr., being a Death Eater, Bartmios Crouch Sr. would be sitting in the minister's office instead of Cornelius Fudge. A few years back, at a Wisengamot vote, it was decided to reduce the budget of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement from their war-era funding. It was an attempt from the minister's faction to limit the growing popularity of the Aurors office. The vote was passed with a vast majority because none of the factions wanted the increasing influence of the militant Aurors office. The Dark faction had obvious reasons. As supporters of Voldemort, they didn't want future troubles. A lot of them had bribed their way out of a lengthy stay at Azkaban. But they weren't sure if it would work in the future because the Aurors office was becoming more and more popular. Light faction, led by Albus Dumbledore, also lobbied to decrease the funding in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or specifically, the Aurors office. Even though James Potter, Sirius Black, the comatose Longbottom couple and many other Light faction members were Aurors, and many didn't like the decision, they still followed the decision because the majority of the Light faction was in favor. Albus Dumbledore actively participated and supported the motion because he wasn't happy with the wartime decision of using the unforgivable curses. Dumbledore's forget and forgive philosophy didn't support the direction the Aurors office was going. The Grey faction went along with the flow and voted in favor for the motion because they, too, didn't want overvigilant policing from the Aurors office. Grey faction liked freedom so that they could conduct their business in peace. Now, let's talk about the present. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement took a short-term hit from the reduced funding, but it was, as I speak, a short-term hit. Even though they had to struggle for a year or two, excellent leadership brought the Department of Magical Law Enforcement back to stability and glory. Quinn smiled in admiration as he went on. Under the direction of DMLE head Amelia Bones, the department recovered and regained their influence. Amelia Bones is so popular among the public that she is believed she will be the winner of the next ministerial election. Even at this moment, Amelia Bones is already far ahead of Cornelius Fudge in popularity. The world of politics was a complicated and treacherous one. So to limit her rising popularity, the minister's faction is trying to downplay the activities of Novellis Actionites. They don't want to add fuel to Amelia Bones' popularity by handing the operational authority to the Aurors office and let them take another victory. So they have been downplaying Novellis Actionites so that Amelia Bones won't start a campaign that might boost her popularity at the next election. Marcus and Eddie didn't like what they were hearing. A terrorist group was hardly being given any coverage because the ministry wanted to play politics. That doesn't sound good. Why isn't anyone doing something? Marcus frowned in disgust. The two 14-year-old boys didn't understand politics. It was their first discussion on politics, and well, they didn't like it. It's not like they are doing nothing. Aurors are on the lookout. Aurors won't stop their basic duties because of politics, they will still protect people. Quinn comforted them with some positivity of the situation. And there is another reason why the Aurors and Ministry aren't moving more aggressively. What is it? Inquired Eddie curiously. Novellus Actionites are public supporters of you know who. Quinn stopped himself from speaking the wrong term twice. In his mind, he addressed the Dark Lord as Voldemort or Tom Riddle. Quinn never addressed the Dark Lord as you know who or he who must not be named. But to keep appearances, Quinn had to call him with the hyphenated pseudonyms. Plus, he wasn't sure if the taboo on the name Voldemort would return, so he made sure to keep a habit of using hyphenated pseudonyms to not accidentally get into trouble. Quinn coughed before continuing, so, as I was saying, Novellus Actionites claim themselves to be supporters of the Dark Lord. Due to that, the Ministry doesn't want to spread panic in which, somehow the Dark Lord is back, because, then, there would be rumors that would spread the idea that Novellus Actionites are actually Death Eaters. The Ministry is trying to portray a message in which Novellus Actionites aren't a big deal, just some stupid dafts who aren't a huge threat. They are keeping this under the wraps. It is all about maintaining order by avoiding chaos, Quinn shrugged at the end. They want to leave the Dark Lord's reign behind them. Eddie and Marcus didn't give any response. Quinn turned to regard his friends and saw contemplative expressions on their faces. Quinn didn't disturb them and walked beside them in silence as they went down the sloping lawns to Rubeus Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest for care of magical creatures. Meanwhile, Eddie and Marcus were thinking about the situation and forming their own views. He kept silent so that they could think about the situation. Things were never black or white, there were always shades of gray present in everything. Scene break. Rubeus Hagrid was waiting for his class at the door of his hut. He stood in his moleskin overcoat with Fong the boarhound at his heels. He seemed impatient to start. "Come on, now, move on," he called as the class approached. "Got a real treat for you today. Great lesson coming up. Everyone here. Right, follow me." The class followed as Hagrid strolled off around the edge of the trees, and 5 minutes later, they found themselves outside a kind of paddock. There was nothing in there. "Everyone gather around the fence here," Hagrid called. "That's it, make sure you can see. Now, the first thing you'll want to do is to open your books." The students were confused as they had no idea how to open the book. The Ravenclaw students frowned darkly, lots of them even looked frustrated as they hadn't got the chance to open their textbooks before the class. Eddie also squinted at his Care of Magical Creatures book before he caught Quinn in his peripheral vision. He snapped towards Quinn and blurted, "How did you open the book?" Quinn, who was in the middle of reading, shook his head slightly, turned to Eddie and said with an accusatory tone, "What is wrong with you? Don't surprise a man when he's reading." Eddie's and Quinn's louder-than-regular argument brought the attention of the rest of the class to them. Everyone saw that Quinn's Care of Magical Creature book was open. And now, everyone wanted to know how Quinn opened the damned book, which tried to bite anyone who tried to open it. Quinn sighed and looked for Hagrid, but the giant had stepped into the woods and wasn't nearby. "I guess I have to show them," Quinn thought as he raised his hand towards Eddie and made a gesture to make him hand over his book. Eddie handed over his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he had bound shut with a length of rope. After watching that some others also took out their books, some, like Eddie, had used ropes to bound their books shut, others had crammed them inside tight bags or clamped them together with binder clips. "Stroke the spine," Quinn announced to anyone who was paying attention. "Look here, like this." He removed the length of rope from Eddie's book, dodged the book's bite and gently used 3 fingers to gently stroke the spine. The book shivered and then fell open and lay quietly in his hand. "How did you know how to do that?" Marcus asked, as he stroked the spine of his copy and opened the book after it calmed down. Quinn shrugged in reply, "I asked the bookstore manager and he told me." His tone was like he was stating the most obvious thing in the world. And he wasn't lying. Quinn had to buy the Monster Book of Monsters for this year. He hadn't purchased this book for his British book collection. So when he went to the bookstore, Quinn did ask the bookshop manager to demonstrate how to open the biting book. "I'm back. Look who is here to meet you." Trotting towards them were a dozen of the most bizarre creatures Quinn had ever seen. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles, with cruel, steel-colored beaks and large, sparkling orange eyes. The sharp talons on their front legs were half a foot long and deadly-looking. Each of the beasts had a thick leather collar around its neck attached to a long chain. Hagrid, who came out jogging, held the chains that were attached to the collars. "Gee up, there," he roared, shaking the chains and urging the creatures to move toward the fence where the class stood. Everyone drew back slightly as Hagrid reached them and tethered the creatures to the fence. "Hippogriffs," shouted Hagrid happily, waving a hand at them. "Beautiful, aren't they?" Quinn tilted his head and tried to see the beauty in the creatures. Once he got over the first shock of seeing something that was half horse, half bird, Quinn observed the hippogriffs' gleaming coats, changing smoothly from feather to hair, each of them of a different color: stormy gray, bronze, pinkish roan, gleaming chestnut, and inky black. "So," said Hagrid, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, "if you want to come a bit nearer, dash." No one seemed to want to. But Quinn, with a mischievous grin on his face, grabbed Eddie's and Marcus's robes above their shoulders and dragged them closer to the fence. What are you doing?" Marcus whimpered as he stammered in his words. "Have you gone mad?" Eddie croaked back as he tried to stand his ground, but Quinn was stronger than him. "I still remember how you pushed me forward during last year's dueling club," Quinn cackled as he brought them to the fence. "Come now, don't be scared, but do remember that if the hippogriffs attack, I will use you as meat shields." "Now, the first thing you gotta know about hippogriffs is, they're proud," warned Hagrid. "Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Never insult one because it might be the last thing you do. Always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move. Give the proud bird the initiative," Hagrid continued. "It is polite, see. You walk towards them, then you bow, and finally, you wait. If they bow back, you are allowed to touch them. If they don't bow, then walk away, but keep an eye on their talons. Now, who wants to go first?" Most of the class backed farther away in answer. The hippogriffs were tossing their fierce heads and flexing their mighty wings. They didn't seem to like being tethered like this. "No one," said Hagrid, with a pleading look. "I'll do it," volunteered Quinn, raising his hand high as Eddie and Marcus slowly inched back away. Don't get Quinn wrong, while he volunteered for a one-on-one with a hippogriff, he did feel fear. Quinn guessed he could defend against hippogriffs. No problem on that front, he could instantly injure the half-horse, half-bird, and get away, but that didn't mean that Quinn wasn't afraid. He still feared that he could get injured. But in Quinn's mind, it was a waste of an opportunity to not try out new things. If he avoided risks, then he would miss out on a lot of fun stuff in his life. "Goodman," roared the half-giant, his voice booming with joy. "Right then, let's see you get on Hothoof." Quinn jumped over the fence as Hagrid untied one of the chains, pulled the bronze hippogriff away from its fellows, and slipped off its leather collar. The class on the other side of the paddock seemed to be holding its breath. "Easy, now," whispered Hagrid quietly. "You have to make eye contact, but don't blink too much. They don't trust you if you blink too much." Quinn immediately moistened his eyes with magic he learned from Alan when he was learning occlumency. Hothoof turned his great, sharp head and stared at Quinn with one fierce red eye. "That's it," Hagrid guided from the side. "Now, bow, bow." Quinn followed the instructions, even though he wasn't a fan of exposing his nape to the hippogriff. He gave a short bow and then looked up. The hippogriff was still staring haughtily at him. It didn't move. Quinn was about to give the hippogriff the same haughty look, but then the hippogriff suddenly bent its scaly front knees and sank into what was an unmistakable bow. "All right," Quinn beamed as he swiftly walked his way to Hothoof and patted the hippogriff's beak. He patted the beak several times, and the hippogriff closed its eyes lazily, as though it was enjoying it. The class broke into applause. "Who is a good boy?" Quinn cooed as he used his other hand to stroke the feathers, but then he turned his head to Hagrid and asked. "Hothoof is a boy, right?" "Nay, Hothoof is a lady," Hagrid shook his head in correction. "Oh, my," Quinn turned back to the female hippogriff and cooed once more. "Who is a good girl?" "You are, aren't you?" Hothoof titled her neck to better guide Quinn's hands to the spot that felt better. "Right then," clapped Hagrid. "I reckon she might let you ride her." Quinn voiced as he looked into Hothoof's red eyes and gave it a thought. Why not? I could always jump off if things get wild. Ooh, maybe that would feel the same as skydiving. You climb up there, just behind the wing joint, said Hagrid, and mind you, don't pull any of her feathers out, she won't like that. Quinn put his foot on the top of Hothoof wing and hoisted himself onto its back. He used sticking charms to stick himself to the hippogriff's back. Let's go, big lady, Quinn gently patted Hothoof's nape, and Hothoof stood up. Go on, then, roared Hagrid, slapping the hippogriff's hindquarters. Hothoof's wings flapped open on either side of Quinn, and before he knew it, he was soaring into the sky. The hippogriff's wings beat uncomfortably, catching him under his legs and making him feel he was about to be thrown off. Maybe this is like life bull riding, Quinn thought as he looked below at the trees that made up the forest. Oh, yeah. I should do that, Quinn put his hand over his head, and conjured a cowboy hat over his head. He also made it stick to his head so it wouldn't fly away. Yeehaw. Quinn's voice was drowned by the wind, but his grin was still present on his face. Hothoof flew him once around the paddock and then headed back to the ground. With a thud, Hothoof's 4 ill-assorted feet hit the ground. Quinn looked at the rest of his classmates, pushed up his cowboy hat, and jutted his chin towards them. Howdy, people. Good work, Quinn, roared Hagrid as everyone cheered. Okay, who else wants a go? Emboldened by Quinn's success, the rest of the class climbed cautiously into the paddock. Hagrid untied the hippogriffs one by one, and soon there were people bowing nervously all over the paddock. Eddie and Marcus practiced on the inky black hippogriff named Stormswift, but they had to run backward repeatedly because Stormswift didn't seem to want to bend its knees. Quinn stayed back and watched his classmates, his conjured cowboy hat still on his head. What a good day. Chapter 79, Neptune, Scheme, and Boggart. It turned out that the Roman gods weren't ancient magicals. They were mythology in both the magical and non-magical worlds. But Jupiter's thunderbolt, Neptune's trident, and Pluto's pitchfork are real magical artifacts, said Quinn while reading from an ancient tome he had found in Hogwarts' library. Then he scoffed at the next piece of information. Of course, all of them are either lost, missing, or possibly destroyed. Maybe they were real and became so powerful that no one believed their existence, considered Quinn about the identity of the Roman gods. If that is true, then those guys were total legends. Quinn sighed as he read through Neptune's status in the magical Roman dynasty. Neptune is the Roman equivalent of Poseidon. As Neptune, he becomes more disciplined, militant and warlike than his Greek counterpart. For the Greeks, Poseidon was a major civic god and was highly respected for being the god of the sea and earthquakes. However, the Romans, who were not seafaring people, associated Neptune more with fresh water and horses and treated him with fearful respect. Quinn stopped reading for a second before thinking about a tangent. Why am I assuming that the riddle is about the Roman god Neptune and not about the planet Neptune? Quinn groaned and took out his notepad, and added a note. Do research on Neptune, planet, ... Maybe the divination section will help me out in this one. Quinn wondered before returning to the ancient tome and sighed, oh well, let's worry about that later. Let's continue on with this. The Romans believed in a series of gods associated with the world around them. They designated Neptune as the god of water and the sea, a close parallel to the Greek god Poseidon. As the god of freshwater, Romans prayed to Neptune to provide water for their crops. In ancient Italy, farmers would honor Neptune with a festival in July, when frequent droughts would destroy their fields. He was also a horse's patron and had temples built near racetracks. Quinn frowned at this paragraph. So you are saying that in Greek society, he was a big badass with storms and earthquakes. But in Roman society he was demoted to the god of freshwater. Quinn understood that Neptune was still the god of seas, but the Romans didn't know how to build sturdy ships to sail in the violent sea, so the sea was nothing but something foreboding to them. That meant that they didn't pray to the sea god Neptune and associated the god more with fresh water and horses. Alright, now this is becoming more and more of a situation where there will be a presence of something like a bane. Quinn felt happy about the progress he had made and wrote everything down. Now, I just need to find what is the bane in this situation. Is it another god? There was only one way to find out, and that was to read more books. And Quinn was really good at that. Scene break. Hey, what do you think about the hippogriff that attacked Malfoy? Gossiped Eddie over the table. Some are saying that the hippogriff tried to kill Malfoy. Quinn wagged his finger and corrected the gossip that had been going around. That is something Malfoy and his goonies have been spreading around. According to my sources, Malfoy called the hippogriff an ugly brute while he was sitting on it. Marcus almost spat out his food after hearing that. He was on the top of the hippogriff. Now, that is not the poppycock behavior I'm expecting from a Slytherin. Quinn laughed at Marcus' statement till his sides were hurting. We're in our 4th year. You should have learned by now that to be in Slytherin isn't synonymous with being cunning nowadays. He glanced over his shoulder to peek at the Slytherin table and scoffed, we have been witnessing Malfoy's antics for 2 years now. Can you expect anything else? Plus, at present, he's doing something really foolish. Foolish? Eddie turned in his seat to peep at Draco Malfoy, who was sitting at Slytherin's table. Draco's right arm was covered in bandages and bound up in a sling, acting, in Eddie's opinion, as though he were the heroic survivor of some dreadful battle. What do you mean by foolish? Eddie solicited an explanation as he turned back. Look at his sling. Quinn brought their attention to Draco's broken arm. Eddie and Marcus, however, didn't see anything weird about the situation. The sling in his arm doesn't make any sense. Madame Pomfrey can regrow all bones in an arm in a single day. Quinn pointed his thumb back in the direction of the Slytherin table. Malfoy's arm is just broken. She could fix him up and then announce that Malfoy's fit to continue his life as normal under an hour. That sling in his arm is just a hoax. Realization dawned over Eddie and Marcus as they finally noticed the anomaly that was the sling in Draco's arm. Even if Malfoy's arm was weak because his muscles were torn from the hippogriff's talon and needed to recuperate, then it would take maybe 2 days at most to get it back to full functionality. Draco had been parading the arm in his sling for just under a week. So there was no reason for his arm to be in a sling. Heck, Quinn had taken just 10 days in the hospital wing, and he had been injured quite severely. There were lots of injuries in his organs, and that kind of thing had taken just 10 days to get fixed. Draco's arm was a piece of cake for any decent medic. But maybe Malfoy is cunning. Quinn added another outlook to this situation. How? Marcus looked confused at the sudden counter-addition. You just pointed out that he is doing something foolish by keeping his arm in a sling. That is exactly it. I mean, look at you two. Quinn pointed at his 2 friends with his fork before continuing. No offense to you guys, but you guys didn't notice anything wrong with Malfoy's arm in a sling. Think how many people will believe the same thing. A sling in his arm creates an image of injury, and with the story propagated by the Malfoy's group, this image will be upgraded to a serious injury. So maybe with this arm sling drama, Malfoy is trying to make the situation seem more serious and portray that he survived a deadly accident. So he's showing traces of cunningness with this ploy. Quinn thought about the upcoming Buckbeak execution plotline that happened this year. Malfoy Sr. lobbied for the execution of the hippogriff who almost killed his son. If the sling in his arm was a ploy to elevate the situation, Quinn had to admit that this was an excellent tactic, as his 2 friends didn't see anything wrong with it, and both had come from magical families. Students from non-magical families who were used to the idea of using a sling to heal arms after getting broken would eat this up without a second thought. A good manipulation of the public. Quinn nodded in appreciation. The final question is whether this came from Malfoy or his father, Lucius Malfoy. If it came from Malfoy, then props to him, but if it came from his father, yeah, this guy's still a fool. Scene break. Lupin wasn't there when they arrived at their first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. They sat down, took their books out, quills, parchment, and talked to one another when he finally entered the room. Lupin gave a faint smile and placed his briefcase on the teacher's desk. Good afternoon, he said. Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today will be a practical lesson. Only your wands will be needed. The students and, at some level, even Quinn, were surprised, as the class put away their books. Lots of curious glances were exchanged as they had never had a practical class in Defense Against the Dark Arts. The current 3rd-year students had one memorable class last year when their old teacher had brought a cageful of pixies to lesson and set them loose. But they, 4th years, hadn't had a practical Defense Against Dark Arts lesson. Not even in their first year, when they had a decent enough teacher, as she never gave them a practical class. Right then, said Lupin when everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. Puzzled but interested, the class got to its feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them along the deserted corridor and around a corner into another classroom. The room was empty, with no chairs or tables. Now, then, said Professor Lupin, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where there was nothing but an old wardrobe. As Professor Lupin went to stand next to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. Nothing to worry about, said Professor Lupin calmly, because a few people had jumped backward in alarm. There's a boggart in there. Quinn knew this was coming. And Quinn would be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to this. After getting in touch with his emotions during the summer break, Quinn understood the importance of negative emotions and their place in his magic. He learned to accept that he had emotions that made him vulnerable, emotions like fear which a creature like boggart exploited. With that realization, Quinn felt he needed to really know all his negative emotions, what caused them, and, then, accept them rather than outright rejecting them. A boggart would be an excellent way to start on understanding his fears. Most people seem to feel that the thing inside the wardrobe was something to worry about. Marcus at Quinn's side was eyeing the rattling doorknob apprehensively. Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces, informed Professor Lupin. Wardrobes, the gap beneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I once met one that had lodged itself in an old man's clock. This one was moved in here 2 afternoons ago, so I asked the headmaster if I could use it as a practical lesson for all years. Everyone knew that permission was granted. So the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart? Professor Lupin threw out a question to the class. Quinn followed his usual routine and looked left and then to the right to see if anyone had raised their hand. Seeing that no one was going to volunteer to answer the question, Quinn raised his hand. When Lupin pointed at Quinn, he promptly answered. A boggart is an immortal shape-shifting non-being that takes on the form of its observer's worst fear. Because of their shape-shifting ability, no one knows what a boggart looks like when it is alone, as it changes shape instantly upon encountering someone. The words immortal and non-being were the words to focus on here. A non-human spirituous apparition, also known as a non-being, was a magical spirit created of human emotions. They were notable because they had no equivalent in the non-magical world and their similarity to ghosts, despite never being truly alive. While non-beings were not truly alive and could not be truly destroyed, magic users had invented over the centuries various spells that could drive off these spirits using positive emotions. Their numbers could also be limited by reducing the conditions that would generate them. Immortality was the condition of never having died and being unable to die, as an immortal entity was never alive to begin with. As immortality referred to entities that were never alive at any point in their lives. It was different from immortality, which described living beings who were unable to die or had an infinite lifespan. Dementors, boggarts, and poltergeist were examples of non-being and amoral entities, as they weren't ever alive and couldn't be killed. In the distant future, someone with black hair and stone-gray eyes would discover a way to kill various amoral beings, putting the concept of immortality in need of revision. That is actually better than I was expecting, Lupin blinked in surprise as he regarded Quinn with interest. Well, Quinn, Lupin was pleased with the answer, so he rewarded the answer. Take 20 points to Ravenclaw for an excellent answer. Quinn gave a slight nod, and Lupin continued with his lesson. So a boggart that resides in the darkness doesn't assume a form. It doesn't know yet what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but if I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us fear the most. Lupin raised both his hands and gestured to the students who had become restless. Please, calm down. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires mental prowess.